and then they'd be like pricing cards on the spot. It's always Logan Paul made it popular for a minute, and that's why there's a new. That's really why there's a new Pokemon trend is because Logan Paul in a fucking Charizard.
Yeah, well, I don't know if he actually hit it or not. I
Well,
imagine that
no.
he
It's
has the
it's
resources.
advertising gambling on YouTube. It's fake.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
So that said, if you're at the point where you're gambling by buying Pokemon cards, you
You've
need
got a
some
problem.
fucking help. Like buy
Yeah.
shitcoin at that point, you know?
But it's like
Like
Max
what are you
Mofo had been
doing with
doing
your
that for
life?
ages, and he was just doing the Pokemon stuff for fun. And then Logan Paul picks it up because it's got huge worth for cards, and that's all he fucking cares about. I pressed the button, by the way. We're live.
But also, you know that while this huge trend got capitalized on, you know there was, I think it was Pokemon, but there was a huge scandal where the people at the factory were taking the good cards off the line and reselling them, which is like so based of
Yeah.
those factory workers.
Oh, they were taking the actual Pokemon cards. That's funny
The
as.
good ones. So
That's so
they
fucking
were
funny.
basically only putting out shitty packs, and it was a huge scandal that was exposed. Look it up. I think somebody like might have done time for it, you know, but like stealing from your employer and that's like, you know, stealing
Uber
hundreds of
based.
dollars from your employer at that point. Even though the employer isn't making that money, they're selling it
No,
out of a booster pack that makes
exactly.
the same amount of money to them.
The
Which is
card
so fun.
itself is
That's the
irrelevant.
funniest part about those card companies. Because like
It's
really,
not the card value.
can you imagine how slimy you could be? Like you could literally make cards rare and then sell them on the website,
Yes. Yep.
you know? And that's like the whole like speculation market. It was
Yeah, I
big
think that's
with used
half of
video
what.
games. Right now it's huge on cards where they'll grade it and stuff. That
Yes.
market where so somebody buys like a fucking Super Mario 3 copy for a ridiculous price, but they're buying it from themselves. But it will still set the record, and then people will be like, "Whoa, you could sell Nintendo games for that huge amount of money?"
That's what my mate's doing with Pokemon, except he's not buying from himself. He just makes the box. Like he has a Evolving Skies box, which is like the most expensive one.
Oh wow!
I know, and he puts it up for 4 grand, which is retarded.
Is that the one where people are getting killed in Costco over?
Maybe.
Dude, it's crazy when Costco introduces a product that causes fights because like
Mouth breathers.
no, Costco is like it's very orderly,
Oh, I
but
know
it's
how
also
Costco is.
chaotic because
I
so
know.
like one of my favorite things about Costco is that like every aisle you'll hear somebody speaking a different language.
Uh, Hot dog, $1.50.
And like it's because the aisles are just huge and everyone has their own personal space most of the time.
Well, the Australian Costco isn't like that.
We probably just live in a shitty area for Costco. Around here it's fine.
We have 2 Costcos, I think. One in the
But they'll like
southeast, one
it's
in
funny
the
when
city.
people will be lining up for the chickens.
Yeah. I like their platters of chicken wings.
Your
It's like
Costco
$35 of
probably
chicken wings.
has the same language in every aisle.
Yeah, cunt.
Fight. It's about winning. It's about fighting corruption. It's about energy, and that's what I'm here for. And so people might be frustrated, like, why is he always bringing up AOC? Why is
This
he always
is just
bringing
the
up Bernie?
tease. Go
It's
ahead.
because that's where I
we
see the
literally
fight.
get to
And
this point right away.
Managed to radical destroy it. Like, okay,
Like I would always
Seriously?
try hard to find the tease later in the episode.
Later in the episode? Yeah. That's like basic media shit.
That just shows you how front heavy this is.
Because, like,
You think he's read all those books?
absolutely not.
You like his fucking Zelensky LARP shirt?
Yes. That's very funny.
I have to say, and this is very important when we started off the podcast. I have to say, Pisco was right. Pisco was
No,
right.
I don't
was
need
wrong.
this. I listen. Hey,
Listen. I want to try explain myself.
yeah,
Like I still think, on the subject of the grooming gangs in Britain, I still think
my
that
God.
was incredibly fucked up. I still think that there
sure.
were major problems. I still think there's major problems with Islamism in Britain and massive problems with cultural assimilation, stuff like that. On that subject, I still hold to my
Cringe.
views. But where you were right was that Elon Musk was coming at it from obviously evil perspective, and I just underestimated how evil these guys were. Essentially, I was hoping against hope. I was essentially
Bro.
coping massively in the.
I'm convinced
He's the
that Elon
richest
Musk is
man in
just
the
dumb.
world. You think he got that by being a humanitarian?
Of course. Billionaires, good people.
Have you been
Definitely
it's
legitimate.
showing up in our Ukraine shirt too, bro? Have you been plugged into Ukraine and like Elon Musk around it? How he like literally like, like
Has a line
turned
to
off
Putin?
Starlink during a fucking Russian missile barrage.
Mm-hmm. He also has a direct line to Putin, no?
Yeah.
How curious.
The first
Did you
like
even
sort of
say
week or
thank
two
you?
of the administration, just hoping so badly because
Why
it's
didn't you
like,
wear a
obviously as
suit?
Australian we're very reliant
Only
on the
now.
American alliance.
With this shit that America's pulling, we've been seeing European nations talking about their rival satellite space company, internet,
Insane.
because it took this, it took
Yep.
it actually affecting Europeans, and they say, "Oh, the war matters more for Europeans."
No, it
I
doesn't.
don't believe it.
No.
I don't
They
believe
don't
it.
care. Europeans are incredibly enclosed in their little bubble of white, which is why they cry about 200,000 migrants a year. Yeah, it's nothing. Europe is comfortable, if you want to put it that way.
Well,
Why would they change that?
to be a Drew Pavlo here, this anti-immigrant stuff really came about as a result of the Arab Springs and the wars in Libya and Syria.
Mm-hmm.
But
100% it did.
now it's a lot more Africa-based.
Yeah, Northern Africa.
Well, that's where they
And
depart
Africans
from.
coming through it,
They
yeah.
normally are from. They'll cross the entire continent,
Crazy.
like south to north.
Yeah, that's wild.
But normally you go. It's because the thing is like, it's actually funny because going through Libya is probably safer now than going through Uganda, because like you go through Uganda, you're definitely going to become a slave in the Congo or something.
It's that bad?
Oh my god, bro.
Crazy. Maybe that's where we should go to do documentary first. We'll go to Africa.
Well, why do you think I always have said Uganda as a top spot?
Yeah. There's lots of U.S. military there as well, right?
Exactly. Well, kind of.
Okay. We need to... Okay, well, if that is something on our agenda for the future, we should look at getting contacts within the country. Like, local contacts.
Well, that's why I've sent you stuff with Kenyans saying, hey.
But that'll be... well, actually, Kenyans is probably a good idea as well.
Well,
I think I still
Kenya
have that
Kenya has the
Kenyan
press
journalism
agency
thing.
infrastructure.
Yes. Well, that's probably where we should start, because that will probably likely be
Yeah,
able
that's
to
why
get
I send you
contacts
Kenyans
there.
and say, hey, write this person down.
Yeah. I'll keep... I will make a new note on my phone so I can keep track of it.
I was coping so hard. I was hoping that, against all hope, that it wouldn't be as bad as it has been. But obviously, they've actually surpassed even my worst expectations in terms of evil. And for me, the breaking point was absolutely the Zelensky moment in the White House.
Oh, yeah.
And I think actually that was a breaking point for a lot of people. Actually, I think all across the world.
Hey, what about Netanyahu and all that meetings? What about when he came to America, launched an illegal strike on a foreign country, killed 200 civilians in that country, and then walked away with $10 billion? Is that cool? Is that a cool thing? Should support this? They're Ukraine in this situation, right?
I think that you know how like there were all
He
these
put
headlines
me
about
in
pro-Trump vibe
charge
shift
of
and
the Middle
everything.
East.
The Democrats were quite in disarray. The opposition to him wasn't crystallized in that first couple
Right,
of
yeah.
weeks. But I think really after that,
Who did?
I think after that Zelensky moment, it really did. I think the whole thing was very clear to people at that point,
was a
and
good
certainly for me. And essentially, since then as well, they've just like surpassed themselves in terms of evil. What they're doing now with the
you
deportations of just innocent people as well to the Gulag in El Salvador, just evil as hell. Just evil as hell.
Hey,
And like,
yeah.
I actually sort of agree with Noah Smith
Hey,
that
Drew.
the Democrats should triangulate.
I know you care about camps in Xinjiang, and clearly the El Salvador camp. What about Gaza?
A bit on immigration, like where Trump is really unpopular.
Yeah, consistency would be great. That's literally all I want. All I want is consistency and principled people. These don't exist.
Is when it comes to the economy and when it comes to tariffs and foreign policy, people still, I guess, overall want a stronger border, etc. I agree with a stronger border, but actually sending people to gulags, innocent people, is just evil as. And what we saw today as well with Bukele, and like he just admires dictators, and Bukele and them just mocking the Supreme Court, even though it was a 9-0 decision to return that innocent guy who was never a gang member. So Pisco, you were absolutely correct.
I appreciate that.
These people like are genuinely evil as, and yeah, I seriously think Trump is a fascist, and I made a video about how there's also a lot of like weird, funny similarities with Maoism and like the Khmer Rouge, like the kind of
What about Trump's buddy? Is he evil, or is he paying your bills?
the cult of sacrifice aspect to it. After the tariffs, when they had all these guys going, "Oh, you should embrace poverty for the fucking leader and everything." Like it's getting really scary.
What'd you think of that?
Yeah. Oh, it's just mental, right? Like I can't believe all these guys who 3-4 months ago they were going like Biden has delivered the highest grocery prices in history, all this stuff. And then suddenly they're like literally embrace poverty for the dear leader.
It's so funny
like,
that
that's
he
what they're doing
also
now.
identified it as Maoism.
Yeah. MAGA
It's
communism.
commie as fuck.
It's a full Mao's death cult, and it's just scary. It's literally so scary now.
I appreciate you saying that. I think that there's some similarities in our views with respect to Ukraine, and maybe some, with respect to us wanting like more liberal institutions.
Did the London surgeon
I need
guy
to say,
message
hang on,
you?
I need to say something. I haven't looked. I need to say something real quick. Okay? It looks like Uganda has solved this issue largely, and they aren't a main hub anymore. Okay?
Interesting.
So I got this.
Well,
let's see
there's
what
the
this
story.
is.
How did Uganda fix it?
Authoritarian regime.
Mm.
Okay, 99% of victims detected in West Africa were trafficked within their own country. That makes sense. That's West Africa.
Mm.
So Southern Africa that's where I was saying is when you come from the south. Yeah, see, I wasn't exactly wrong, but maybe Uganda is better than Libya.
Damn, look at those fucking East African slave trade. Jesus Christ.
Well, this is just victims detected within there. They were trafficked
that's what I mean.
internally.
You would think that the Horn would be more protective. Like, you would think that they would be a bit more nationalist about it.
Well, they would be using their own people as slaves, right?
Oh, they're slaves in their own country.
Yes, that's what it was saying.
Okay.
So this is showing where see the colors?
Interesting. So West Africa barely donates their human slaves, but East,
Yeah, so it doesn't.
The
That's
Horn
what
drops
it
their
used
stuff
to be
south
big
a lot.
where it would traffic these two. I mean, the fact that it's only this now, but these two would be trafficked through Uganda before. because they
Okay,
were
so
trying
it's
to get
just
around the
changed country,
Congo
the trafficking.
rainforest, basically. So the only way through was in this region. Was in this region.
Yeah.
Guess not anymore.
Maybe they go through Rwanda.
Well, they don't now. That's the thing. Like, the issue is West Africa, where there's the extreme poverty and shit, you know? Okay, let's see here.
It's a fucking massive continent. Yeah, you would have to go around the...
These conflicts have displaced 25 million people who are particularly vulnerable to trafficking.
So what, they go through South Sudan to Uganda? Around the Congo?
Okay. There's red is oh, damn. West Africa is big on the sexual exploitation too.
Oh, fuck's sake.
But see, the North Africa, it's other exploitation, not forced labor or sexual. What do you think that means?
I don't know.
The slave job market's better there. East Africa is the only place where men are more enslaved than women. But it's common with women because of they fucking are like, you know, textile stuff.
Yes. I did.
Interesting. North Africa big on the young boys, huh? Young boys and women, huh? Weird North Africa stuff. Interesting. Look at spikes. Once they get to 18, then the females are more popular than the men, but before puberty, the men are more popular.
I guess. Not pedos win?
Well,
I'm fucking no.
is that what you're getting from it? Because I'm getting little boys here, women here. So the people who are like, the people who are weirdos are definitely getting the little boys, is what I'm getting from this. You know what I'm saying? These are people who like, listen, my sex slave has got to be of age. You know what I'm saying?
My slave must be 18.
No, it's because of like mothers and stuff though. That's why it's fucking ratioed that way.
Yeah, okay. It's very interesting though.
Because, you know, there's no when there's less contraception, right? Then you have a child, it makes you immediately a bigger target for exploitation. And what do those women who are above 18 have? Young children.
Yeah.
Who are the most useful of those young children? The young boys are more useful than the young women, I guess.
It's true. I mean, in their eyes, I guess.
Probably because they fucking kill the little girls or something. Who knows?
Yeah. Where was the female genital mutilation big? Sudan.
Oh,
right?
I mean, it's all through Africa, but really the Horn region.
Oh, okay.
But they, you know, like, I think it was Niger. They were just trying to revoke it to make it back in the law where it was legal.
I did hear that, yes.
We reported on it. It was a very small, minor movement, but like,
Yeah.
bizarre because they made like women lead it and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Very strange.
And domestic policies being a particular way. So I appreciate you saying that. I think that, like, in general, I get more upset when people who I see kind of on the left or in the center take a kind of sympathetic view to Trump and to Elon. So that maybe explains some of the aggression on that.
Dude, I get that now because, like, I get that because what I was going to say is, like, you know, I've tended to, like, really like Bill Maher and everything, and I saw his thing the other day where he was like, you know, I went and met with Trump and it was really nice to me and everything, and I was looking at him and I was like, come on, man, it's like at this point it's full-blown evil, right? So I understand your thing. I think I had basically deceived myself. I think I was just basically coping so hard because I've always been like the most pro-American guy ever. I really love the American alliance with Australia and everything. And just having to cope with it's all dead. It's all dead. It's all gone. Like, it's a hard thing
well,
for me.
Drew, it's really hard for me too. It's really hard for me too because I was a big AUKUS defender for the longest time.
Me too.
Yeah, and I actually think it's.
Dude,
go ahead.
I was the biggest AUKUS defender, and it's dead now. Like, the whole
What?
thing's dead. And I think the first 2-3 weeks, I was just trying to cope, like, oh, maybe he won't be as bad on Ukraine, and I was trying to see silver line, and it's just dead. It's just dead. So that's the saddest part.
So
What?
thank you for saying that. I appreciate that, and I'm pretty sure that we can still do discourse. I go hard in the paint, and I can go be really aggro and stuff, but I don't take it personally. And it sounds like you don't hold a grudge either.
I'm the
All right,
same.
let's hear
Yeah.
justification.
Dude, I'm the same. And
Okay.
look, yeah, I don't really hold a grudge. So I'm actually
Yeah.
glad that we can talk now. We probably actually see eye to
I
eye.
may
Like,
have
almost
a
Okay,
crazy,
let's
I may
hear
have a
your
crazy
justification.
conspiracy lead before you get
Go
into
on.
AUKUS. Okay. Remember how I always say the best way to counter criminal markets is to legitimize them?
Mhm.
Okay. The trafficking routes that used to be going through Uganda for humans
Okay.
are now wildlife trafficking.
That's not a better option.
I'm just kind of shooting in the dark here. It's
Okay.
just one of those things where I've limited data that hey, you know, these things might be correlation and causation.
That's an interesting idea. Not necessarily out of the picture either. Because if they're coming up through the south, South Africa's huge on poaching.
Well, it's also it all comes from the Congo still too. So Congo is just keeping them internally now instead of exporting. Now that there's all those coltan mines and shit.
Yeah.
Also,
China needs
stop
that
saying
EV
cobalt. I
batteries.
don't think the Congo even has cobalt. Okay, it's coltan.
Yeah,
Quick fact check.
and it can only be mined with child hand. Chined with mild hand.
Dude, coltan is so
Well, it's on some stuff.
It's crazy.
It's fucked.
It's
Right.
like literally a heavy metal powder that aerosols into the air. Technically, it's not, I think it's aerosol even if it's what's dry aerosol? Dust.
Because my first question for you is going to be like, what's your plan to vote for Anthony Albanese? Are you going to pre-vote? Are you going to go? Yeah, that's right. That's right, motherfucker. Yes.
Anyway, did you hear what he said
Why
about AUKUS?
not?
Look,
That's all they're saying?
Where he said AUKUS is dead?
Yeah. Like, I want to hear your justification for this fucking take.
I know,
Like,
right?
what are you talking about? How's it
Okay,
dead?
hang on. Okay, there is a shitload of cobalt, and it actually produces a lot of cobalt.
I thought it did.
Not
Coltan is
That's
just the
why
one
I
that
said-
China owns.
That's why I said I had to check.
Which is what I've been railing against, is like with all these Chinese agents losing their fucking minds.
Yeah, so 50% of global cobalt reserves and is the world leading producer of cobalt. It has a significant portion of the world's coltan.
Because I've been saying, basically,
They have
that
a
when
lot
the
more
EU dropped the
copper.
tariffs on the EVs, right? I'm like, oh, that's a stupid fucking move. One, because you produce European EVs that are far fucking better than Chinese ones, on top of the fact that they're slavery products. So, what Europe has done is given China zero tariffs on a slavery product to own Trump. You're all fucking idiots.
I don't
Here's-
know.
here's
Maybe
an
it's
idea.
Because they
Tariffs
don't
on
want
America
the
and
Chinese
China.
market to die because then their goods will be more expensive.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They're willing to support slavery to keep cheap shit.
Oh man, we'll get into it later, but Hila was talking the other day about how they don't know how they're gonna fucking be able to continue their clothing business because they manufacture everything in China, and I was
Who
like,
did?
your genocide label is being taxed.
Who is this?
And she's like, we've tried other fucking,
Who is this?
Teddy Fresh.
Oh,
They're like, we've tried other markets, nobody comes close. Like,
okay. Coat.
Yeah. They're like, nobody meets the quality standards except these factories in China.
Go to Pakistan.
And they already, it's like, that thing is, but it's affecting everyone. So anyone who has a small business is literally fucked in this country. Like,
That's the whole point.
you know how I talk about injection molding?
Mm-hmm.
You think there's fucking good injection molding in this country?
Probably not.
I mean, there is, but the clientele is limited, you know?
Mm-hmm.
They can only take on so many clients. The other thing was, so like, in body piercing, there might be more now that are like kind of sub companies. But when I was like heavy and like doing work in the industry and doing the films and stuff, there was literally 3 companies. Okay? There was like more elite companies, but your standard ends, steel barbells. 3 companies were considered good enough to buy those standard ends. Largely.
Really?
Mm-hmm. All manufactured in America too.
Interesting.
Because, so like we had to make the machines to the standard because the body piercing jewelry standard in America is extremely high, and actually because of a lot of loose legislation, it's able to be done very effectively compared to like other places. But obviously, the low end of that suffers greater with no regulation, and most people are getting the shitty stuff. At like Myrtle Beach, well, they'll like literally they'll get an industrial at Myrtle Beach, and they'll fucking pin their ear together because it fucking swells up on the bar and starts fucking curling in, and we'll get the big growths on each end of the piercing.
Gross.
Like, why would you do that to yourself? And then go in that fucking ocean with a fresh piercing after that. You know?
Wouldn't salt water be good?
It's
I
not
guess
the
it's
salt
steel.
water. It's the fucking contaminants in the ocean. The ocean is fucking filthy.
Yeah, okay.
Like, chlorine might be better. You know? But, like, so... The whole thing is not only that it has to be, like, surgically implant grade... Also, the main competitor to these American companies is Chinese, too.
Interesting.
That's just a quick machine produced. It's not even, like, polished well.
Interesting.
Walk away right when I'm about to show you the picture. Every time. Now I just have to sit here and do nothing.
I'm coming back. Relax. Come.
Okay, so...
I'm assuming you want the internal threads.
Yeah, so these threads right here, you put these under a microscope. What do you think they look like?
Incredibly precise.
No, they look like a fucking circular saw that's about to go through your fucking fresh wound.
Oh, you
Right?
mean the external one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, you would put
So like
serrated
it's-
edges through an open wound.
yeah,
yes.
exactly. It's like on like so you put this in and immediately it's just fucking like full of bioplasma and shit, right?
Yes.
Now, not only that, if the ball screws on here, the jewelry ends up not also locking either. So it
Because it's
doesn't
got
lock together,
junk
so
in
it's
it, yeah.
looser, and then also contaminants get in that way as well. So that's just the threading on it, but I can guarantee you anything that has external threads is not implant grade and should not go in your body, period. It's just an easy way to tell. There is some internally threaded low-end stuff that they have tried to push out to try and compete with the American market that just they can't sell here in the high end, you know? It's if they do, they make
Because
a
people
living
know.
basically because it's like you're paying for a $25 piercing, but the overhead is like a 5-cent barbell.
Yeah.
You know, when these are so like also so like you see how the ball and the internally threaded actually indents.
Yes, I did notice that.
So the
yep.
jewelry actually locks together. So
that's
there's
great.
no fucking plasma and shit getting in it. And that's just like the threading difference alone. And
Yeah.
when it comes to the machining and the grade of the jewelry, it just no country comes close. The American companies are the best.
It's very interesting that American would be the leader here.
I mean, we invented this culture. It came from our, so like I could tell you all about that. There's actually a book that is like about the start of it. So it came out of the gay community, the BDSM gay community, right?
Okay.
And like so like the icon who started modern piercing is this guy called Jim Ward. He's like a classic leather daddy gay
Yeah.
guy, right? And like in his book, when he's talking about his studio in California, he's talking about how even back then in the 70s, his competitor had inferior jewelry, and he was like making sure, because it's going in guys' dicks and stuff, you know.
Yes,
So he was
yes.
talking about how the grade of the gold that he was using, it was just far superior than like other, and like how difficult it was to source quality materials at the time, you know.
Okay.
And
And it's
now
just they don't
everything's
refine them
fucking
to the fine enough.
sterilized in house, like.
So they're just not machined to the level that
Yeah,
they
it also
needed.
depends on who you're buying from, you know, and
Okay.
like the quality of the gold as well. Because like the less nickel in the gold, the better it is for you, for value and for your body. Because bodies
Yeah.
don't like nickel. The worst though is like the acrylic shit. So, the acrylic has micro cracks in it over time,
Ah.
and so when bioplasma gets into the acrylic micro cracks, you'll never guess what element it makes.
I'm assuming something toxic.
Oh yeah, toxic to all forms of life.
Awesome. Is it sarin?
Chlorine.
Oh, good. Direct injection of chlorine.
Isn't that
Awesome.
great?
That's fucking great. Oh man.
And that's like, you know, that's what most people are using, is that type of shit.
The acrylics look cool though. Are there any actual grade acrylics?
So, there is, you can do some. I actually have jewelry that, so like, the company went out of business, but they made a Stretch Logic kit where you could take your ears from like a regular piercing to a half inch, and that's how I actually stretched my ears. Is like I did it like
Okay.
as a product review, but they went out of business before we produced anything with them.
Okay.
But they were all injection molding, and they made sure like the material they were using, because it's also disposable jewelry. Like you throw the end out. They're little plastic, almost like Legos that link together,
Okay.
and you wear it for a certain amount of time, and it's able to safely like bring your ears up to a size that's like large enough to have like weights in it and stuff.
Because
So-
I always thought that the stretchers were plastic.
Yeah, those are normally the acrylics that are like really bad for you. The only exception on the really cheap end is so silicone is really bad to stretch with. Like if you just Google search, I won't show this on stream, but if you want to Google search on your own, ear stretching with silicone on Google Images, you do not, because it's a soft material. So people will upsize thinking they can smash a silicone tunnel in and think that it will just expand their ear. It doesn't work like that. But there's the brand Chaos Software. There might be other ones now, but Chaos Software made good silicone, but you had to wear silicone in your already stretched current sized ears. You could not be stretching up and put in silicone at any time.
So
you
it's
had to,
more
like,
of a placeholder for an already set
yeah, but
gauge.
like, so what's cool is like if you throw the silicone tunnel in, you can stack way more weight on your lobe. So, and also like, you can just put the tunnel in, and it's almost like you're not wearing jewelry, and it keeps everything open still.
Okay.
So there's a lot of reasons to use a silicone tunnel, and they're really cheap. But like as far as like the acrylic ends
I
go,
really like these ones.
yeah, those are literally the worst thing you can do to your ears.
I bet they are, but they look good.
That's not jewelry. That's literally a tool. You know,
Yeah,
it's like
true.
fucking putting pencils in your ear. So,
If I stretched my ears, it would be purely just to put a pencil in there.
so like when it comes to like the more plasticky looking stuff, Anatometal has like really good opal lines,
Okay.
So they have. So you actually can't autoclave opals. Opals will shatter in the temperature that it takes to sterilize things. So this American company, Nanometal, has really pioneered the synthetic opal, and
Interesting.
they
I was
have
about
them
to
in
ask
like.
where they got it from.
Yeah, no, they say, like that's the thing is it's like all these companies like make their. You can literally custom order jewelry from all these companies
That's cool.
at like any shop that carries them. You can literally design it and go through the shop and make an order and everything. Let's see, they got like everything, like so. These are all basically. It's literally like they're literally fake opals, but because they've like mastered the synthetics in them, they can just do like any color, any cut, and any fucking closure on any type of opal.
That is very
These are
cool.
fucking huge. These sell gangbusters, bro. All these fucking opal ends, people fucking love that shit. All these things. Not all these are in Nanometal, but you know, see this one clearly is.
Small.
Like I literally had jewelry that hasn't been made before. Like I designed like my own like closure ring, and they just because it had to, you just had to make sure it all fit on one bead that would go in there, and boom. And they did it up. It was fucking cool of them.
Still got it?
No, I fucking basically lost everything that I have.
Yeah.
If I still had it, I would have it in. I'll eventually go
Yeah,
get all
fair.
my shit redone when I have more disposable income.
Yes. Yeah.
But then the other thing that is glass. So like I'm really big on the glass stuff. So glass is like super cheap
Yeah.
and like really good for large like you need a large gauge jewelry, right? So it can't be, you can't use it for like barbells, then you're having glass snapping people.
Yes. Yeah.
The fucking the higher end like glass stuff is like fucking really nice shit, dude. And it does have some of the similar, it looks like the acrylic stuff, but it's actually nice.
I just realized what he meant by this. I think he's talking about the actual debates in French Canada.
Yeah, I don't care about them.
Yeah. It was like the Albanese-Dutton debate. I literally couldn't give less of a fuck.
Yeah.
Like, I don't care what these people have to say. I know their platforms. Their platforms are copy-paste. Guerrero grass.
It's all glass shit. These guys are actually in Mexico, though.
Oh.
They're one of the big Mexico companies. There's a few Mexico companies that were kind of coming up when I was still like fucking around with shit.
I'm certainly not voting for liberals.
I mean, honestly, there's no reason why we couldn't restart that documentary series and relaunch
about
it and do
piercings and
more.
stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, I still
Especially
have
now that
I
we
still
have
have
our
all my
own thing.
archives and everything.
No. I know that they're still there. Like they're still producing.
No. I mean
views.
like the raw archives. I have like hours.
Ah.
I have
cool.
like dozens of hours of content on my hard drive.
Okay.
There's a lot
Well,
actually.
That's interesting.
So like it's one of those things where I can hang on to it and go back to these places and like
How far have you
growth over
progressed?
time type stuff.
That'd be cool. Small, local, high quality businesses.
Mm-hmm.
It's good. It's a good idea.
You know,
I'm certainly
and then
not
there's
voting
also,
for anyone
like, people
right-wing.
like Dustin,
I'm
where like I could literally go there and like crash and just like reality show film in his face. I have him doing a VCH actually.
Alright, what's that?
Vertical clitoral hood.
Ah.
It's a clit piercing,
Really?
but you don't actually pierce the clitoris; you pierce the hood.
Yeah. Interesting. Aren't there like a fuckload of nerve endings? Wouldn't that hurt?
Yeah, but Dustin's fucking a crazy good piercer. You don't understand how good. Like that guy doesn't need tools or anything. He's
Really?
fucking nuts.
He
He
just
is
goes straight
nuts.
with a needle,
He-
fucking bang.
He's fucking off the chain, bro.
Interesting.
He'll pierce. I think he pierces into a Q-tip, and he grabs the needle
What the
with
fuck?
like 2 Q-tip ends.
That's insane.
Yeah, I'll see if I have it real quick. Definitely can't show the video on stream though.
No.
But like I shot like stuff like nipples and stuff like that because
Okay.
back then DVDs were still relevant.
Uh-huh.
So then it's
So
like
could
you have to have something to
release
sell
that
those
stuff.
DVDs.
Yeah. And these girls were fine with having that filmed?
Yeah, we provided like the model. Like I knew the person
Ah, okay.
in a lot of them, but not all the time.
Interesting.
Sometimes it was just like there's a lot of nipples would be they wouldn't care and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But,
yeah. It's very interesting. But this is why
like
I
normally
wanna
what
do
we would do
documentary
is we would
stuff.
come
Go on.
when
Come.
the shop was dead, and like the benefit is like whoever was traveling with me basically got to have a bunch of free piercings with really good high-end jewelry, like because the artist wants to show good jewelry in the video, so they would put like really high-end gold pieces, and these people would pay nothing. And I would discuss this beforehand, you know, and be like just plan for this, because like, so I would tell them like if you want to like do like a chill interview and stuff, like you can use one of us to model with, right? But it's like, but we can't, we're poor, we can't, like, we're traveling around, we can't pay for the jewelry and stuff like that. So if you want piercings filmed, you're gonna have to also book clients, so it's up to you. And a lot of them would say, oh, I'm always busy. Like, for example, like one guy who is in Boston, right? He does not need us to fucking step in there. There's gonna be people who are coming in to get pierced, ready to go and ready to be filmed, and won't care.
Okay.
So it depends on the area as well,
Yeah.
and the
okay.
time of day when we're there. But yeah,
Okay.
like tons of fucking some of the best piercings by the best people in the world for free, just because you got to come with me on a car trip.
Crazy.
Well, I got nothing. That's what I would joke, is like I was the least modified person in the industry.
Going to think about maybe
I
getting
mean,
my
you got to put hooks in your fucking knees.
Yeah.
Fucking crazy person. See, that kind of stuff is something that
I also have been solar branded. You know, very few
incredibly
people have had
interested
that
in seeing
done.
in person. Is like what do they call it? What's the actual like
Flesh
part of it
suspension?
called? Flesh suspension. Okay. It's so fascinating. Like, what's the point? Just
Looks cool on video for me.
fair enough.
I knew I could take it.
That's fair. I don't that hook.
Yeah, no, it's not. It sucked.
vote to a minor
But,
party,
like, I'd do
probably
it again.
preferencing, like Labour.
Yeah,
Yeah.
through the knees or somewhere else.
The knees was pretty fucking sick once I actually got up there. The
Like,
issue is
what's-
fucking getting pulled up, but the
So
upside
what's
down
the actual
shit
feeling.
is pretty fucking cool. Like, it hurts the entire fucking time, but
Mm-hmm.
like my hair was like long enough where I was just barely off the floor, so my hair was like brushing against the floor and shit.
Yeah.
So
Okay, that's interesting. But like, what's the actual feeling of it? Like, what's
a lot
what's
of pain. It really hurts a lot.
Okay.
Feels
Is
like
that-
there's fucking
is it
hooks
just-
in your knees and you're
Is
hanging
it just a
from them.
masochism thing?
I mean, it's
I'm so
fucking.
curious.
You
Like,
get,
these
you
are
know,
the
you get to
questions that
tell
I would
people,
ask.
look how hardcore I am. I fucking hung from my fucking knees, bitch. But like, there's like people who like do it professionally and like our stunt teams. So like, Dave Navarro from Jane's Addiction,
Yep.
super into suspension. So he actually, like, when they go on tour, they have suspension performers that are like fucking swinging during the show.
What the fuck? That's crazy. Like, these are the kind of questions that I would ask. Like, you would
They
ask
actually, I
industry
think he got on
questions?
fucking Leno or
Crazy.
Conan O'Brien, and they had the fucking suspension. They didn't really zoom in on it, but you could see
Mm.
it in certain shots that it was like part of the show.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because I imagine you ask a lot of industry questions. I'd just be asking why.
Yeah, no, so like my whole thing was it was more of an educational thing about like what's the difference between like don't listen. It was the thing is like it was the big thing at the time was like bad advice on the internet about piercings and kids piercing themselves. That was huge. It's gone way
apples?
down.
Was it
Because
movies
now it's
and
like
shit?
all their clientele is fucking college kids and old ladies getting
Yeah.
nose rings and stuff. Old ladies a big nose ring clientele.
Heating up a needle
Yeah, that doesn't do
straight through
anything.
the ear.
Doesn't do anything.
No, it just makes it hot.
But over. It's hard because there's a lot of incompetence in Australian politics. There's a lot of incompetence in Australian politics. Like, for
It's true.
example, we have at the moment, like there were statistics in January that housing demand was double supply. We've had like a really record migration wave, and both Peter Dutton and Albanese have come out on the hustings this week, and they both said that their plan is to try and increase house prices further. And we literally have at this point in time,
Cool.
the Australian housing market relative to GDP is actually much higher to the much higher than where the Japanese housing market was relative to their GDP when they had the massive Japanese housing bubble in the 80s that led to like the massive meltdown of the Japanese economy. So unfortunately, I think there's a lot of incompetence in Australian politics. I really don't feel represented by either side, unfortunately. That said, though, I would never vote for Peter Dutton ever.
Hell yeah!
So
So you
don't
won't vote for Peter
vote.
Dutton, but who's left, man? I mean, come on. You should.
Look.
Are you in Queensland?
No,
Where
no,
are you?
I will.
Are you in New South Wales?
Yeah, I'm in Queensland.
Oh, yeah.
I'm in Queensland, and I'll probably vote for my local Labor candidate. That said, I'm not going to necessarily be
Cringe.
that happy about it because I'm very upset with like how the Labor Party has been governing the past 3
Oh,
years.
you
I just
got
think they've
my
been pretty
vote,
weak,
but
and I
I
think,
will have you know that I'm not happy about it. Yeah, I'm sure they'll care.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll care.
I just think that they're, you know, like.
Why?
And they hate me, a
wanna-
lot of these guys in the Labor Party.
Yeah.
as
Why
well,
do
which
they
sucks,
hate
'cause,
you?
like,
Can you explain? Can you explain that?
Well, look, it's a long-term thing, but essentially, you know, I started out in Australian politics and as an activist, really hard against the Chinese Communist Party, because I held like a pro-Hong Kong rally at my university, and there were like 200, 300 pro-Chinese nationalists who came out and tried to surround us and bash us up and everything. So like, you know, I immediately was like, you know, seen as somebody who was like a China basher because I was like such a strong protest against the Chinese government, and like a lot of people on the left just immediately typecast you as right wing if that's the case. And like, look, I'm not, my attitude to China is so much.
And now, you support Israel.
That video is going to be age gated, and don't open it on stream.
Much different to sort of the MAGA attitude on China because like
Yeah, that's interesting
I
because
distinguish between
can I
the
just pause
Chinese
real
Communist
can I just pause real quick? So it's interesting to find where you're at because vis-a-vis tariffs, one of the arguments is that Trump is taking the ultimate China skeptical approach. Now I'm a little skeptical of that, but so what's your thoughts on that? Because I think you're anti-tariff. Go ahead.
Yeah. So that's the thing, right? And I actually wrote something on Substack about this.
Who the fuck's phone was ringing?
Mr. Professionalism.
And it's a
Amazing.
very hard thing for me, right?
I wouldn't
it's
start, Mr.
it's
I'm
almost
on my
like
phone all day.
At least my phone doesn't ring.
I feel like I was the dog chasing cars for years, and suddenly you get the car and you don't know what to do with it. So for so many years, I advocated an approach that was basically boycott, divestment, sanctions on China because of the atrocities that were taking place against the Uyghurs, the Tibetans, the Hong Kongers. But obviously, that's an approach that's going towards, you know, that's an approach rooted in, you know, human rights and morality, etc. Whereas Trump doesn't give a about any of that. He doesn't care about the Tibetans. He doesn't care about the Hong Kongers or the Uyghurs. There's literally, you know, and at the exact same time as well, 1 month ago, he was talking about selling out Taiwan 1 month ago. He was talking about a grand deal with China. He was talking about cutting U.S. military defense spending in half, etc. And so, look, I never trust Trump's motivations. And also just the way he's done it is also stupid because, like, my approach would have been tariffs on strategic sectors. Like, so for example, like tariffs and sanctions on really strategic sectors. So for example, like semiconductor manufacturing, the chips. What Biden did with chips when it came to China, I think is the right approach.
Yeah, well, that's called smart politics. Trump is an idiot. If he put sanctions on semiconductors, EVs, and cotton or textiles, nobody would have a problem. But also cheap manufacturing, tariff the fuck out of it. Like, absolutely destroy it. Like, the Temu stuff, the Shein stuff, the consumerist, like, hyper-consumption bullshit, end it. End it overnight. Other than that, leave him alone.
What Trump has done is he's just literally put a tariff on every single product, and then he's now had to backflip because he's now having to exempt, phones and all these high-end manufactured goods, etc. So he's exempting all electronics now, and then it just becomes a joke, right? Because
although Trump did ban Nvidia from selling H20 chips to China, it's not going to stop them, but he banned them.
What he's doing then is he's exempting all the electronics from the tariffs, and so all that they're going to try and bring back from China, I guess, is like really low-end manufacturing, which doesn't even make sense from an American rebuilding manufacturing perspective. So, see, my approach to China and trade and strategy is very much similar to the Biden administration's approach, the chip acts, all that sort of stuff.
Also,
definitely nothing to do with
Jack,
like
you want to know
what Trump
something?
is
You want to
doing.
know something great?
I think
you want to know something funny? You want to know something hilarious? Like homelessness, you know how that's like not a real problem
Yeah.
because we have more vacant homes than homeless
Yes.
people. I think my shirt's on inside out.
Oh well.
Anyway, there's more manufacturing jobs than people to fill them in this country already. Isn't that great?
Oh, great.
So nobody wants manufacturing jobs. But I guess when all their small businesses collapse, it's like the roads. Like, sure, capitalism benefited from exporting all that shit overseas, but the American people chose.
Yeah.
They chose to open small businesses and shit over fucking warehouse work. Like, it was a hand-in-hand approach that exported manufacturing out of this country because people didn't want to manufacturing things here because we want to be artists and shit because we're like fruity.
It's actually just really stupid. The way he's done it is a disaster because it doesn't even make sense in terms of confronting the Chinese Communist Party. It doesn't even make sense because he's also tariffed every single American ally in our region. Yeah,
including
so
Australia,
it's just a disaster, like,
which is weird.
Yeah, including Australia, which is crazy, and like, also like,
I fucking hate that nobody is talking about the fact that people are moving to China, like not moving physically moving, but like sympathies moving to China, and
I'm just gonna refresh
it's
real quick,
all
but I'm still.
just to what? Own Trump? We're empowering China and their slavery supply chains and their manipulation of our entire world to benefit themselves. We're choosing them instead of America, instead of rejecting both. You're all fucking pathetic.
I remember reading a quote from a general, and
Like, at this point, it should be up and down. We should not be looking left and right. We should be looking up and down. If supporting China is what you think is the good thing, I hope you're ready for worse conditions than America. No. I'm just talking in general, like in generalities.
I don't think
right?
that's what's behind. I don't think that's what he's
No.
saying.
It's a complete side tangent.
Oh.
Because I'm talking about how increasing trade with China, which is what he's talking about, strategic tariffs, right? Restricting trade with China the way that Trump has done it is pushing the world towards China, which is going to solidify their slavery supply chains, and it's only going to get worse. And people are just like, fuck it, zero tariff, 0%. Ship all that Chinese junk for free. And then drop it in world markets for free, where that shit ends up in the ocean or landfills. But hey, Trump is bad. Ugh, scary Trump. Let's go to China. Instead of rejecting imperialism. You know, Europe doesn't actually need an imperial force to rule over it. Crazy, right? Who fucking knew? Take a stand. Actually stand by your fucking liberal principles and oppose slavery. You actual weasels.
Essentially, they were saying, like, to push Vietnam into the camp of China. I mean, I guess a lot of people don't realize this because obviously there was the Vietnam War, which is a massive event in American history, etc. But in recent decades, Vietnam has become a lot closer with America, and they were effectively a de facto kind of US. They were almost like a de facto US ally when it came to confronting the Chinese Communist Party, because the Vietnamese communists are nationalists, and Vietnam has like 2,000 years of like nationalist conflict with China. So, I've read a quote by General who essentially said, like, to push Vietnam into the camp of China by doing things like that. It's essentially the same as China taking out an aircraft carrier group, like an aircraft carrier strike group. It's a disaster. In terms of strategy, it is like literally, it's like China sunk an American aircraft carrier strike group. And so just in terms of everything is done, it's a disaster. I still believe, like, you know, in being really strong and strategic when it comes to confronting the Chinese Communist Party.
It's so funny that Trump thinks he's going to reduce the military spending while being an imperialist. It's very funny.
Like, here's one thing, right, Pisco? Like, a lot of people, I've seen people go like, oh, you know, Trump's so insane. Now we look to China for, you know, for a commitment to upholding free trade around the world. Well, China put like $100 billion in sanctions on Australian trade goods like 3 years ago because the previous Australian government called for an independent investigation into COVID. So the Chinese government is really happy to to weaponize trade. They've weaponized trade against Lithuania. They removed their most favored trading nation status, I think, in Europe because the Lithuanian government was saying stuff that was pro-Taiwan. They put $100 billion in sanctions on Australia, essentially, put massive economic sanctions on Australia. So look, these guys, I still don't think they should ever be trusted, the Chinese Communist Party and Xi Jinping, but the insane chaos of what Trump's doing, there's no strategy. He's damaged the entire American alliance system. He's fucking over Europe, and really the only way that America could actually
I really want to. So like, Trump doesn't make sense, but I really like. I really want to know, like, I know that the plan is that there isn't a plan. I know that, but like, I just kind of like, it's an enigma because you already know the answer is that there is no plan, but you just try so hard to understand why.
Yeah, and that's the problem. People are trying to understand why when there is no why. He's just an idiot. Like, you need to reduce your standards for how politics has worked for the last 50 years. Now you understand Trump.
I want is if they have Europe on their side, and at the same time they're just destroying the alliance with Europe. So it just doesn't work out. It doesn't work out.
Totally agree on that. Can I ask you a little bit more, because I'm curious about your take on some of this Australia stuff, and we can move off of that. But so Peter Dutton, you say never Peter.
What?
Post a Discord and Instagram.
I posted a Discord. I swear nobody comes from the Instagram.
Sometimes.
I'll say if you came from the Instagram, let us know.
You have some problems as you laid out with the Labour Party of Australia, but talk a little bit more about why you're disenchanted with Peter Dutton.
Oh, I mean, like, there's so many reasons to be disenchanted with Peter Dutton. One thing in particular, he has made a show and dance of look, my reasons for being disenchanted with Dutton will not necessarily be dovetailed correctly. It won't necessarily dovetail neatly with a progressive reason for being disenchanted with Dutton. But I'm frustrated because essentially what happened at the last Australian election is that there were about 4 or 5 seats which had very large population of Chinese Australians, and those 4 or 5 seats flipped really hard against the Liberal Party at the last election because the Liberal Party was perceived to be anti-China. And the Chinese government ran a WeChat campaign in these seats as well.
Jack.
You know, like legitimately like a, you know,
Jack,
disinformation propaganda campaign. And this is like,
I have the ultimate meme. Okay, hang on. I gotta flip it to this side so I can get it.
Oh my god. I'm even more excited about this content comp now that I know that iDubbbz included these fucking mouth breathers.
Well, look at the screen right now.
Oh
This
my
is the
God.
meme. You're looking at a different picture.
That's fucking great.
I know. I can't wait for. I hope I'm waiting for that little bleep noise to show that she's here. If I go to her channel and she's watching Content Cop, I'm gonna scream so loud.
She's not live.
What?
I don't think so. Unless you haven't subscribed to her on the 5th gen. Yeah, she's not live.
Oh no.
I'm not even being conspiratorial. Like the Australian public broadcaster ABC News has reported on the fact that there are really widespread disinformation and propaganda campaigns on WeChat. So essentially, the Chinese government they put $100 billion in sanctions on Australian goods. At the same time, they put a lot of pressure on the Australian government diplomatically, politically, and essentially, it seems like they ran like a WeChat campaign where they put a lot of pressure, and they were basically the message was Australia's relationship with China will never improve until you get rid of the Liberal government. And both the Australian Labor Party and the Australian Liberal Party took the lesson from that election, the fact that 4 or 5 seats swung based on that reason. And in the end, the Australian Labor Party has a 1-seat majority. And so the Australian Labor Party and the Liberal Party took the lesson that if any party that goes really hard on China is or is perceived to be...
Like I said, this is definitely going to be front heavy with the bad takes, but no, it's a liberal, blah. I don't fucking care, bro. About why you're coping and why you're voting for the fucking
against governments when they
doesn't care that you're protest voting for them. Like, come on, bro. Imagine being like, I'm not happy about my vote. Like, you're actually protesting.
But I'm gonna vote for the same
voting.
guys that have been doing the same shit for ages. Maybe it's because they refuse to condemn Israel that he supports Labour. Who knows?
Who's this?
try and push misinformation bills, but now that it does...
Anyway, this is him saying he's addressing the shill allegations, so this will be fun.
Dark money
He's
political
gonna say he
campaign
is
is
a
using
shill.
my likeness to try and
That's
push
gonna
for
be
a
the
liberal
punchline,
party.
Is that he is a shill.
Yes, he's done it multiple times.
Why do we
Victory
care
in the
then?
next election. I've changed. I'm now one of those middle-class Gen Xers. I'm going to start flying the Ukraine flag outside my home. My biggest concern this election is misinformation. Well, that and of course, touch to the ABC. Look at this. Election News. Oh, what a name. What do they do for the rest of the 3 years when an election's not on? I'm guessing they're a subsidiary of definitely not AstroTurf News because they do break stories like woke. Woke seems to be their version of breaking. Woke. Popular Australian YouTube commentator and Labour-friendly comedian Jordan Shanks. Friendly Geordies.
This is... I can already tell what this is going to be. This is him picking low-hanging fruit so he can try and convince people that he's not a shill.
Slammed the Labor Party for focusing on woke issues during the worst cost of living crisis in most Australians' living memory. Calling out the failed Indigenous voice to Parliament referendum, Shane suggested that these moves did nothing to improve the living standards of the vast majority of Australians. Authorised by Matthew Sheehan, Advanced Australia Limited, Canberra. Hey! I didn't say that! I mean, I guess they have quoted me, so I probably did say that, but not like that! We're gonna have to solve 2 mysteries in this video now. Mystery number 1, if this Geordies is slamming the woke Labour Party, what political party does he like? And mystery number 2, who is this mysterious group of patriots, Advanced Australia, who are paying to plaster my videos all over Gosford Facebook feeds? The answer to both mysteries...
Alright, look, I'm actually interested in who's paying. I'm actually incredibly intrigued.
respectively, is the same as the latest two-party preferred news poll. Number 1, the Labour Party. Number 2, the Liberal Party. God, it feels good to be in that order for once.
I fucking... Awful intro. Super, super, super corporate, awful intro.
Wow. Did you know that these monkeys have herpes? Hey, if you'd like herpes, you can always come to my... But being regurgitated by legends...
God fucking damn it.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
Invariably always look like this. Yeah. Turns
oh my
out,
God,
I was
fucking hate this so
unwittingly
much.
lying. I have done paid ads for political parties. If you count payment as free exposure you get from having a dark money Liberal Party front group push your videos to thousands of boomers in marginal electorates.
What about when you
right now?
literally host only Labour politicians to answer your questions in a very Labour way? It's very interesting.
And if you count front groups for political parties as political parties, I would have preferred to have been paid in cash or drugs or hucked to a coin. Because
Again,
I got a feeling about that.
Very funny. They
Bro,
were
he did
apparently having
the
tiff
leaders
with
debate
somebody.
live stream.
Yeah, I saw that.
He wore his Australian
Well,
flag
that, I
suit.
guess, is-
Isn't that funny?
So funny.
It's like the suit itself is the joke.
I'll have to do.
You know, because he's
So
like
after all
making fun
these
of
years addressing
America.
the paid shill allegations, I now need to clarify. I haven't been paid by Labour, but you could argue that I have been kind of, maybe in a way, paid by the Liberals for political advertising. Who expected that twist? So first off,
Hey,
I don't care.
Fun fact: you can be an agent without being paid.
Yeah, that's worse.
You're literally dumb enough to shill for a
That's
political
literally
party
worse.
and not get paid for it.
Like the Pod Save guys are making bank.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
Like,
and they're
what are you
giving
doing?
actual good political analysis and commentary.
Yes.
You know,
Crazy. Who knew? But I
Yeah.
guess
like
Australia's best
semi-intelligent. You
journalist.
know, it's crazy.
Yeah, Australia's best journalist doing Australia's best journalism.
Okay, first of all,
thank you,
Australia's
Advanced
best
Australia.
journalist is definitely news, baby.
the Liberal Party for the ads. Now, let me return the favour by advertising your wonderful organisation, because you see, you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. From a cursory glance at their website, Advanced Australia, well, now they're just called Advance, but to me that's a bit woke. Renaming in the same vein of pulling down Confederate statues. Ashamed of the word Australia, are we? Disgraceful. I'll stick to the classic name, thank you very much. They appear to be the Facebook uncle equivalent of the Facebook auntie organisation GetUp. You know those groups that seem
Hilarious.
to exist purely to scare boomers by popping things on their feeds that they don't like and promising them that they'll go away if they sign a petition that harvests their emails? Save the quackers! Or fuck the quackers! If there was a difference, it would be that Advance Australia appears to be even more enamoured with the political tactic of fecklessly screeching with even vaguer goals than get-ups, with petition campaigns such as Stop Immigration. I guess by voting for the Liberals, the party with the weakest immigration policy. Pledge to put the Greens last. Why? Because the Greens and you guys are in a competition for most inconsequential...
It's funny
Man, bro,
that
he makes me miss the fucking election dread of Trump. Potentially, like Trump won now, so it's like I almost want to go back to those times, you know, where it's like just trying to embrace how fucked the world is going to be because he's definitely going to win, and just not look at the polls and just hope and just keep doing the news and just show the debates and stuff and just go through it.
E-petition.
Well,
And then, of course, my favourite, this one. It's not even a demand. Weak, woke, broke. What? Weak, woke, broke? Well, sign me up. Sounds like an amazing stand-up special. I might even call my next show that. This one's...
Okay, so this is just mocking them for their platform. You should look at Family First. It's very funny.
It was founded in 2000. Surely you should change your name to God Save Australia. Advance Australia was founded in 2018 by a bunch of Liberal Party operatives and donors. Its inaugural national director, Gerard Benedette, was a staffer for former Queensland LNP Treasurer Tim Nichols. You know, the guy that did those huge public service firings in
And it sucks
2012?
because, like, America
That's the seed. Don't you
had,
have it
like,
here?
the way the party shift happened because the fucking like neo-Confederate Democratic Party, right? So like liberal shifted around to like the American definition, so now everyone agrees like liberalism is this, but then all the fucking parties in the fucking Commonwealth, their fucking right-wing party is the Liberal Party, and it's like half the time I don't know who he's talking about because he'll be like the libs, the liberals, you know? It just makes things stupid. That's why it's great that we have the Republicans and Democrats, because it doesn't mean anything. They literally mean the same thing at the end of the day.
Is or was one of their advisors, as was Liberal Senator Jacinta Price. It's very obviously a dark money front for the Liberals to run shitty Infowar Black Ops. Stuff the Liberals could not run on their official channels, like that ad they made with my content. Can you imagine if Nicole Flint found out I was on the party payroll? She would accept it wholeheartedly because she's never had an original thought in her life. But yeah, this is Advance's MO. They pretend to be populist in that Steve Bannon 2016 way. They pump up some shit articles.
I don't care about Steve Bannon either.
About Labor being
Steve
too
Bannon?
woke on Facebook, and I don't know, just hope for the best. I think. I don't know how effective that is anymore, but.
Like,
yeah,
honestly,
cash is concerning. Like I'll
Steve
go into
Bannon
it soon, but they get millions. Of
it's only getting street cred now with like Gavin Newsom, Bill Maher. And they're nice to him. He's like, please, man, this is all I got left. Please be nice to me and make me be reformed so I can have people give me money again. Nobody will platform me because I'm a psychopath. I promise I'll be a good boy. Also, I was watching Glenn Greenwald.
Yeah.
And the take overall wasn't bad, but in the middle of this take, he said something really dumb. And he said, like, basically, it's like, I think Fox News is one of the more independent reporting. And there's a reason why I believe that. Because when the hoax election thing came out, Fox basically didn't do anything, but then other companies like Newsmax, you know, they did report on it, and it just shows they're not fully down that Trump train because they didn't report on that. And I'm like, Glenn, the fucking lawsuits, Glenn! Like, wow, they have good lawyers that stop them before they get on camera. That's all that you showed. What are you talking about?
Russia-Indonesian airbase?
Sure, why not? What's wrong with that?
Russia responds to claim it sought access to Indonesian airbase. Russia has issued first direct response to claim that it is seeking access.
Oh, by the
defending
way,
its military cooperation, slamming AUKUS's submarine plan. Boy.
we watched the Tucker Carlson 9/11 interview with that guy. Pretty good.
Yeah?
There's a little bit of crackpotism, but like for the most part, especially the front half, Tucker is doing a really good job interviewing him, expanding where he needs to. Like, the guy drops a name, and Tucker will be like, former head of the CIA, and the guy would be like, yep. So Tucker was really good at actually applying context to this guy's interview. And then he throws a fucking, you know what a spike is? Do you have that in Aussie football rules?
No, but I know what it is.
So, like, if you go, like, I think it's, if you go out of bounds or have an incomplete pass, the clock stops. So if you're like really close to the goal line and the clock's running down, the quarterback will spike the ball to get an incomplete pass to stop the clock. So it's like, you know, it's just, but the thing is that it stops the clock, you know? It takes shit off the rails like that for a reason. And he just spiked that shit right in there. And he's like, what about Building 7? And then we got into some kookiness for a while. But he's like talking about how he was talking shit about how like Atta. This is well known that Atta was and other Atta was known to be the guy who was going to be the head of the attacks because he was part of the Hamburg cell, right?
Okay.
This is very obvious if you had any knowledge of if you just Google Hamburg cell, Muhammad Atta will come right up. KSM's involved too. But two of the hijackers, right, were CIA assets they lost control of. And he's talking shit about how the CIA lost control of these two assets, and then name drops Michael Schur later as to build his own credibility then. So he doesn't name him when he's disparaging Mike, but then when he wants to say how good he is and how good his credibility is, he name drops Mike. Isn't that fucking weird?
Yeah, very weird.
But the main thing he was saying that Bin Laden was in Balochistan in Iran, and the deal that he made to like be there was cut with Qasem Soleimani, not the Ayatollah.
Okay.
And like that's not out of the ordinary. You know, like they're the intelligence. The Ayatollah is a fucking old ass guy. Like he's not like too involved with too much shit.
No. No, I imagine that it's mostly the IRGC just operating independently, more or less. He's
Well, that's
just
why I
the
said that.
figurehead.
Like, that's why the war. Oh, look.
Hey, she's here.
Oh, wait, 1 second. Okay, how do I do this? Sorry.
Okay, well, we can hear you now.
Oh, can you hear me?
I had
You
to
just
add
gotta
you. Yeah.
Click the camera. You should pop on.
No, hang on, because she's on OBS. So
Oh.
it's not going to validate your camera, but there's a few things you can do to get around it.
Okay.
So the one thing that you can do is just unplug your webcam, turn it
Okay.
off on OBS, plug it back in, and then try to put it so it's the camera on this to try and
Yeah, so
switch it
if
like
you,
that.
if you hit settings
Oh,
and go to
okay.
video,
Yeah, but
you
it
can
won't
pick
switch if
yours.
it's already hit OBS. It will prioritize. OBS will lock your camera to OBS. So if you
Okay.
unplug it, it kind of will take it out of there.
Okay, let me try. Cause sorry, I would have to go under my computer. I'm just gonna try something first, and then this I feel like should work. I tried to exit. Oh wait, yes, Tessie, I have friends, guys. I have friends. 1 second. If I talk to the chat, I hope that's okay. I don't want you guys to think I'm ignoring you. I just
Well,
make it.
You know, if we started together, we could integrate, but
Oh yeah, we can definitely integrate.
well, it would interrupt your stream if you haven't started streaming.
I've already started streaming.
Yeah, so you would have to end your stream and link it to ours.
Oh, like integrate
that's
it here? Or
Yeah, so it would just interrupt what you're already streaming. When
Oh.
you can just flip the cam and then share the window to OBS, which is much easier.
okay, 1 second. Let me. Okay, wait. Guys, I'm gonna leave and come back. Just give me one. I'm just gonna try something one more time. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
We going
Get
straight
outta
to
here.
H3? Or
Yeah,
we...
yeah, you can pull
Yep.
it up in the background. We'll talk for a minute once we get.
Because I want to do this video as well. I'm not sure whether you watched this yet or not, but it's very interesting.
I mean, we'll look at it. The H3 is the
main
milk
one,
and the cookies. You know.
yeah. Change titles to whatever you want.
Oh well, I'm watching to add her back right now.
Uh-huh.
See what happens here. Oh, it looks like it's working now. Boom.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, this is working. Okay, wait. We've done this. There we go.
Now, if you just
Hey, look, matching
share
headphones.
this window on your OBS and just make this whole thing, you can actually full screen
Like
and then just share the window.
like
And
this?
it will look at. I mean,
Or can you see? Can you?
I'd
I
have to
know.
open your stream real quick.
Guys,
so
I'm
give me a
sorry.
sec.
I'm bad at like stuff like this, but I'm
No,
learning.
no.
We've had to do many a time with troubleshooting.
Dude, there's some
Okay.
people who just can't, especially if they're from the UK. Yes, exactly. You got it perfect. You did it
Okay,
perfect.
nice.
That's how it's done. So the other way that we could have done it, like if you couldn't get camera working, you could just cut us out, you know, and like transform the box into your window.
W streamer. What Tina? I'm streaming. You can say hi if you want.
More
We're
people?
doing a. Oh, it's my sister. We're doing a review of Content Cop. You guys haven't seen her before. We're doing. Yeah, I'm making friends online.
What the fuck is this?
What do you mean?
Don't swear at me.
Are these new people?
Yeah.
Where'd you meet?
Twitter. I feel like you have to like meet people and like people who are in
No,
your space.
We didn't meet through Twitter. That's crazy.
Or
We
no,
raided
Twitch.
you multiple
Wait.
times.
We
Oh
met through
my
Twitch.
gosh. Okay, guys. Pretend like I didn't say that. Rico, hi. I forget a lot of stuff, so forgive me.
I think you were playing Black
League of
Myth
Legends?
Wukong.
Oh, Black
No,
Myth. I made him play
no,
Black Myth.
the thing is, so we would raid a lot back then, because now we end our streams by going and watching a movie with chat on a
Ooh.
secret channel.
Piracy
But
is
like
cool.
before, when we were streaming and ending and raiding, we would always look for somebody who like would be worth dumping our chat into in politics, and you just were in there doing a crash out stream.
Yeah. I've had like 30 of those. Someone in my chat said W piracy. Hell yeah, guys.
Well,
Yeah,
I've
we
also-
actually
I've-
the only
video
the
that's
only
on-
political party we endorse is the Pirate Party. We actually interviewed the presidential candidate for the Pirate Party.
Oh, that's real.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a real
his,
thing.
his name's Vermin Supreme.
Okay.
He's pledged to give everyone a free pony and build a pony-based economy. So we build up a system of lending against those ponies, you know,
Lending-
and then you have a speculation market run from there.
Oh, that's insane.
You have to hear him talk about it. You know,
That's
it's
insane.
complicated. It's over my head.
I think
no
I
problem,
think
Bob.
you sent. I think we sent you some of our episodes. It's one of our produced
I don't know.
shows.
I don't know
Ooh.
if I did.
Hi official, hi Tennessee. Guys, just letting you know, just for my chat to know, we are gonna do a review of the Content Cop. iDubbbz on Ethan Klein.
If I
so
put
that should
an
be
at
interesting.
on Twitch, will it tag her? It will on YouTube.
I'm not sure.
Also, feel free to do what you want. Don't worry. If you can't put me in
Oh,
there,
no,
that's
no,
okay
we were-
too.
Well, we'll see. It did work.
Great.
Great. So you said you had previous opinions before you going into this. Are you are you one of those H3 fans?
I'm okay. I definitely.
Content Cop at H3?
Yeah, iDubbbz did one on H3. Yeah. That's not kind of fucked up. Like today, it was today
No
released, right?
shot.
Yeah, just a few hours ago. They
Yeah.
actually planned to release it while H3 was streaming live,
Yeah.
so they could get him reacting to it live.
Yeah, they released it while he was live. I'm like, it's not fucked
Well,
up.
well, Ethan was like?
Yeah, it's not fucked up.
Crazy.
Dude, okay, so my opinion is basically like,
Okay,
okay, I
kinda
used
funny.
to.
Well, Content Cop, I mean, well, iDubbbz finally got sex. Now he's not in his own anymore.
Yeah, oh my gosh, say it. He finally got sex.
finally
and now
got
he's
sex?
on incel. No, that's why he's like being a fucking freak now. No, I used to watch H3. I didn't agree with all their takes. I thought some of Ethan's stuff was bullshit. But I would say that
It's an hour long. I gotta watch this.
yeah, Hassan has done more damage to the
Oh my God,
political
yes.
community than anybody else. Like, yeah, you can
Bro.
talk shit on everyone else, but he's done like
Bro,
irreparable damage.
So we were watching the other day. He did a speech at a pro-Palestine rally. The dude who introduced him is like an IRGC agent that works with the PSL, and he's literally like one of the main genocide deniers for the Tigray genocide in Ethiopia. He is a fucking monster.
Are
It's
you
like one of
serious?
the worst dudes you could ever have introduced you at a political rally.
and
Eugene
and
something is his name.
Yeah, Eugene.
She-
Eugene from Breakthrough News. He's literally like an Iranian agent. Like
oh my
paid.
gosh. Well, I mean, that
Like
doesn't
they are
surprise
they
me.
are like serious deal. Like if you look at their channel, it's all just like why Hezbollah is actually based and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
well, I
We
mean,
call them
Hassan-
Hezbollah TV.
Hassan had that like that Houthi pirate on his stream, and they were
Oh
like
yeah, but
talking
I
about
would
anime.
platform that kid too, but I would actually know how to interview him.
No, he didn't interview him.
Hassan
like-
only knows how to talk to chat. he
Yeah.
can't function with real people. That's his
Did you
issue.
did you see his video in the cab?
His video in the cab? No, I'm not
Yeah,
familiar.
Yeah, where
his cab driver was from Iran, and he just wasn't listening to anything the guy
It was
said.
fucking crazy. Like, if we were in that cab,
What the
we
fuck?
would be having a full-on discussion with him, and he's dismissing him.
That
like,
said-
oh, this is just a cab driver peasant.
Oh,
So,
well,
like,
that doesn't surprise me. I mean, let's be honest.
No.
Hassan comes from a lot of money. He claims to be like, what would he say? He's like a socialist or a something else. Like, I think he's very. Here's my thing. I'll never say like Hassan is not attractive, but I think that's all there is to him. He's an
I
attractive
really
guy
think that's
who's
basically
able
what
to
got
do
him there.
so well. Yeah, I think he's able to do so well because he's attractive, and then coupled with some okay points, some points that you could probably agree with, being more left leaning, I think plays a big aspect into why he is as big as he is, which can work. But I also think to not do research and literally watch terrorist videos on your platform and
I mean,
put on-
we actually
Insane.
are
We got
permanently
demonetized.
demonetized because we showed terrorist videos on our platform. And
Wait,
in,
really?
the
We're journalists.
in the demonetization training that they made me go through and click, it literally gave the example of what's okay, exactly what we are doing. We were literally like breaking down Houthi propaganda and stuff and talking about how the militant network functioned and stuff. And so, by the way, for people who don't know,
Killed him.
the reason why we're called fifth generation information warfare is because this is
Yeah.
mainly what we do is we deal with the fifth generation of warfare. And to put it simply, the fourth generation of warfare is when governments lose their monopoly on violence, 9/11, terrorism, that type of stuff. Fifth generation warfare is
Interesting.
when governments lose their monopoly on information. If we look at movements like MAGA in this country, here's a crazy thing. You remember the Haitian eating cats and dogs story,
yeah.
right? You know there was bomb threats associated with that, right?
Came
Like,
from
people
Russia.
called them bomb threats?
to the Haitian
Yeah, all
community?
around, like 2 different places, like schools, hospitals, workplaces, and
International.
stuff. All of
They were
them are
not
Russian
domestic.
numbers, but the local news reported on it like it came from inside this country, from the far right movement here. It was all Russian agents doing bomb threats to accelerate.
By
what
the
was
way,
happening there.
somebody said these buckos know their shit. Yeah, they do. They know what they're talking about. You guys should really check them out. Like, if you're looking for more news, I would say higher tier discussions. Like you said, you do breakdowns of like certain videos.
Yeah, it's just
definitely
like
please check them out.
information warfare is so complicated. You got to do it like with chat, talking about it and guiding through everything.
I'm not surprised because I watched the content nuke that Ethan did, right? And somebody even said to me in my chat, they said, be careful because you could actually get like banned for even watching this on stream because he was showing like the videos that Hassan was watching. But Hassan really got banned
Yeah,
for
he
what?
had to blur a lot of them.
Yeah, he got banned for like what, a day? Was it a day or how long did Hassan get banned for those videos?
Well, I know that they banned Ethan and they immediately unbanned him when Outraged happened. But like full disclosure, I actually watch a lot of H3 because it happens to be on when I wake up before I start streaming. And like I could care less about his political opinions and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like the dude, as far as like a worker and producing a product, he knows how to fucking make a show. And Hassan
Yeah.
is just lazy, in my opinion. Like having like the whole crew, like you watch people go in there and they're blown away by like how many fucking cameras they have in the studio and like how they have a full crew and stuff. Like I think he's the one who's really elevating like live streaming right now.
I wouldn't disagree completely. I
But-
think it's unfortunate because I think Ethan falls into a category where I think it's okay now to be anti-Semitic. Like, this is what I said to someone the other day. I said the left and the right have met like in the middle in a way of like both sides hating Jewish people, and now they have something in common. And I'm concerned about how far they're willing to take this because they are just being like outright anti-Semitic. Like some of the stuff I see on Twitter, I'm like, Jesus Christ. Like how can you
and
just
like
say that?
another big part of that is like so like both Ethan and Hassan are stuck in their own information webs. And
Yeah.
like while Ethan will condemn genocide, he's still in an Israeli information web. And Israel and Iran are probably the best at this.
Hi, Brooklyn.
They've been doing it to each other forever, you know?
Yeah.
So their information networks are really, really advanced and really, really good at like infiltrating people's brains and just making their brains rot. And so like with Ethan, it's just less annoying because he at least didn't research it. Like Hassan goes through and confirms his bias And that's
Yeah.
what really triggers
But he
me with
does it
him.
through Twitter. He confirms his biases through like Twitter comments and Twitter posts. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, man! Just go on Google really quick, look up the story to see like how real it is. Consider both sides. I understand, and I've always said this. I'm like, people say you can't be both, but I feel like you can be both pro-Palestine and pro-Israel. I don't think you have to choose. I don't think that it's
Well,
as easy as
that's
that.
the issue. So what people don't realize is like, you know, like immediately after the October 7th attack, how there was like protests and they were like really weird and edgy. You know, like in Germany it's different because I'm not going to get into the Shahada flag and the flag of Al Qaeda and shit, but when you see it here, it's a little different. Germany, it's kind of its own thing that I don't want to get into.
Yeah.
But like when you see like Islamic revolutionary flags at a protest after October 7th, and there's that weird energy going on, it's because all those protests were organized by the IRGC. So like they're all the left-wing protests and shit, all of them have IRGC and agents involved.
Sorry, how you
Like you cannot do left-wing protesting in America without Iranian agents involved in some way. And so they've actually twisted the movement. So
yeah, of
they
course.
amplify the anti-Semitism, but so does Israel because Israel weaponizes it against themselves.
So it's like, oh man, it's all unfortunate. But like, I'm happy you guys are doing this with me, reviewing the content cop. Sometimes when I'm like on my own, it's hard because it really is your own echo chamber, and you're only kind of getting your own opinion on these things.
Well, that's
so
why
I'm definitely excited.
That's why like it's good to have two people, and why I like doing it with two people because like I fucking hate Jack.
Okay. What? I'm sorry, Jack. What the fuck?
I'm just happy to be here.
Me too.
Anyway, why don't we just like start this because we're gonna pause a
Off to a
1,000 times.
fast start, Testy. What?
My fucking
Chat always wins.
my fucking ratio in my screen.
Testy, by the way, I was on Wix panel earlier, and I'm going to be doing Wix panel next week, just to the chatters. We're doing the downfall of America.
That's my chinchilla running in the background, by the way. He's
You have a
very loud.
chinchilla?
I have two, yeah.
Oh,
I tried to let them out beforehand, but
Aren't those like little rodents? Are those like little rodents?
yeah.
Oh god. And like their tails fall off when they get scared, don't they?
No.
Oh! Okay, that was just a rumor I heard then. Nothing good can come of that. Testy should be fun. Ah! That's a chinchilla?
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
That's like a big rat. It's cute. It's just interesting.
They bounce off walls.
What they bounce off wall like they jump?
Yeah.
Yeah, they bounce off walls.
They specifically like run at walls and drop kick them. It's a thing with them. They
No,
really
they
like.
don't.
They like to do. They
Like
like to do
parkour?
tricks. Yeah, they
Have
do
you got
parkour.
any-
They're
have you got any
that's
videos?
they're the parkour animal.
Okay. Who would make a fur coat out of those wholesome cuties? No one.
No, you know, it actually takes like thousands to make one fur coat.
Are
Yeah,
you serious?
and like so like they're actually near extinct in the wild. So like the domestic population is like potentially gonna have to then like help, like how they're doing like the fake direwolf thing.
Yeah.
Like the domestic population will potentially like rehabilitate the wild, but there's only like a few major herds of them left because like they're the softest animal on earth, and when white people discovered them, they're like, let's kill all of these things. They're everywhere.
And they're just like using them to make like clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ. That's actually horrific. Is this a chinchilla video? Oh, what the fuck? They're actually doing parkour.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they literally just jump at walls.
They love drop kicking walls. That's their thing. Yeah, so that's how they jump the highest. If there's a right corner, so like this fucker will get on the countertops, and then he actually like broke his nose and busted his face open jumping between the counters, and he like smashed into the counter because he couldn't like jump all the way.
Somebody in my chat said they can breed much more efficiently in captivity for coats. Good call. No, they're not breeding for coats. Okay.
Well, the main reason why they're so integrated into domestic trade is because they said, hey, we're going to kill all these. We have to start caging them to breed them for fur. So, like, the reason the fur industry also helped preserve them in a way.
Because they just want their fur. But why do they have to kill them for the fur? Can they not just shave them?
Yeah, you need, the whole pelt from the skin.
Is it to do with the water whipping thing?
I mean, yeah, it's, like, the extremely, it's they're warm as fuck. They're, like,
Jesus
crazy nice
Christ.
coats.
Someone said Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's actually really disturbing. Okay. Okay, that's not good, guys. Don't buy fur coats. Never buy real fur.
Synthetic.
Yeah, just
Unless
buy
it's
fake
op-shop.
fur.
I mean, if
Like-
it's op-shopped...
Yeah, okay. Sure.
Look, if you get it from an op-shop...
Is
whatever.
op shop just like a
Like
a resell,
Goodwill.
like a?
A Goodwill.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So right,
vintage fur is actually totally fine. Like, the
Yeah,
animal
I
mean,
wouldn't buy.
already,
It's still,
the company
it's, like,
already made the
and
money
whatever,
from it.
but it's like, it's the new stuff is what I have a problem
I don't
with,
think you
sort of.
could get a synthetic anywhere close
Probably not.
to chinchilla density, though.
Jesus. Okay. Well, I guess you learn something new every day. I'm ready
Yeah.
when you guys are.
Full of information.
Nation, the beach is surprisingly dangerous. Consider the fucking thing in our defense, like, actually, Hila's not a baby killer. Actually, accusing Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too far, because they have mobilized such an insane
Wow, this is, like, really well shot.
harassment
Yeah.
The lighting is incredible.
that anybody who
This
says
is
any
like-
fucking thing,
This is
they
like
will
a
attempt
film,
to ruin their lives.
like
And
high-end
once
film
again,
camera,
I'm the
8K.
crazy one.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
I
Like,
got
he
went
he
from
probably
being a
rented
Nazi
a
to looking
camera
like a
just for
Nazi.
this.
I
you know?
wonder.
Like,
Looks like a documentary that we're actually
Yeah.
going to watch.
Enough that I have this group of
What we do here is go back.
So great, everything.
I think this is funniest because there were multiple with Ethan in the intros to the content cops.
Oh.
I think that's the best part.
Oh, I haven't watched a content cop. I think the last one I watched was
Go to Twitch.
wait, with
Alex.
Jake Paul, maybe? The Jake Paul one, I think.
Jake Paul.
I mean,
yeah.
he hasn't made one in
I'm
8
would
years
you-
or
would
something
you,
at this
would
point.
you class the boxing one as a content cop? Or would you just class that as a different video that he made?
Oh, when he
Did you
talk
watch
about the
that?
female boxers, that was just a regular.
Oh
essay
no, I
video.
never watched that one.
Really, it was one of the best videos we watched about the subject. Just breaking
Really?
down how Russia manipulated the information to convince people that
yeah,
these
yeah.
people were trans. Like, it's crazy how deep it goes. Like,
Oh.
He actually, and that's
It's
that's
wild.
my. I say this all the time. But like, if I had an hour with Ethan, I could like actually change his life and bring so much sanity to his life. Just be like, listen, let me tell you
I think
about Qasem Soleimani and what he's done to this country.
already, even before we even get into the video, I think where Ethan went wrong is giving too much, caring too much what nobody's thought. Like, he shouldn't have given any attention to, like, Mike from PA, Denims, fuck them. Yeah, you know, Hassan? No. Well, honestly, like, fuck them. Who cares? He should have gone after Hassan, that's fine. Everyone else he should have ignored. Who cares? But I think he gave those people specifically, Frogan, those people too much attention.
that's who the other one was. I was trying to figure out who the chick in the hijab was.
Oh, Frogan? Yeah, I hate her
Yeah.
too.
Yeah.
She's a fucking weirdo.
She's
Yeah,
terrible.
They're all very strange people.
Yeah, very, very strange.
Well, at least iDubbbz can make content in his actual
Yeah.
skill.
I think it's funny that he went from being a Nazi to looking like one.
It's fucking crazy.
Especially with the police uniform.
Yeah. And the tattoos. Thank you, Scott.
Has his filming skills always been this good? Have they always been?
I think so. I
No,
think he's always been
that's
pretty good
no.
videos.
I'm fucking telling you. This is like crew shot, bro. He like fucking rented a camera for this type of shit. Like it's
You think so?
it's the fucking shit is way too high end looking for just
like a regular.
Yeah, I mean it's like he's in California. Like to rent a fucking cinema camera is not that expensive. I mean it is, but for someone like him, it's fucking
It's probably like a
accessible
drop
as
in
hell.
the bucket. Yeah.
Yeah.
And imagine the return he's going to get on this video.
And didn't
Like, just
Oh,
think of
yeah.
it as like a
Did
an
Hassan help
investment.
him?
Especially if he's got ads on it.
I
Like
thought Hassan
actual
helped him.
ads in it, ad reads. What'd you
What does
say?
that mean?
Oh no, I said I thought Hassan may have helped him with this video. From what I heard, that's just what I heard from the grapevine. I don't know if that's true.
Yeah.
I was wondering if he helped him financially either.
Well, it's interesting considering the people that are involved to see whether he hits information narratives or not. That's what I'm interested to see.
Yeah, that's what I'm most interested in too.
American, thank you for the follow, by the way.
That's me.
Oh, thank you.
That's
Make sure you
my
guys follow.
that's my fucking local account.
Guys, make sure you follow.
I just noticed I wasn't following, so
I'll follow back. Make sure you follow, guys.
How's the video volume?
Keeping it just a little bit lower, just a tiny bit lower.
Lower?
Sometimes when you guys, yeah, just a little bit. Sometimes when I listen to you guys, sorry, it just it overpowers you a bit, but should be good.
yeah. Well, the chinchilla is loud.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys
Been
girls, and
nasty.
MDs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I finally done it. I watched
Scott.
Ethan Klein's content nuke, and I'm not going to call it context puke as I normally do because the reality of the matter is it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a vicious anti-Semite. It's true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive
Well-
than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How? Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, wakey, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Look how they put the chat on screen. Isn't that great?
Yeah.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up,
Ugh. Fucking hate Krogan.
Wake up.
I don't even know who that is.
I don't know who
fuck
that is
is that?
either. Yeah, who the fuck is that guy? Sorry.
Just wake up.
Wake
Maybe
up.
maybe your chat will know.
Guys, who is that? Anybody? I have no clue who that is.
No,
I've never seen a guy a day in my life.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Hell video.
I'm not gonna do a react content yet,
This is-
chat.
I'm the same.
torture.
Nobody's telling you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy, I love Sabra hummus.
Time to wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan,
Wake up, Ethan.
wake up.
This is on your own.
It's like a fucking okay. Like seriously, this is like a reference that like maybe zero people are gonna get, but this is like getting into like the Harmony Korine levels of like filmmaking here. I have no fucking clue where we're going.
Dude, this is so fucking crazy. Okay, no idea who the guy on the left is. Frogan just looks. I don't even know. Like, I'm not just trying to be a dick, but I just like actually despise her as a human being. Denims is just another clout chaser, and I think unfortunately iDubbbz is doing the same thing. That they want Hassan's audience. They will literally do whatever he wants because they want his
Yeah,
audience.
he like commands basically the entire Twitch political spectrum.
100%, easily. Yeah.
Yeah. From what I've seen of the chick on the right, she's not the smartest.
No.
Her fucking Bin Laden letter video was so
Oh,
great
man.
because she started reading the stuff about how the Jews control stuff, and she's like, "See, guys, he's nailing it."
Awesome.
Dude, they're so sick.
But I had someone having a go at me, and I always do this because I like to as a gauge. I'm like, why did 9/11 happen?
Dear God.
And their answer was because America funded the Taliban. I'm like, thanks for telling me.
Streaming.
It's such a good question to ask because you know exactly who's politically engaged.
Revy,
or
thank
not.
you for the follow, by the way. No, I think these people have lost the plot. I think we're watching them lose the plot.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
honestly,
These people here
smart move for
specifically.
IDs.
Pretty.
That I think it's what's really after this is we'll have to pull like if H3 is more mentally stable than all of these people.
Yeah, combined.
That would be a good,
He was a little shaky a few
measure.
months ago, but ever since CPS got called on his kids, he's been like locked in.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy he's suing people now. I'm actually so glad. And now these people are like, oh, I'm a college student. He's suing me. And it's like, no, there should be consequences for your actions. You go online, you harass people to the extent that like they're calling CPS, who's already underfunded, okay? On Ethan, who obviously takes care of his children. Yeah, you should be sued. There has to be consequences for these people. And I don't feel bad. I don't care what age you are. Like, yeah, you're going to learn. You're going to learn that you can't just get online and say whatever you want.
I almost wrote.
Hi, Cal.
That's his high. All right. How do we want to do this? Do we want to go in like 10 minutes discuss? Do we want to
I mean,
pause,
let's get through this intro. See what he has to say.
Yeah, let's try that.
Okay.
Oh my god.
All right. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that. H3 content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan Klein. I know some of you have been following him, but there's a lot of people who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast, with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff.
How long until he
Sometimes
brings
it's
up
fun,
that Ethan's
sometimes
Jewish?
it's fucked up. He's had shows with all...
5 minutes?
I think he's going to avoid it. I think he's going to strictly address the Israel thing.
That would be actually a great way to go about it, because
I agree. It's
not to bring up the Jewish thing?
Should do it.
Yeah.
No, don't even touch it.
I think we have 5 minutes before he mentions that he's from like Israel and that he's Jewish and he has these. I feel like that's what they're gonna. I feel like now if you say someone's Jewish, it gives you a right to attack them, though you shouldn't. I think now that signals, okay, they're a bad person, and that's what makes me nervous.
Maybe. It's like I don't know. I'm more expecting them to bring up the IDF service of his wife than they are to bring up that he's Jewish.
You know what? You could be
I
right
think
there.
That's the angle that they'll go with, not so much Ethan being Jewish.
Okay, let's see.
That's my prediction.
All sorts of different controversial
Somebody
characters.
said
He's
hi
had a
to
show
everyone
with Trisha
in the
Paytas.
chat.
He's had a show with Hassan Piker. In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And then one day he asked his son what he thought about Tibet and China's annexation of it. And you can immediately track from that point how quickly that show went down after that. It was like 3 more episodes and they were done.
Wasn't Hassan pro like Taiwan being annexed? To my knowledge, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes.
But yeah, he's pro Taiwan being taken. Dude, that guy's like, man.
He like tried to compare it to like slavery in the United States, like a specific system of like chattel slavery that's like
can I just
importing
say-
and enslaving things.
What is with people comparing everything to slavery? Anytime you get into an argument with someone,
It's
they start
that
comparing it to
or the
slavery.
Holocaust,
Yes!
or the Nazis, which is also the Holocaust.
It's always those things, and I don't get it. I don't understand.
It's a logical tactic.
My big thing is just when white people try to use like Irish servitude to like justify their racism against black people. That's like my big pet peeve. And other than that, I don't really sweat a lot of it.
Sorry, I'm just gonna answer my chat. Poppy, I'm not in Discord. Sorry, guys. I just want to answer them. Not in Discord, guys. I'll try to respond to chat sometimes if I can, but I'll probably do a lot of responding just like verbally. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jack.
With the Tibet thing, the one thing I don't actually hear people talk about is the fact that China's been occupying them 2 years less than they've existed. The Communist Party, like the PRC, they've literally been occupying Tibet for 2 years, shorter than it's existed. They've occupied a country for their entire existence. And do you know why they claim ownership over Tibet?
No, I actually don't. I don't know.
So I looked into it a little bit, and basically, around
Because
the
they
time that the empire fell, like the Imperial China,
Yeah.
because Britain was already there, right, with the Opium Wars, they basically, the nationalists, Tibet, and British sat down. And the British decided that China was more civilized based on their colonial ideas, so they deserved to rule over Tibet. That was not acted on by the nationalists and was acted on by the communists. That's why. They literally base it off a decision by colonial powers with the nationalists. They actually chose to give Tibet autonomy, and they became pretty much a de facto state. And
Of
then
China?
No, de facto state of their own.
Okay, my bad.
De facto state. So, the Civil War ends, the nationalists flee to Taiwan, and the communists take over. 2 years later, they invade Tibet. Their cop-out is that Tibet had slaves. That's their justification for it's China.
Yeah.
It's wild.
I'd have
They
to look
also
into that. I didn't know
they
that.
also stole
I mean, we
a
actually have
child.
a video where we literally dissect Hassan's entire fucking narrative about Tibet and like rip it apart.
But didn't he also defend the annexation of Crimea by Russia?
I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, he's kind of in that realm, but his take is more of that they're not getting it back, so it's just accept that it's Russia. It's kind of like a nihilistic dickhead type take more than it is like it's rightfully Russia.
Okay. I see.
Okay, we got a yes, he did.
Ravi.
See, look, there it is.
I mean, they did have slaves, and the Dalai Lama was funded by the CIA.
We get a huge range of viewers of political opinions, so
it's very interesting. I love it.
Do they mean it like that?
Oh no, yeah. So this chatter is a very good chatter who watches us a lot, but he's like really into. I think Gaddafi and Kim Jong Un are probably big guys for you, Light, or
North
maybe
Korea
Kim
and
Il
China,
Sung.
I think it was. Yeah, Juche guy. That's right.
Okay. Okay.
Which we've had a lot of discussions about this because North Korea interests me infinitely. So I've had discussions with this guy.
Okay, we can't get too far into this.
No,
we'll get into this when we play Repo. Okay. We got to get through this video.
As Hunter Shavers use trans women, I say, oh no! And it was mostly that until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to...
Oh, and just for a little bit of context, because this one here, I'm pretty sure, yes, they did have slaves. I'm not downplaying that. My point is that it's not justification for 60 plus years of occupation. That's pretty much my point there.
I think Moon is scraping your mic or something.
Oh, sorry. I may have been bumping into it there.
It was on a headset. There we go.
My bad.
talk about that topic.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dance he invented was so kick-ass.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime.
Ethan has literally said
the toppings.
that the settlers. Also, the Australian guy made this point. Imagine explaining Israel-Palestine to Trisha Paytas. Okay? Like,
yeah.
Ethan is a fucking saint for this moment. And telling her, like, why Israel is bad and explaining it to her, of all people. Right? Like imagine doing that. That's fucking skill right there. You know, Hassan is like...
The pizza looked...
The whole thing where he's like, technically they're a terrorist group to that one guy. And it's like, oh, then I don't like them. You know that video?
Seen it.
Like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
I don't know
But
if
yeah,
you make
Ethan
that
said
joke
settlers are
anymore.
valid
It's
military
insensitive to
targets
bring
and that it's justifiable to literally kill them in the street.
So
what's the issue?
That's a pretty bold
Boredom?
take for someone.
Yeah,
who's
that's a very
pro-Israel.
that's a very bold take. Very bold take.
I mean, it's get out of their fucking country. It's not yours.
Yeah.
You know? We believe in the stand your ground law here.
In Israel, fair enough.
I think that's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan was not prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know? We don't expect
I can
Ethan
do
to
both.
be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer.
That's
so
not
this
the
is
descriptor
something
I would
they're
use.
very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just prop
Like I can't stress this enough that the audience of Hassan are the pinnacle of the Dunning-Kruger effect. They think they're informed. They think they know, but they're just compromised. That's all.
I think a lot of his viewers are really young though. Also, that's my concern. He has a very young viewer base, and let's be honest, when you're young, you're not gonna filter
also,
information the same way you would.
There's a reason why all militaries recruit teenagers, including terrorist groups.
Yeah.
Like,
easier to control.
In Syria, we would see fat kids come from Europe in fucking flip-flops, and they'd fucking have them in a suicide bomber vest the next day.
Not in flip-flops, okay.
Yeah, like, because, I mean, the fat kids, you already know they're not going to meet cardio. You know? They would literally just fucking, like, send them out as the first wave. It was fucked.
They'll only meet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. They literally were like, I'm dead serious about this. Like, when they were fucking running and doing the siege on Kobani, fucking, what's the fucking Chechen's name?
The Chechen?
Were they actually targeting just fat kids?
The
Chechen.
Al-Shashani, the fucking military commander of ISIS in Syria. He literally told people to run behind the fat people.
Are you serious? They were actually targeting
I'm
fat
dead
kids.
fucking serious. That's the thing is like, so like he was huge on human wave tactics. And so that's why like they had such expansion in Syria. He would just throw waves of fat kids. He literally would go online and call these fat kids on the phone and tell them about how they're going to get wives when they get there, and they fucking book their flight and go.
Someone said Jesus Christ.
Yes, he was Georgian, half Chechen though. You are correct. He was from Georgia.
Waves of fat kids and how America plans on attacking China. Sorry. Somebody said that's fine.
Bro. Wait, don't hang on. I gotta pull up the fat jihadis clip.
Okay, wait. It's not gonna get us banned, right?
No. I made it.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Look at what you've got yourself into.
Yeah, That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, let's just take a step back. No,
Where
like,
did we post that?
no fat
It's
terrorism.
not in the shorts. Is it just in videos?
It might be.
Keep playing this, I'll find it.
They're going to call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience
it's probably
that
uploaded and
Ethan
not
has,
posted.
adopted over the years, they're becoming
maybe.
increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers. He's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that when you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society.
I actually agree. I don't think he needs to do any sucking up to Twitch. I think he makes enough money for them that they'll do whatever they want. Like, it's all about money.
Bro, the fucking CEO called him to sing and made his employees sing happy birthday to Hassan.
Oh, yeah,
That's
yeah. There's
great.
no. If you attack him, I think it's like, at this point, I've realized I think it's also political suicide in terms of like being on this site possibly, and that's unfortunate because I guess there really is no such thing as quote unquote free speech.
Well,
in a way.
I think there's kind of a market, and we capture more and more constantly, but I think there's more of a market that's. Well, we actually hook a lot of more conservative types, and they get pulled in by our honesty and our ability to source information.
Yeah.
But then
asking questions, just make them face
people
their own
who
ideology.
are in our chat fucking hate Hassan. So I think there's plenty of the why would we be a Hassan waiting room? Waiting room,
Yeah.
Well, I'm not Denims. I'm offering a different product.
Yeah,
like,
it's
imagine-
this when go on.
No, sorry, I was gonna say, imagine being called a Hassan waiting room, and it's the sad part is that's basically what you are, because people are waiting for Hassan to stream, and then you're just kind of there, because you're getting the off bits of his actual content, his community, and I think that's why I don't know. It's just if anything, it's just shameful. It's they know what they're doing, but it's what's gonna make them the most money. I said, I hate him, I hate him, I hate him. Jesus Christ.
See?
I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and
They're
forth
so stuck
with
on this,
his liberal audience,
where she said
leftist people online.
she
progressive
clearly is
content
just not politically informed. And guess what? You don't need to be up to date and politically informed to commentate and say, hey, genocide is wrong, and also maybe don't displace all the Jews. That's literally their position. It's not that hard to figure out.
Yeah. Which is
And
even a crazy
because
position.
she saw some shit on her fucking news feed, that you have to understand that she's not actually engaging with it. She just scrolls through, sees a bunch of people she knows who are probably more pro-Israel, being mad that that this war criminal in a war criminal cabinet got fired, and she said this dumb shit that she immediately was like, "Wow, I did not know what I was talking about."
Yeah, which happens. I don't think it's that big.
But they're real stuck on that one. I think they really have it more out for his wife. It's crazy.
So I'm just posting on Instagram.
Okay, I'm gonna have to full screen this because it's privated on our channel because it's not posted. So the issue is that it's gonna echo you if you talk. So just be ready for an echo if you end up saying something here. It's only 40 seconds though. We're out for his wife. It's crazy.
Man, remember when ISIS had...
Oh, hang on. I have a stream in the background. Because I have I have Moon open on one of my tabs as well.
Oh, whoopsie.
Okay, I think I got it. Sorry.
I'm just chilling.
Let's see. Okay.
Man, remember when ISIS had fat guys doing beheadings? It's because that's the only thing they were good for. They can't fight, too fat. Let me just show you real quick. Those motherfuckers are huge. That's not even the fattest ISIS executioner I've seen, but even behind these guys, Look, there's another guy here who's also fat. He's out of frame in the other picture. That guy's huge too. Like, who is the ultra fatty
like the-
ISIS executioner? What was his name?
The Cheeseburger Squad.
Literally.
What the fuck?
Top of the jihadi. That's what
Jesus Christ.
See?
For a kiss.
Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits, and everybody thinks this guy's awesome. Apparently.
This guy's an idiot,
Even though he
too.
looks like Millhouse, fucking dork.
Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking. And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people, oh no, did I not go there.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and Hassan's falling out, I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe if Ethan's able to get some help, maybe if he stops harassing other creators, maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship. So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism, and also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking
Wait, what did the
sometimes
law
you gotta
say?
just throw something out there. Like that, but
Evil, and
He said he's out of my weight class.
Vape Nation.
He threw in a
versus
joke
King
at the
Pekka.
end there.
That's funny. No,
Yeah.
it was on the tweet specifically.
Real performer.
doing anti-Semitism, and also he's way out of my weight class.
he didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered him because he was in the circles online that I was in. And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content, he liked Ethan's content, until he didn't like Ethan's content. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not gonna endorse it, I'm not gonna retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz's former editor says this horrendous shit about him and Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with. He has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be...
Bro totally searches Twitter for his own name.
He doesn't have Twitter.
Who? iDubbbz or do you mean Ethan?
Ethan. He doesn't use
Also,
Twitter.
someone said dogs can't eat cheddar cheese. I think they can. I don't think that will like kill dogs.
He's super anti-Twitter, actually. Like, he's like talking
dogs
about like,
can't
why would you be on a fascist platform?
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait,
he's
Ethan
on
said that, sorry.
Instagram, but like iDubbbz is right. Ethan employs researchers. That's why he's able to produce a show multiple times a week. You know how hard it is to produce shows? Just lining up guests is a fucking nightmare, let me tell you.
Yeah. No, I think that, I mean, it makes sense. Like, Ethan is also probably, like you said, looking for the information, like, to produce these shows. Also, though, he probably wants to know what's going on, and, like, this stuff does affect him. Like, it does. When people speak about Israel, they're talking about all Jewish people. He is, and you can quote me if I'm wrong, but from Israel, his wife is from Israel. These things do affect him in the long run.
Probably one of the larger, like, Jewish creators, too. Especially in politics. If he's not really in politics, but...
I think he is now. I mean, I guess he has
born
to
in
be, kind
America.
of. Oh, he's born in America? Is his family from Israel or just his wife?
No, his wife is Israeli.
Okay, okay.
Oh
He didn't play hard enough when I let him out, so now he's going ape shit.
They're just having fun.
Oh, his grandfather was a television producer.
Who, Ethan?
Also born and died in America. So
Yeah, who hasn't been a television producer though? You know what I'm saying?
But I'm just checking. Also, Trisha Paytas is his sister-in-law. That's funny.
Yeah, yeah. So like, she's married. Like that's the whole
Moses.
thing. Like, Moses and fucking hates them, and like, he like specifically like weaponizes anything that Hila says about him to their mom, and like gets her mom involved in like drama between him and like it's very weird.
Oh, this is
The dude is
weird
bizarre.
sibling rivalry, and now it's split into like content creation, and that's unfortunate.
They shouldn't be.
It's like those old family YouTubers, like the abusive
Yeah.
ones. It's like those. Like, keep the family shit out of YouTube and public. Like, why does that need to be said?
Just wait until Trisha's kids are in her videos.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
Doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work being put into discovering this guy on Twitter who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting
The
on
thing
the
is,
Reddit
it's like
when there's no work
the
being
crew-
put into who the fuck is
Like literally, like so, like Ethan literally now only like he tries to like only like dedicate it to a segment at the end of the show, and he will literally poll the audience if they rather hear about like who's the fucking it's like the big it's the new Amber Heard thing that's going on, you know? Justin
do-
Baldoni?
Oh no, that's what's her name? Ryan Reynolds' wife, Blake Lively.
Yeah,
Lively,
yes.
yeah,
So like
Baldoni.
he literally polled his audience if they would rather hear about that or have the Hassan beef moment hour. And like his audience chose that direction. And like so like they poll and interact with the audience and get feedback live. And so the crew has like literally like suppressed Ethan. It's very funny because they're like, look, we can't get into it. It's not the Warzone segment, Ethan.
I do think Ethan, though, and I think I said it earlier, he should just stop going after nobodies. I think Ethan is better than that. He's such a large creator that at this point, those things are going to trigger him. Go after Hassan makes complete sense. These nobodies who obviously like want clout and want the interaction.
I'm trying to go after Bad Empanada though because that's funny.
Oh, that guy is like such a freak. That guy's such a freak. Didn't he run away to like Argentina? That guy's so scary. Comrade, thank you for the follow.
Yeah,
Hi.
that guy should be assaulted every time he's seen in public.
He's just like, he should be like arrested. The stuff he says, and then he was playing like these really creepy games on Twitch before, which I think got him banned. I don't know if he's perma banned. Wait, no, I think he is perma banned, right? Because he streams on Rumble. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he just like
He
shows
played
up.
he played a shitty game that was like the October 7th where you play as Hamas, and he was saying that he was hunting for Ethan's wife.
Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, that's like insane. And that's what they're cultivating. They're cultivating.
In a way, I kind of respect it because, like, you know, like on a pure fucking evil level. You know,
he's actually just
like
evil,
this dude would kill a baby, like real life kill a baby if it meant that it would like harm somebody else. Like you rarely get people that evil.
He's just like crazy, and I'm happy he's been like banned because I'm just like, no, we can't have this. But he's cultivating an audience where it's so normalized now, and that's like
guess who's putting viewers in front of him?
Hassan.
Yeah. Hassan used to say he wouldn't platform him and shit, and now he's watching all his videos. I hope he's in this.
Oh, that'd be great.
Is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place. If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is within Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I am willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila on Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast. So I don't want to fucking hear it.
Terrorist supporter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the 2 podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids,
This guy
that
don't
she went
like-
on, like she's a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit, and that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz's feed.
It's just cloudy.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know,
this is such a
I'm
cop-out.
seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago.
No, but honestly,
and saying, God, that is nasty.
Like-
I'm just not gonna
he knew what was going
No,
on.
no,
I
no. Like
think-
honestly though, like I really don't think it's on iDubbbz to like step in and defend anyone.
but-
like
but
I don't
you're
think he
a friend.
has that obligation.
But I think when you've been a friend for so many years, it's different.
Mhm.
Especially if you see like your friend personally. I mean, and that's just maybe more of like, I guess for me it'd be like a character thing. Where if I've been friends with you for years, like over 10 years, and I see you're getting attacked online, your wife is getting attacked online, yeah, I'm probably gonna step up and say something. That's just
Do you
like,
think iDubbbz is like in general like 50% above the line good person?
unfortunately, no. I mean, if we look at his
Exactly.
history,
See,
probably
that's
not.
the
So,
issue. So
what can we expect?
like I'm just looking at it from his perspective, you know? Like I could like Mudahar on the other hand, who's on the lawsuit with Ethan, like he'll at least say that's fucked up and then like not give any further commentary about anything about it, but at least be like, hey, stop.
That's
right. Not cool.
I guess you would just hope, right? Especially, I think when you've been friends, there's different expectations. But then again, I
Mhm.
guess from like us looking at it, I mean, iDubbbz has never been a great guy, so it's kind of like we're not really shocked per se. But I actually
Mhm.
think Ethan was shocked. So I understand the criticism by Ethan of saying, you know what, you're kind of a coward, and I do think iDubbbz is kind of copping out a little bit by saying that
I
he didn't
think-
see anything.
This Ethan probably had just discovered that this editor said a bunch of shit, and he was probably feeling a little emotional in that moment. That's so like when Leftover was still around, we would do Ethan and Hassan couples therapy, where we would watch it and talk about it like they're in couples therapy. And see, that's the issue is Ethan was just a little emotional and he overreacted, and that's the thing is that he needs to learn how to say like, oh, I overreacted, and you know he should probably just, if they're such good friends, be like, hey, did this guy work for you? What the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And immediately, why would Ian not respond back like, wow, dude, that's fucked up. Yeah, he doesn't work for me anymore. He used to, or something, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if you saw, like, somebody that's, like, related to a good friend of yours talking shit, wouldn't you be like, hey, do you know about this? Or would you be shady and call them out on your fucking show?
I mean,
Honestly, I'd probably do both.
Try.
Yeah, I would try, but I also feel like I would do both, honestly.
Like, do you think Ethan would be receptive to any sort of criticism at this point? I don't think so.
I just think if he cares that much, she should have asked, like, okay, so there's this whole philosophy where you shouldn't ask for what ought to be given. I'm not about that.
Mm-hmm.
For me, once again, I think when you've just been friends, because they had been friends for years, I think it's just so different. I can understand why Ethan would have been bothered by it. Like, I can empathize. And I just think iDubbbz saying, like, oh, well, how do you know I even saw any of this stuff? It's just a little bit of a cop-out, because he probably did
It is a cop-out, I agree.
Yeah, that's the only thing
I
that's
just
like...
don't think that... my point is, I think is really that he's just not a good person, and he wouldn't defend anyone, really, except his wife.
I think that's fair. I think it's a fair criticism.
And trans
Throw
boxers.
someone away
Yeah.
because they're having a parasocial weird moment. Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked? Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my god. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30-second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm. Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it for the last 5 minutes.
It's not
Bro,
a fucking petty beat.
Hassan,
he's obsessed with what his
Hassan,
chat
there's no way he's not thinking about chat when he's having sex.
That's exactly
first
what-
of all.
exactly the
He's
same thought
not
I had.
looking at himself. He's probably looking at chat, if anything.
He can just see echoes of chat in his vision.
It's like when Neo becomes one with the Matrix and just sees everything in code.
What do they call him? What's the?
I mean, have you seen how fast his chat goes? And he keeps up with that
Yeah.
shit.
That's
It's
true,
crazy.
actually.
Like you can't
Mental
be paying
illness.
attention. What's Neo called? What's the
one?
He's like the one. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's Hassan. He's the one.
He might be. I mean, like.
Yeah, as in chosen one, because it's based off of martial arts.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's definitely Hassan.
It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you have said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. We're all fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have mobilized such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
I mean, I don't know what he's getting at here. Like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the #1 type of harassment I got was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional. Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have nothing. I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment. And I essentially empathize with that. And I think there's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about
That I hoped he did. That he was like, in private, said what you said and did what you said, but also said like a sympathetic thing, like a "Are you guys okay?" sort of thing.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, put him on screen. Why should we believe you?
about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want halfway friends, I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me like an ultimatum to have a conversation.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit.
Not a great option.
Like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now, Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order.
I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement too. I remember when he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything.
And
like
I was
that.
supposed to
Well, I
be
think
like
that's
cheering
more a comment
on
on Trisha.
I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's
Why
disgusting.
do we forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn
Never.
of Satan?
It's disgusting.
Because he's a fucking
It's just
tea
incredible
queen, bro.
Who ends up being the good guys in this
That's
story,
how he
you
makes
know?
his money,
really
is
something.
being shitty.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys, and they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pack?
Okay. I was really hoping that they were only in the intro, and it looks like that's the case.
What do you mean? Sorry.
Which is the people at the start.
Oh, I'm
the
just curious.
streamers and stuff.
Do you guys even refer to this as a content cop? This feels more like
a crybaby session.
Yeah, like I don't even know how to explain it. Like compared to like his other.
The intro was like literally like I said, like cinematic as fuck. Like I don't understand. Now it's just like where. If it's on Twitter, and then he said this thing to me on Twitter, and then it's like we are each other.
Yeah, like it just feels like a weird back and forth. But someone in my chat said, well, Tessie said, the last 6 minutes nullifies this entire video. Fair warning. Don't know what he means by that because obviously we haven't gotten there yet. But that's just like, I'm gonna have that like the back of my mind while we're watching.
Interesting.
Yeah. Spoilers, but without a spoiler.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm just trying to think back to the other content cops. He did.
They were great. He literally showed their videos. I mean, he kind of is showing videos and dissecting them, but
like it has echoes of it, but it's not
even a content cop. It's literally just.
It's a video essay.
It's literally him just talking about his personal grievances.
Hi Fizzy, thank you for the follow. Yeah,
like, when you put the name content cop in here and you're not going through like
only content.
Yeah.
I don't know. There's just like it's just about you. This is more about him than it is Ethan at this point.
Like maybe there's a build up that obviously we're gonna get to. I mean, this video is an hour and 6 minutes, but it just right now it just doesn't feel like his old content cops. That's all I'm saying. It just it feels more like
I really hope that he
sounds like he called it that to get the clicks on it.
Yeah.
Maybe. Which could be the case. He's done that before.
Yeah, whatever. It's just game recognizing game.
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay?
Like,
Olivia did not do anything.
I see why he would put this in there, sort of showing how he's a hypocrite. And
everyone is.
Well, that's exactly right. So it's like, I understand why he's saying that, but it's not really... Like, including yourself in it makes it feel petty.
This is just, like I keep saying, this is like shit that just needs to be couples therapy. Because that's the thing, is just like, you get to set... So, like, no matter what is said, that you still feel emotional inside, right? So it's like an apology doesn't make that go away, right? Like, there's that rawness that actually does need to, like, heal and needs to be worked through by both parties. You know what I'm saying?
This feels more like
and, like, you start contradicting yourself just to always be right and complain about everything. That's just how it ends up going.
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role in this whole fucking thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia.
I don't know, I'm kind of libertarian on this. They know what they were getting into. They were all super fans.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh,
except
how
for
could you be
Dan
friends with
and
them, which
the
is total
original guys who
bullshit.
literally
Me and Anissa are
applied
spineless. Ethan,
to
your
a
whole
regular
system
job
is
show,
scrambled.
you know, a
My
job
intention
listing.
isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the
Dan's the
fucking
worst one.
foundation for calling
Yeah,
out
but, like,
Ethan's hypocrisy on the
that's
whole subject.
because he's not
and I
a
know that you
fucking
guys
fan,
have probably pushed
you know?
back against Ethan over the years. How
He was
often are
hired
you
in a
supposed to
traditional
do
manner.
that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my favorite segment to be a part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and our other good friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because, like, why would I not?
See,
It was crazy.
She's just
Yeah,
feeling
why
wrong.
would you not?
Personally.
I mean, if that's truly what...
Yeah.
That's the
what you
issue. Is
believed
nobody's
and you
nobody's
weren't just-
recognizing that these are human beings with feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Largely the issue.
They
It's
separate it.
disconnected because it's the
Just
internet.
let this kind of shit go.
It's parasocial, in its like inherently.
Like the worst thing you can do is like dwell on it and then make a video about it and edit it for months. You know.
I'm not trying to be a dick. Even this first 19 minutes, we could kind of do without it because it literally just feels like feelings. Okay, somebody wronged somebody, someone wronged someone in the past. Okay, cool. But like, where's the content? Like, let's
Meanwhile, like past content cops, it's like Rice Gum laughing at a girl being raped.
Yeah, like show us the content. What are we actually criticizing? I don't care if you guys wronged each other. Okay, whatever. Yeah, someone should have apologized. Someone should have said sorry. Who gives a fuck? What is the actual issue here? What did Ethan do that's so bad that he deserves this like wave of hate and harassment? And I wonder
Of course
if we're
I was
even
gonna
gonna get there.
stand by you. That's insane.
Yeah.
It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defended me.
I'm not going to assume that Hila knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish. For anyone
Based.
unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the
That's a
receiving
good
end of a
combo.
lot of oppression and genocide.
Well,
on the part of the Lebanese, they've
Irish,
received a lot
the
of oppression
longest
and
UN deployment and the most successful UN deployment is the Irish troops in Lebanon.
There you go. Didn't know that.
Yep. Ireland
Acts
big
from
in
the
the
idea.
Levant, bro. Big on the anti-Israel trade. Yeah, exactly.
People arguing. Yeah.
Like, and remember, like his criticism of Leafy is Leafy was always like, "This is a grown ass man of 35 age." That's y'all,
Yeah.
grown ass men.
That's true.
So Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel. Choosing now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not going to fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that
How do you
Palestinians
think-
are taught at 2 years old
How do you
to
think
kill
Anissa
Americans.
feels about Claire Daly? Is my question. See,
Oh,
that
that
would
is
be
an
my
interesting
immediate
question.
follow-up is like, hey, what do you think about Claire Daly, by the way? Because if you're Irish and Lebanese, there's a crossover there of a very specific type. And, like, if you have a favorable opinion of that person, like,
I'm gonna question your morals.
oh, yeah, you are, like deep in the, like, chemical attacks didn't happen shit in Syria at that point.
Yep. Real red flags.
Do we have that
I
one?
mean,
Along the lines of those 9/11 questions.
Yeah, but most people won't know who that is.
True. Because that's my other gauging question is, how do you feel about Assad?
Well, that's a different... Hey, is that Mukhtar Sadr back there? Look at it. Hey, when you cut him off and you only see the
think
top
it
of the head, you're telling me it doesn't look even more like Mukhtar Sadr?
Moon's probably like, who?
I'm just chill. I'm like, okay.
Do you want to, are you bringing up a picture?
Yeah.
Please bring up a picture.
So this is like was like one of the principal insurgents of the Iraq War. Like if we're talking about dude who's killed more American soldiers than anyone else, it's this guy's faction. Like he was a serious faction in the Civil War, and he's now like a U.S. like ally by proxy because he hates Iran because he's Shia and they took over Iraq's Shia population through the political influence. So now Iraq comes down to two political parties, and it's the pro-Iran Shia party and the Sadirist movement. But he's literally insane. He's literally a terrorist psychopath. But he looks exactly like Ethan.
Oh my gosh.
All our thumbnails with talking about this guy.
That does not. Well, I mean, maybe
Oh,
from
come
like,
on.
your head up, but it does not look like Ethan. No chance.
It totally looks
Ethan
like
Klein.
it.
Well,
Look, here's Ethan with the fucking. He's with Hezbollah right here. What are we doing, Ethan? How could you be photographed with a terrorist leader, Ethan? I can't believe you.
Remy says it does though. I don't think
It was,
so.
it was in his fat era.
He also notorious bad teeth. That's another thing about him.
Oh.
Ugh. He doesn't smile often because he knows his teeth are shit.
I kind of see why.
Dude, like, so, like, the early Iraq War, like, this was, like, the guy on the news all the time about why we have to be there to stop this guy, right? And so, like, the Americans did gun buybacks, right?
Yeah.
So, like, he represents some of the poorest regions of Iraq. Saddam purposely discriminated against them. His city, Sadr City, named after him now, used to be called Saddam City. It was literally, like, the worst like ghetto in Iraq, and it was implicated that way as punishment from Saddam. So when he comes back from exile and like takes over that city and becomes a really good militia faction, the US Army says, hey, we're going to do gun buybacks so that way we get guns off the street in Iraq. So they sold them all their broken guns and then took the money and bought brand new AKs. It was like the dumbest thing you could ever do.
That's actually fucked up. That's fucked up, actually. Jesus Christopher Crackerjack, man.
I know, right? Nobody talks about this side of Ethan Klein.
Yeah.
Yeah, terrorist Ethan Klein.
Come on, look behind her right now.
No,
Come on.
it doesn't look like him. Poor Ethan.
You're in denial.
Ethan.
Like just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
It's crazy to see a Shia with an Israeli.
You
look mean. I thought you were mean because you look mean.
No.
So yeah, you caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter.
Like, look,
I honestly, is it bad to say I don't even care about some of this like bullshit? Like some of the.
Isn't this like
back and forth? It's just
equally
like
on the level of pettiness as the Blake Lively shit?
yeah, this is like honestly, and it's just boring. This isn't even content cop. It's just you have a gripe. You have something to go after him. No one cares. Like get into the content. What's going on?
Yeah.
What has Ethan
Like,
done?
I will look at who people follow if, like, things trigger alarms for me. And I'll look for certain people.
Yeah.
But, like, just following a
But these
streamer-
are technically co-workers, you know?
Exactly. Like, this is not a problem. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Follow who the fuck you want.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're celebrities. Get over it.
You gotta watch out for that Lucas Weber follow.
Yeah, that's a good gauge.
Twitter, we do be following.
So
the problem.
okay, if you want to hang out with those people and have no spine, and
he's usually the only follower that you know.
No. James is also pretty plugged into that network too.
Ah, interesting.
So like,
I haven't
so like,
noticed him.
yeah, I know. Like, if I see Lucas is there, I'm like, he's on the radar. CIA knows. Like, if Lucas knows about the guy, the CIA knows about the guy. You know what I'm saying?
That's so funny.
Not stand up for another girl that stood up
You know,
for
he
you.
wrote for like
Enjoy your
the
new
West
friends.
Point Journal.
She's friends with people like Denim.
The Sentinel. Yeah.
Crazy.
I don't remember what about though.
Interesting.
I think he works at
I
the
know.
Chiffon
Yeah.
Center
Which
now.
I'll
Huh. Maybe that's why he doesn't reply to us anymore.
Oh yeah, because like you're working
He
for
busy.
fucking Ali Chiffon. Dude's a fucking legend.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Friends with
Denim is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
Yeah,
Which I'll
and if
show you
you're
guys
friends
in a
with
sec.
them, then you're saying what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denim's character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person, like we think Ethan and Hila are good
Yeah,
people.
she's
kind
fine.
of a
She's
tricky
just stupid.
situation. How can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend
Mask
and
is
also
slipping.
be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't. So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind
You know
of that way,
where
where it's
iDubbbz
like,
fucked
one
up?
of the friends doesn't fuck with
Posting this publicly instead of just sending it to Ethan. You know what I'm
Dude,
saying?
no, this
His
is
video
so
diary
cringe.
for Ethan.
No, this is actually, it's been 22 minutes full of cringe. Like, I don't give a fuck that you have a gripe with Ethan. No one cares. Like, what is the actual substance of the issue? Right now, it's literally just that Ethan said he didn't want to be your friend because you followed someone. You could actually discuss that in DMs. But, like, I feel like we don't need we're at 22 minutes. And there's no actual content for the content cop.
Content cop, content cop.
We got friends. We got fucking cucked. We got cucked on content and tricked into watching.
But
like, the
you know
first
what?
20 minutes.
These always do well on YouTube.
But this
Always.
is like exhausting.
Well, I've sped it up, and I'll slow it down if something happens.
Thank God.
with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them, but separately. Yeah, there's a lot of
Also,
friendships that are
like,
like that. I'm not
even
gonna
our
make you guys
people
like meet up and
who,
kiss or
like,
anything.
only
I
watch
get-
on YouTube have went over and just given you the sub on Twitch too. I think some of our even like just the multi-stream, it's already doing numbers on YouTube.
Nice.
No, it really is. Jesus.
Get it? You guys
Not
are
crazy.
in fucking. You're
You
either
know,
my
but
best
more
friend
than
who's deep
10.
throating me to the
Big
base of
drop.
my
Let's go.
cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and blah blah blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mhm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then you should.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's kind of. Yeah. Like, forcing someone to do something, I'm like, I wouldn't want to either. It's like,
But
I'm
like
not
for
speaking
real,
for you.
this
You do
this
it.
was a video. Also, you know what? This is literally just a video he made just to communicate with Ethan, because like the beginning is a real like he was saying like I watched the content nuke, like, you know, because that's all Ethan has been asking of Hassan is to just watch it or something.
He won't. He
Right?
won't watch it.
And so like we got that hype, and it's just been this.
It's literally they have tricked us. This is a trick. This is a foolery. I don't know what the fuck this is, but I thought there'd be some reaction to the content nuke, and then maybe they would like go and be like, okay, we're gonna show you that this isn't true, or like they are taking this out of context, but they're not even doing that. Like you're also
Well-
proving Ethan's point.
The like bar speaks for itself.
The likes? I think it's kind of crazy. 140,000 to 55,000 dislikes.
Mm.
Do you guys feel like that's like decently even right now? It's like.
What do you? The
half.
real question is the
Yeah,
comments.
six, like.
Mm.
Oh, it's
Scroll down
probably
to
a
the
little bit more,
comments. See what they're
60-40.
saying.
Now this is a recession indicator.
Yeah, that's actually true.
That's
Nice.
funny. Since the last content cop, I've gotten 2 degrees and have 3 children. A lot of those.
I think
ones.
these are people commenting before the video is even watched. Unfortunately,
New content
we're gonna
cop,
have to
what's next?
reevaluate
Joji
it
digging out the
tomorrow
old
to
pig
really
suit?
see what filters to the
man.
top.
Yeah. Hold on. Sort by newest. Is this what Bad Empanada was talking about? Great.
No. I'm gonna.
Implying-
I haven't seen what
implying
he
Ethan's
said, but I'm
position-
safe to assume no.
Implying Ethan's position is to mental illness is truly dirty.
I would agree with that.
Well,
Why
I
has
mean,
Ethan settled
the
into
thing
what
is
appears
like-
to be permanent effect.
You know, the joke
affectation.
is like, cyberbullying doesn't exist. Just turn off the computer. But like, this is like whether it's like a state or a person doing it, like coordinated information attacks are like devastating. Like how many teens has 4chan gotten to kill themselves?
Oh my gosh! Did they just ban 4chan?
You know?
Did 4chan
Yeah,
get
they got
banned, or-
hacked and shit. But you know what I'm saying? Like kids literally get bullied into killing themselves all the time. Like, it is fucking vicious when you get fucking coordinated attacks against you, and it fucking makes you go crazy. That's the whole point. And it's normally just one person.
The
behind
difference
10
in this,
accounts.
I think Ethan, because he was watching this, Ethan will watch this, and I think that's what tells you that Hassan's a coward, because Hassan won't even watch the content, Nuke.
I bet you I think today's Wednesday, right? So I think specifically, iDubbbz released this specifically when Ethan was live,
Yeah.
right? To get the reaction, which we could show, but I'd rather get through this at this point.
Mm.
And tomorrow is his members only stream. I guarantee you he watches this for his members only stream.
Yeah.
Would have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, "Oh, he doesn't work with us anymore."
Then
But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't.
Okay. Do you have
agree.
anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like, yeah.
This is still not content.
Yeah,
Do we
I
wanna skip
don't.
forward some?
Is that okay with you? I mean, it depends what you guys want to do. I just am like,
Oh, we
dude, there's
don't-
no
we don't
content
care.
here. Okay, yeah, let's skip forward a bit because this isn't content. What? It's just him complaining.
Okay, well, let's
Jesus
jump
Christ.
to here.
Ever being friends with you
There's no
to
chapter
get something out
markers
of it.
either.
No, I'm
No.
friendly with you, and I'd
This
say I'm a
is
light
like
friend
villain
because
tier.
it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years.
How could
and as
you
of
post
late,
this with
it's gotten
no
really
chapter
fucking
markers?
shitty.
Yeah. So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we
It's
want to
because
burn?
there's only one chapter. It's all the same. It's just,
it's all the same.
It's literally an hour of a fucking record on repeat.
Yeah, maybe there was no chapters because it wasn't a properly planned out video.
That's like the beginning
They
seems
put
like we
more
were
effort
actually
into the start, yeah.
into the intro.
You know, what if he's just kind of teasing it? Like, somebody said the last 6 minutes invalidate everything, so
Yeah.
spoilers.
Interesting.
today, you're making it so fucking obvious that this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this to
Yes,
say,
they
like,
are.
yeah, we
Yeah,
feel
like-
hurt
literally
by
is
you
that.
guys not saying something.
What's this guy talking
They're also
about?
not a podcast. They're a show.
They can talk about whatever
Come
they
over
want.
to my house. You get my wife's name right.
Other guys?
You've decided to do...
Yeah. No, I say that a lot.
Okay.
That specific line
the
is
extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted and I feel defensive and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you and a lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves in under scrutiny, to sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much
Sorry.
do you actually care? Isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize
I
that
don't
Ethan
do
and Hila
drama.
are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever. And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes. You guys are just hurt and you're kind of like dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out
dancing
analogies for
Israelis.
something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something.
I see it.
And it's saying, fuck
I see
you,
the
you guys are being
anti-Semitic
bad.
dog whistle.
You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think
I'm
that the people who are
surprised
like the white
Jack
kids who are
hasn't
protesting
been
with the black students, you think that they were
sounds
just
this
like
whole time.
not risking anything?
I should
Those kids who are marching with the black students
You
and
didn't even
So in
play.
Ethan's
You come over
analogy,
to my house.
he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white
I
student.
don't think I have it. You never
I
had it.
actually, this is actually bugging me because he's trying to dismiss Ethan's like actual feelings about anti-Semitism, which are real. Like people are actually very anti-Semitic, especially after October 7th. You kind of saw it be like
And
normalized
people
quite
are
a bit.
conflating his shit with how Israel labels criticism of them with anti-Semitism, and that's not what Ethan is talking about. So that's the thing is like he's right, is that you need to like follow a line and understand like when you're crossing it and like when you're starting to be like weaponized, because like fucking Israel wants it and the IRGC wants it. They love anti-Semitism. Nobody loves anti-Semitism more than those two fucking groups.
Like, I don't know,
Oh.
they're just proving their point. And I think it is okay for Ethan to compare it to racial injustices since we're aware of, like, that they actually do face persecution. It makes sense, but I don't know, iDubbbz is trying to dismiss it, which is odd for someone who's trying to be more, I guess, liberal in their
Ouch.
views. But I don't know, they pick and choose when they want to defend certain things. Which is weird.
Here you go, Jack. I sent you the file.
Oh, you actually did make it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see.
Not, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
marching with the black students and.
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to the song just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza
Yeah.
until I found out it's
I feel
dangerous.
like-
He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely, harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year, I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about Hassan.
Like people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our
I'll
kid
show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people's shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been respecting you as independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
But
saying
that would be
which kind of-
commendable.
Which
That-
kind of, and by the way, it kind of speaks for itself that saying, hey, their house is claimed, they're, they're actually good people, like that's going to get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that's
Yes,
difficult
it
and
is.
Such a
standing by your
cop-out.
principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it...
I mean, that's been a lot of this video.
Yeah. I don't get it. Like, I don't know. iDubbbz, like, I don't understand how he can even watch this back and not see that he's doing, like, the exact same thing that he's complaining about. And also, him saying, oh, it's not going to do anything. Yeah, saying that, like, they have a clean house, at least, is going to do something to, like, excuse, like, because they were making it seem like the kid was eating poop off the ground. From, like, even the Denims video you watched and stuff like that, the bad empanada shit. So it's, like, even just making one statement saying, no, like, I've been there. I've never seen anything like that. It does matter.
I think most normal people said the CPS shit was fucked up.
I don't know. A lot of people were
Normal
defending it
people, yeah.
too. JJ, I'm such a very
Weird
glad to.
people.
Oh, thank you, Cal.
Whose car alarm is going off?
One sec. Can you guys hear that?
Can you?
I don't think it's mine. Yeah, I can hear it outside. Wait, one second. Let me go look. I don't think it's mine. If it's mine, it's so embarrassing.
No, it's not me. Oh, it stopped.
It stopped. We're all good.
It literally stopped as soon
Did that
as
file work? Did I send you there?
Are you stupid or are you deaf?
You idiot! You come to our house, you get my wife's name right!
It's too long.
I think
Way
we figured
too
it
long.
out.
Yeah, that's why there's the shortened one.
Where are we this
I
video?
even sh-
We're at
I even
30.
shortened
Or are
that.
you deaf?
See, we got that one.
Yeah.
We're at 31 minutes. 31 minutes with this bullshit. It's been 31 minutes.
It's not always easy.
Why are you saying I'm not
Halfway
standing
there.
up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I
Guys,
get, like, we're a little bit
wait,
past
pause it,
directly
guys.
naming me,
Revy-
so we might have
Revy
gone off
said
on a
to
tangent.
re-chat. Revy, I think he's trying to tell you guys to re-chat. He said
Jews?
tell Yeah, Revy is my mom. He said tell them to re-chat.
The Jews do not face the same. I've been busy with the chinchilla, so I haven't looked.
Jews do not face the same persecution as black people, though. There are differences, but I think that if you were to compare it, you
Someone
can
on,
make a
I just
comparison.
looked at someone on YouTube said Lamau dancing Israeli reference. I'm so glad my people are out there.
They caught it. They were like, wait a second. We're halfway there.
See? This is why you watch us.
I speak the truth.
If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I've been behaving is exactly in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good start. Love
Well,
the H3 podcast. You are
I
following
mean-
Frogan, so that means that you are
If you're following Frogan, I think
Yeah.
there's a lot of things we can determine.
So I wanted to
Let me
say
check
something
if I'm
about-
following her
Let me
on
just say
Twitter
something in chat.
specifically, though.
Tessie said, he said, the one point I agree with iDubbbz on is he's well within his right to say I don't give a fuck. He said he was friendly with Ethan and a light friend. If he wanted to stay out of it and not comment, people can say it's shitty, but I think it's fine to say nothing. Everything else, iDubbbz is a cuck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, yes. He can stay out of it. If it's like,
I
not
mean,
your
he's been being called a cuck for years now. He's just embracing it. Okay, I do not follow her on Twitter. Had to
So
check.
I would never follow Frogan. Like, what the fuck? How'd she get? Didn't she win like breakout screamer of the year? And like, I'm like, who the fuck actually listens? Or no offense, and I don't have like a big platform or anything, but like Frogan. Like, are we serious? It's a scam.
I didn't even know who she was.
Scam.
Stop trying to make fetch happen. It's never gonna happen.
That's literally it with Frogan. They're trying to make it happen, and it's not happening, and that's okay. Do your thing, but like, I think it's because she's a Hassan mod. So it's like,
Is she actually? Jesus Christ.
yeah, she is.
She was actually his neighbor.
That's how it started. She
Oh
was a
my
Hassan
God.
mod.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's all like,
Literal orbiters.
yeah, it's all just his orbiters at this point.
Crazy.
And then,
And they're all probably fucking
Still a
connected
thing.
too.
sorry, Cal, it's not to say that like people can identify as white first or anything like that, but there is comparisons I do think you can make with the Jewish community and how black people have been treated. However, of course, there's two different situations. Of course. Racism sucks across the board, but I do think you can make comparisons sometimes. And if anything, it would make more sense for us to compare Jewish people to black people in certain circumstances. I think it's fine to do.
So, like, if we
with the Nazis.
actually integrated, what's really cool is, like, all our chats would actually merge together. So, like,
that, like,
our
on
YouTube
Twitch?
chat would be able to talk to your Twitch chat if we actually hooked up in the beginning.
That's what you meant. I thought you meant on Twitch. That's why when you kept saying end, I was like, oh no, like we could just integrate on Twitch. But now I know what you mean. You meant you want to integrate like YouTube and everything.
Yeah, it actually lets you put temps up at the top there.
Yeah, so you can.
And so
you
it
can
doesn't
put
even
your
remember
Twitch
your
there.
username or password. So if you hit refresh, you'd have to enter it again.
Oh, I see what you mean
So
now.
it's like
Okay.
super friendly for collabing and stuff.
Okay, well, moving forward then, like next time we actually just do a stream together, let's just like start that from the beginning. Like,
Yeah,
as
well,
soon as-
that's the thing is I wasn't too worried about it for the first one.
Yeah. Okay, then no, that's great actually. I didn't know that. I thought you just meant Twitch. I was like, oh yeah, we can
Yeah, I actually
shoot that baby up.
found the code to make it work. So it actually all goes to our Discord too.
Oh, what the fuck? Nice. Okay, cool.
So like I use that because like normally it's not happening
Revy,
here. But
Revy,
like
do you
normally I
want
have
to?
it so I have alerts.
Like
so
going?
like whenever I get a chat message, I can fucking get an alert in my headphones.
Oh,
But I must
and
have done
Revy,
something
we
to
can
stop
merge it on Twitch, but he wants to merge it on like YouTube as well. But that's like another way to do that.
They all talk to each other. Like if
Yeah.
you look
Yeah,
at our if you look at our chat, it'll tell you like this person's from YouTube. Right.
Like
in
you,
there.
and I'll be able to pull up their comments
See?
as well, like this.
And so like when somebody in Twitch types in Twitch chat, it goes to YouTube. We have a bot that relays the entire chat network.
Oh, okay, guys, you look, you're teaching me so much. I did not know this, and I didn't know any of this. What the hell? Okay, well, moving forward.
I don't know anything about Twitch. That's the issue, though, because I always work through Restream, so I barely know anything about Twitch. I don't know how to make the channel look cute or anything like that.
No, but moving forward, that's what we'll do then. We'll just do it like that so that everything can be merged. Because it is easier when it's merged. Because then it's like you don't have to look everywhere. You just see what's basically happening.
Honestly,
and you can also track your viewers on Restream as well. I'm not sure if
like,
you can see that.
Obviously, this is going to get more. Yeah, it tells us it gives us the number for all 3 platforms at the top.
Oh, what the fuck?
Except for Rumble.
So, yeah, except for Rumble, actually. But we would knock Rumble out to give her Twitch.
Yes,
Because I think we can still only host 3 right now, unless you pay more. But anyway, like I think we would have made better content if we played Repo. But this is gonna get more clicks and views, so.
Okay, no problem.
But we'll have to clip this out and post it on YouTube. We'll have to remember to download it when we're done.
There's no ice cream.
Ethan.
Sorry.
Sam, Morg Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there.
So it's
You'd think that
Ethan's
Hassan would be
BDS
on the top of
movement.
the
I get
BDS
it.
list, but that's not the case.
This is better.
Hassan
I'm
provides
into
additional
this.
value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to
It's 'cause
people
it's a tier
collaborating
list.
with Hassan because that's what
Yep.
he did. You got to be the lowest of the
Actually,
low to be
you'll have to
associating
do a
with the
tier list
Frogans
with
and the
us as
Denims
well.
of the world. To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense
Well, we'll
because he's
do it
famous
soon.
and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on Anissa's and IDub's feed.
It's important to remember that
We can do another European culture tier list.
Oh God. No, there's no chance.
this is a living document.
It's,
and people
it's probably one of our funniest videos.
Yeah, it's just us making fun of Europeans for like the whole video.
No.
People can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's no coincidence that Ethan stays silent when these powerful, popular men are supporting Hassan. It's because
Are you
Ethan is a
quiet
coward.
now?
He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians
That's
because
true.
they have power.
See, this is good. This is better.
Ethan is
Yeah.
that. That's true.
This is where he should have started the video.
Real quick,
Yep.
and I think he knows that
Just cut that 30 minutes out.
We
Get
cut the
rid of it.
30 minutes. What a
Completely
waste of
irrelevant.
our time.
Completely
Holy
irrelevant.
shit, man.
they don't fuck with.
And you know what's better? We've made this worth watching.
No. The first 30 minutes, at one point I was like, is this actually the entire video? Because that
Yeah,
would
I'm
have
not talking about any of the video. I'm talking about us talking.
That's made it better, probably.
Yeah.
His ideology, but he's going to keep that to himself
Like
because
that
the last
solid
thing
3
that he
minutes
wants
about
to discover
fat
is that
ISIS
people that
is
he
better than this.
Oh, no, please, God.
Making the visual comparison of Muqtada al-Sadr and Ethan. That's something most people would have never, ever,
Yeah, because
ever heard
nobody
about.
knows who that is.
And
No.
now, everybody does.
No, guys, don't look it up at home, guys. Don't look it up.
And now you can start mocking Ethan.
No, and actually, we
by
have a great
comparing him
article
to-
about it.
No,
we do actually,
no,
yes.
No,
Yeah.
Jared, no. I'm not getting banned.
respects and looks
We
up
actually do have a really good article about it.
I'm not getting banned.
to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan's stream and he mocks your content nuke,
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah,
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
you don't fire back because you're
That's
coping.
funny as
So you're
fuck.
just going to tuck your tail between
Stavros
your legs
is
and
so
never mention
funny.
on your podcast that
And
mentions
he's not
everything.
built from
you're
Joe
bringing
Rogan.
up some fucking connection
No.
I have on Twitter.
What do you-
Someone
Legion of Skanks? What was he?
Cumtown.
What was his thing? Oh, it was Cumtown. Okay. I couldn't remember which one it was.
mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier.
Who?
His valuable association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link conveniently are also
Yeah,
in this
they want
category
they
of
want to go
popular
after
and
Rhett and
powerful
Link's
men
editor
who,
because
Ethan
he's
does
been
not
to
wanna burn
protest.
bridges with.
Seriously?
Yeah, which is like, again, like, people aren't like diving into the organizers of protests, and if they were, they would be like, hey, why are you asking, Fed? You know?
Yes.
Like, you just are
Although
told to show
he's-
up. You know, you walk barefoot around school for a day because for some reason Tom Shoes told you to. You know?
Sniffing.
Then, you know,
He's sniffing
Coney
around.
2012, you know, you just show up and you get your box and you put your stickers around the town.
Spam us, but no test. You can repop, it's okay.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. This guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's
don't
bringing on
care.
somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think
Like,
he should
I
be
don't- I
fired,
don't
frankly.
understand, like,
And I
this-
hope he is fired. He's pathetic.
See,
and
this is better. This is better. This is showing Ethan and his content targeting a dude who really is a who gives a fuck moment.
he interviewed a fucking, basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he thinks they're a target that he can bully, he can manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
What is happening?
Yeah, what is this?
Yeah, he has a button.
Yes.
Okay, so
Let's leave.
what
Yeah,
happened is
yeah.
he kept getting striked. Right? So he got struck for two things very specifically. He said something along the lines in the second Holocaust, they're going to come for Ben Shapiro first. Something along those lines. And then the other one, so you know the Uvalde school shooting?
Uh-oh.
Right? You remember that? So the NRA hosted a meeting like a town over, like a week later, and he was very upset and said something like somebody should bomb that in Minecraft or something like that, and it got him a strike there too. So that was 2 strikes. A third one would have lost their channel. So they got this editor button that you use on live feeds where if he hits the button, it deletes the last 30 seconds. So they actually post on a 30-second delay on top of the already delay that they have already.
That's
so
actually
it's like
smart,
a
though.
minute behind. So he hasn't gotten a content strike since then. And like sometimes, like one time he did it because he accidentally doxed Olivia by saying she lived near a certain restaurant. And he's like, or sometimes so it's like it's allowed him to tell off-color jokes and then read the room and be like, nope.
Delete.
And it's just
Honestly,
become a thing. And it's like
fair
it's
enough.
joke in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the worst thing. That's actually kind of smart.
But shit, how pathetic are you? Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I don't like pedophile. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach. You'll be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. Yes, please. I want to be a good Jew. I'm a good Jew. Please, guys, please.
Yeah, I don't think it was that.
That was fine.
Big a deal. Of all the things, it always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at it.
We're now going to talk about Ethan's
Now let's talk
button,
about the button.
bro.
Ethan got this button. Or
Why didn't you
posted it
chapter
as a
mark
response
this?
To the controversy with Cutie Sin.
Yeah, exactly.
Where
That's
are
not.
you?
No, he did not get it because of this.
He scammed
Okay.
us. I'm gonna say it. He's scamming everybody. Because
Also,
why not?
you know what was the most fucked up about this? Is he interviewed Rebecca Black before he did this reaction to Cutie Cinderella crying. And like it was legitimately like a really good interview, and he fucking ruined all the momentum and energy he had by fucking doing this.
That's pretty funny.
Cinderella. He was not able to.
But we have the title now for when we clip it for YouTube. iDubbbz scammed us.
Yeah. He actually did. He did for 30 minutes.
I want my money back.
Control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if the Jordan crying thing.
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but you guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about doing something wrong, he's hitting the button.
See, that's funny.
What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps a country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I think you guys are wrong. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit.
No. Fuck that, bro. I can't be tamed. That's why I don't fucking read
You maybe
prompters.
say, I'm not going
Fair enough.
to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay on topic. Also, the H3 community and Ethan himself use the phrase goblin mode all the time to excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it seem less bad.
I've been diagnosed
That's
with
not a
goblin mode,
meme
actually.
anymore.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into
We
this
were
like
literally
uncontrolled state and
talking
refers to his
about this.
goblin
I
mode.
do not call myself
Remember?
goblin mode.
We were literally talking about this, how everyone used to say goblin mode and now it's crashing out, and I think it's so lame. You know?
Oh, okay. And like crashing out, I realize it means different. It's something different for different races. Because like when I usually heard crashing out from like black people, it meant like I guess crashing out meant to me like losing it, like losing your shit, maybe fucking breaking something, fighting somebody, like just losing it, like thing. But now crashing out just means like if you get a little upset.
Yeah, no.
you're
It's
crashing out. Like,
it's the same
Yeah,
thing
well,
with
it's
woke.
white
Like
people
woke came
appropriating
about
culture.
meaning a very specific thing, and now it's just a replacement for homos or ethnicities. Any word that you want to use to offend somebody, their right to say that word being taken away is woke.
yes.
It's the same shit. It's just what happens when fucking slang gets to the popular culture. You know, nobody says in Minecraft anymore either.
Yeah, I mean, I still use that sometimes.
Oh yeah, you did. I still stick by cultural appropriation.
I just miss Scott. Oh, you mean you defend it? You defend
No, I'm
appropriating
saying
cultures.
that this is white people appropriating black
Oh
culture.
yeah. Well, that's the that's the joke in South Park. Is like they had to
Yes.
start calling the house flip floppity flop.
What the fuck?
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
Did you know Chinese and Japanese are different people?
an apology. Cool, you got goblin mode today. You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused.
I'm trying, bro.
And I don't think there's no room for using
See,
the term
that was like
goblin
more
mode.
than a
I
year
like the
ago
idea that
when
you're defending
goblin
yourself
mode was
and
a
the little
relevant
guy by
thing.
going goblin mode when a big corporation or a
Hey.
big entity is trying to attack you.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But you not thinking about what you're saying, not, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew
Yeah.
has been put in the worst
And what are
working environment
goblins?
that you possibly
Thick,
can
short
be
stacks.
for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. To be around Ethan, period, would be a nightmare right now.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way,
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, people are sensitive about women being called that word. And so...
Like, how pathetic are you? You know
He
what?
said the C
I'm
word.
not assuming his
Only
pronoun.
Australians
All
can
these people-
say that.
Go ahead.
Exactly. Don't appropriate my culture. Fuck you, cunt.
That's
I'm not
only
yelling at you, I'm
appropriate
just-
in one country.
Kelly is a black woman, right?
The British as well.
Maziel is a
Korean.
Dominican.
No.
Oh, Dan, come on.
I'm taking
You're being
away
so-
their
you're being
everything
such a
card.
buzzkill. Yeah, I didn't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POs. God.
Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke
Okay.
to AB without thinking that
My
the internet was going
goblin
to hear
mode
it. It was
post
rude.
that
It
I
was
went
nasty.
to go find is from February 12th, 2024. Okay, that is we're talking about a year ago when goblin mode was relevant, bro.
I didn't even know people said that. I didn't even know that was a thing. Goblin mode?
Yeah, were you not online?
I was. I didn't He's like, fuck, were
You live under a rock?
Check this out.
I looked at it, I think the vibe that I got was like short stack, thick kind of thing. You know what I mean? Like the way like goblins get drawn in porn. You'll have to entertain me for a moment on this presumed shared knowledge of how goblins get drawn in pornography. But you know how they're all like thick short stacks, right? When
What the fuck? Okay. Oh yeah.
It's okay. Certain people get it. You just had to be there.
Thinking that the internet was going to hear it.
The
It
point
was
is
rude.
that
it was nasty.
that guy who was talking about goblin porn there downloaded lolly porn that he thought was goblin porn.
Was that Vosh?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Oh, okay. There you
So,
go. Well,
so that's why I was saying Ethan going goblin mode and acting like a child. Same thing to some people.
I don't think Vosh ever.
Goblins, children. What's the difference?
I don't think Vosh ever moved on from. I don't think he ever like survived that the whole lolly controversy.
No,
I don't think so.
Like that was it for
That's
him.
fine with me though.
I think our funniest video was the motorbike video when we watched Vosh fucking cry about motorbikes. Very fucking funny. Absolute L take. It's like you oppose cars and car infrastructure, but don't encourage motorcycles. What's wrong with you?
Oh. How do you get around?
Exactly. Oh, push bike.
Well, he lives in Seattle. Seattle actually has a pretty good transit system. They have a really good bus and rail system, actually.
Do they have trams?
It's really nice, actually.
Yeah, no, I used to live in Vancouver, so they had a nice public transportation
Yeah,
system.
but that's Canada, though.
Yeah,
In
Canada
America,
law.
it's an accomplishment when
It's
a
the
city
51st
actually
state,
has working
you know.
public transit. Okay.
Okay.
America's about to
Like DC
revolutionize
is
your
like
transit system
like the
by
traffic
destroying
sucks in DC, but the metro in DC is it's pretty good.
Like not bad.
All the
Fair enough.
museums
I
are
can
free.
attest to that. DC
But,
was
like-
one of the easiest places to get around.
Damn.
Tokyo was the easiest. And I don't speak Japanese.
New York has problems, like with a lot of you know how many women accused Andrew Cuomo of where it was proven that he sexually harassed them. Do you know how many? At least
Was it like
proven 11. Right? That's New York politics, all right? So the metro system, okay, it costs way more money that they need. Like, it's falling apart. Like, the money that they need is already not being allocated, and almost all of it gets embezzled. It's fucking crazy. I don't know how the New York Metro runs. It's fucking nuts. Everyone knows this. It's like widely reported that corruption is like taking all the money from the metro.
That might be a
Yeah.
topic in itself.
Did you know that jumping the turnstiles is actually ethical? Because it stops the embezzlement.
Yeah, you know what?
Fair dodge in New York City.
Exactly, man. And
And
so,
what do
like,
they- what do they do
here's-
to
you
make
know
it
what's the
happen? They
best
station
part?
cops
So
in the
New York's
stations.
reaction to jumping turnstiles, okay? One, more cops in the subway to stand around and do nothing. And if anything, shoot a guy. Which they did. They shot into a train when a suspect ran onto a train.
Are you serious?
And they shot a guy in the face.
You didn't know about
Months
that?
ago. It
They can
literally
just
happened
shoot-
months ago.
They can
They're
just shoot
fucking
through a train?
New York City, if you take the NYPD and you put them on a military scale, they're the 5th largest military in the world.
Jesus Christ.
Right? Yeah. So their solution, more cops, a worthless robot, and raise the tolls to make up for those toll skippers. What do you think happened? Do you think they lowered or raised the amount of tolls being
I've
jumped?
seen those robots that like go around New York City. They're like the little. Do they like clean up the streets?
No. They're like if Paul Blart Mall Cop was a robot. They literally do nothing. They're not even working. They're not even on. It's like literally the inflatable dummy that you put in the police car to stop drunk driving and shit. I'm dead serious. They literally canceled the project because none of them worked and it was just a waste of money.
Oh my gosh, dude! America's so funny sometimes. You can just have fun.
New York's such an interesting place because stuff like that, they unite and just increase.
Yeah,
their
and it's all families because it's all immigration that goes back, right? So like the Italians, the Irish, Chinese, like like Grand Theft Auto ain't lying when they're showing like the triads fucking with the Italians and shit. Like that's why Giuliani came in and just broke a bunch of like ethical laws and RICO'd everyone involved in these families.
Wait, guys, we're getting distracted.
I know.
We set ourselves.
Have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you.
Talking about
it was
public
anger, and it
transport.
was uncalled for.
Because that's how good this video is.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's so
doing?
awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro.
Oh no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just I'm not finishing Wednesday.
On Friday. Is it? You guys like.
All right, I'm taking my hand off.
That was fake.
Okay, well, thanks, Button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it.
They
He immediately
staged
wanted
that.
to deflect, and he wanted to say,
They literally staged that as a joke.
Oh wait, really?
Yes, they do that. That's a gag they do all the time. Where they think they're cutting it, but they leave the audio in because you can cut just the picture or
Just
just
the
the
video?
audio or both. So they'll do
yeah,
it.
'cause most of the
and
time
you
you're
notice he
seeing
said,
both.
"Okay, I'm going to take my hand off the button now." Like, come on, could you be more obvious about it? It's literally a joke, bro.
"Hey,
And
there's a
it was
button fuck
and it
you."
was
First of all, I
content
appreciate
court. They literally stole this idea from you. They actually, if you want to watch a content cop, go watch these from Ethan because they're better than this video.
At least the first 30 minutes. Jesus Christ.
The hard work.
I know you do,
and
I
I
know.
loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
it makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button fuck you? AB?
I'm gonna go make some food. But just yell out if you need me to pause it.
No, yeah, it's fine. We got it.
Fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole.
If
He
anything,
makes
we
it
should just
seem
talk
like
over
he's
it.
not a tyrant of a boss.
Yeah.
For doing it.
What are you
Making it so
doing?
awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke. Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are like not true, and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that that was what you searched to
I did
pull
not
up that
type
photo. So I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying. I
Yeah.
appreciate you doing that. God forbid.
Let's go get that button.
Why?
Because
It's not that big of a deal, man.
just
Like,
your
how-
inability to.
No, hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
surprise
things.
them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily. In the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer,
from
a lot
Ohio.
nicer for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in Syria alone killed double that much. All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play a song talking about bad empanada.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him because he's putting them in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin mode. Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good.
Mhm.
Like I'm looking at like 20
Bro,
goblin modes to 1.
Recently,
too far. Demon
look at how
mode.
fat he is in this image.
What makes demon mode different than goblin
I know,
mode?
he's
is
huge
goblins
compared
aren't
to what he
really,
looks like now.
An intimidating, powerful force. If
gonna
the
be from a long
goblin
time
is
ago.
persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably
Does,
next
like,
week,
anyone
my
remember
full attention is going
Maddox
to you, George,
from
like
the
eye
Best Show in the
I see
Universe
you.
guy?
I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan, the reason the internet
Maybe,
got
you
behind
know,
you when you were being
the
super-
Dick Show with Dick, what's his name?
No, I'm not familiar.
The misogynist, what's his name? Dick Masterson, right? So he did. So this guy Maddox, he used to be like this, like fake angry outrage, like manosphere women are dumb. Like he was legitimately like doing it as a joke, right?
Yeah.
But so basically, he tried to go into business with this other guy, and it fell out, and he was like a whiny bitch about it. All right, and like literally destroyed all his reputation because of what a whiny bitch he was. And then like for not posting for like years, he released this thing on Wang, the internet history guy.
Yeah.
You know? And it was like an expose on him on how he doesn't do sourcing properly. And it's not like the plagiarism video. He does accuse him of plagiarism and shit in it, but it was like clearly made a year before it came out. So like why did he even release it? So like he made this like comeback video, and it was like such a dog shit long ass video where he's just like so mad about this guy not sourcing things properly.
Oh, what the fuck? 'Cause,
Yeah,
like,
and so
honestly, how I
like
feel about this is
that's
so
the
petty.
energy I'm getting from this.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be honest. The first 30 minutes, we actually didn't need it. He could have started it at the 15, like the.
That's why you need editors who hate you.
Because this is just like this is exhausting. It's like okay, now we're maybe starting to get to some stuff, and we're okay. We're getting some more information. Maybe he's criticizing a bit more. I can understand some of these points, but the first 30 minutes was not needed. iDubbbz was just I don't know. That was just him being petty for no
So like
reason.
when we do like big expose stories and stuff in the industry, we will assign a B team, and that B team is supposed to be there to be the contradiction to you. Like normally you pick somebody that you don't like personally to like run that job and run that team. So like anything that's a research that we're diving into like really classified shit and like really expose shit that could like end up getting a network liable and stuff, you'll have a B team running against you and like dissecting all your shit and like calling out your sourcing and all that stuff. Like it can get really serious and heated like in these meetings, but normally it like pays off. So like like when they get like the Pentagon paper or the not the what were they called?
It can't not be.
Not the Pentagon Papers. What were the papers that came out that was basically a Russian op to show how much Ukraine is corrupt?
Oh, the Panama files.
Panama. Was it Panama? No, Panama was back in the day.
Are you sure? That's the one that showed that Ukraine and Russia had the highest.
This was the Pandora papers, right?
That's it.
So
Pandora.
So like multiple news agencies got these leaks that showed like internal corruption from multiple countries, and like specifically like one specific country called Ukraine that hadn't been invaded yet. But like it was a huge expose done by multiple agencies. There's like tons of infographics and stuff. But that whole time they had B teams running against them.
Interesting.
Like telling them that their research was shit and stuff. And like that's how you actually like make a really good piece with integrity and shit.
Hey, the more you know.
And that's why you can believe most of those investigative pieces. Like, there's process behind these things, which is also why the independent places, you need to
like
treat
the
them with
extremism in America CNN story, right? Where Asmongold was whining, saying it was too. They only care about one extremist, right? But like, it's gonna be a whole series. Like, let's ran through multiple B teams.
Yeah. Hello.
That's why it came out the way it did.
Interesting.
Yeah. I have chicken and rice and peas.
Okay.
Hopefully I don't pee on the table.
Sued by Matt Haas, or when you were being sued by Ryan Kavanaugh, is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing, and I cannot wait for you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people.
Dude, they literally called CPS on him.
You know, that Batman line about living the hero and becoming the villain and stuff, you know?
That would have been a good line.
No,
Like,
this is
literally
bullshit.
CPS called on his kids over internet beef. It's escalated.
Yeah, this is not just internet anymore. So people making excuses like, I can't believe he's suing. Shut the fuck up. Of course he's suing. I would sue. I think anybody who had the funds would sue because this is bled into real life. This is going to affect his children in the long term. And then they're making like accusations of horrific things I've seen on like subreddits. And I'm like, you can't be surprised. And once again, go after these people because you're going to teach them a lesson. You guys want to keep doing this, bringing this into real life. These are your consequences.
Also, by the way, suing somebody for defamation is not anything to do with free speech because it's not a criminal charge.
Yeah.
It's totally your right, just like it's their right to take you to court, you know? They could have punched you. Then it would have been a criminal case.
But instead they're just taking you to court over it. Fair enough. If you don't want this issue, like there are levels to it, right? I think
also, he's in California, the hardest state to win these types of suits in.
Yeah.
Ooh. I wonder what will come of it.
It'll be very interesting.
Might set precedent.
People. These public legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice.
I love the reactions.
That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
That's
you can
just
do
the photos
all of
promoting
these things.
it.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation.
Ethan Klein
but, like,
currently
at what
living
point,
his
like,
worst
at what
nightmare, and
point
this
do you
brings me
kind of fucking have
at least
to?
some
I mean,
joy.
this is like
and it's
basically
just
someone calling you a
reposting
pedophile. But yeah,
Denham's
no, Ethan's a
picture.
pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch.
I
and
think if
Pedophile.
Ethan watched this,
Dan
he's going to be
KKK
like...
Clancy has a similar...
I think he's going to get to the point where we are, where he gets bored.
review of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it like actionable, which is like wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit
What's
like that.
funny about
Dan
this
Clancy
is
now, in other words,
he starts yelling about like, Dan, you fuck, you coward, and fucking they rip that as a soundbite for play as the Dan producer.
Does Ethan say why he calls like Dan Clancy those names, or is he just saying that?
Yeah, it's all in the content nuke.
About Dan. Okay.
So like the content nuke is actually more about Twitch as a platform than it is Hassan.
Yeah,
that's the whole thing.
That's what I got from it. So the only thing I have to disavow is the whole like calling someone like a pedophile, because I'm not sure about that claim. That I would not be inclined.
It's
to say
a little
because,
inflammatory.
Yeah, that's more definitely more inflammatory because I'm not.
I like Hassan calling Destiny sex pestiny because Destiny is like a proven sex pest, and like it works so well.
Like that's a good just being like pedophile Destiny. It's got no punch. You just you're just throwing inflammatory words to have because you're angry.
Yeah, it doesn't help you. So I disagree with him there. You shouldn't have said that.
You have so much less to go off of saying that
Oh
than
no,
anybody
I
has
was saying
about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just based on his
Well,
looks.
at least you're self-aware.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine.
Critical?
I mean, the way he's talking about Noah on his podcast is so
It was
fucking
called this
creepy and weird.
content creators who support genocide.
Can you pause it for a second?
Upon initial
Pause it.
examination, it seems to check out.
Because I had Tessie say something. He said defamation in Canada works totally different as well. In the U.S., they need to prove losses, and they said an incorrect thing. However, in Canada, you only need to prove you didn't say the defamatory thing. He said, I prefer our standard. So if you do say something defamatory, it doesn't matter about losses. You just can't say that thing. Like
Yeah,
if you know
see, we're hyper capitalists, so it only matters about if it impacts your money here.
I guess for us, it's also.
And that's why it's really hard in California. Like California is actually kind of like pro the little guy in these things.
Interesting.
Ethan actually, what's funny is like he doubled down talking shit on Ryan Kavanaugh and did not work out well for him.
What do you mean? Like
he won certain parts of the lawsuit, but lost others basically. He lost money at the end of the day because of legal fees and shit.
Because he kept.
Actually, I think Ryan Kavanaugh owes him legal fees, and he just never is going to pay because why would you? Who's going to make you?
That's funny.
Yeah, it's also hard to get the money from people who don't have it. But I think Ethan, at least in this case, is doing it because I don't think it's about the money; it's just about the principle, which I respect.
Well, like also like knowing that somebody lives with their parents, then it's like you go after assets, you're going after someone's family there too, which is kind of fucked. But then it's like, oh, I can just move in with my parents, and I'm immune from criticism. I can just talk shit.
Yeah, that's the thing too. I just think people need to be like, unfortunately, learn a lesson the hard way. And if you don't learn it from the beginning by just stopping, then sometimes it has to be pushed to that extent, unfortunately. And it's like they're the ones sacrificing their family because they know that there's a risk.
I mean, at the end of the day, there's a chance that all they do is just say change the title of the video.
That's possible.
It could be as simple as that. And then
Watch tomorrow. This isn't even called Content Cop.
Because it's not. This is not Content Cop. This is. I don't even fucking know what this is.
Content Shop.
Content.
Yeah, content.
And it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
Don't say it.
So he's a rape. So of course his standard. I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say. But
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
you are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like
Actually,
that. The
Ethan
accusation
handled
is that
this
he's a
interview
sleaze.
fairly well.
Absolutely. Noah
Yeah.
Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson, who's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep, allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me.
Is that
a
when
left-
he was like chatting up chicks in DMs about having a girlfriend and shit?
Oh,
Well, so like what happened was his girlfriend said, "Hey, if you fuck someone else, please use protection." And then he didn't do that. And when she found out, he was like, "Oh, I thought you meant people that I would sleep with in the future. These were people I was already fucking, so I thought they were immune from that." Which is just like, shut the fuck up, bro. Like,
How
don't
old is
act
he?
like you didn't know where the boundary was.
26,
Wait, sorry.
I think he said.
Oh, he's 26? Okay, yeah, that's different. If you had said he was like 18, 19,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
we could have a discussion. 26, no, he's too old. There's no.
Yeah.
Well, this was in the past.
Yeah.
I think they were much younger at the time too. But like, even then, like, the fucking phone call they have with her is not really that big of a deal. That's literally all it's about.
left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar. at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar. There are...
Ethan should talk to Sam. Sam's the one person I would say he should talk to. Out of all of this.
very thoughtful, very kind anti-Zionist Jews out there that he could talk to. I don't think that I will be able to reach him.
What's the insinuation that I only listen to other Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews at large view it. I don't think that that is the...
In what position are you to even say that?
It was not motivated by myself. It's motivated by Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like...
I fucking hate these people. No, that's not why he should speak to Sam. He should speak to Sam because Sam is the only rational fucking person in
like,
this area.
honestly, like, who cares? Like,
it literally is irrelevant. Hassan, like, Ethan's right to be like, why does it matter? Hassan's wrong to bring it up. But also, Ethan bringing it up as like, oh, well, he's Jewish. Is that why you want to talk to me? Is a bit...
Well, and Ethan is like, yes, he should talk. Or Hassan is literally like, yes, it's because he's Jewish.
It'd be like telling me, like, I don't know, to talk to Candace Owens. And be like, well, you should talk to her to see. I don't know. It just be like,
you know, she's trying to come back.
Yeah, like,
you know.
Yeah.
So I've been watching a bunch of these like different like black political commentators just basically telling her to fuck off. Like, you're not welcome back.
That's great.
And they're all just killing it with these videos.
Well, that's what this reminds me of. It's like, talk to this certain black person, and it's like, to get your views. It's a little odd, and I understand why Ethan would kind of be like, well, why? You know, I don't know. It's a little.
So I also think that Hassan is not good at actually navigating reality.
Yeah.
He only knows how to like navigate this like Hamas's resistance fighter type hook.
Yeah.
Where you like understand it from like he'll talk about, what are they fucking historical materialism? What's the word that they fucking use about history?
Oh.
Pick the date.
I'd be the first black. That's actually true, unfortunately. And I love Kanye, and that actually sucks.
Like, goddamn.
2013. What a prophet.
What an oracle.
What do they say? Historical, dialectical materialism? No, it's like historical.
Historical.
Like he
I'm
says
not
like
sure.
historical analysis and shit. Because I commented on H3's Reddit and got called a schizo for trying to explain that you don't need a historical analysis to explain 9/11, because it has nothing to do with blowback and these people are all wrong. And then I got called a schizo for citing sources.
Oh, my computer died.
How can you tell me how to feel about this situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So yes, Ethan, on occasion you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable. You are such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch, though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking. You're right. I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen, I'm curious what do Lena and Sam think about it.
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys all seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think
I
to
don't
respect
know.
the women here in the room.
See, this is what I'm saying. You can't give him shit when he literally goes to his audience and says, "Where's the line?"
Of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to
you're
figure out
muted.
where
We
he
can't hear
stands.
you.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the first time, I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not
Are you still
whatever
muted?
this was.
Can you hear me
This
now?
comment from Hassan really started
Yeah,
to
yeah,
send some
sorry.
alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were.
Like
Bro,
I said,
didn't make the fucking
he
leftist
had that
program.
Tibet
You did.
conversation
You made
was
fucking,
like,
what,
whoa.
60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks
Jack's
about being
laptop
aware of
died.
Hassan's 9/11 comments. And then sort of leaves it at that.
Because
Like, it
I
was just a
actually
joke.
listened
Actually,
to the
I think Ethan
feed
describes
through
them
my
as
laptop.
edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember
So
him
I
from
can
such
hear
classics
myself in
as-
the mix.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and
I
controversial
forgot
jokes
about
at the
that
time we
when
made
you
the
said
show
that.
together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his international politics
You could have gotten
opinions
some wrong
are, but
information.
you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it.
No, I don't
You're an
like
adult.
what iDubbbz
When
is
Ethan
doing
and
here.
Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No single person represents all Jews.
I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret
Thank
that
you,
phrase.
Scott.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my
Israel doesn't-
God.
Israel. This is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander.
Jack
They say that
can't hear
Israel's
us
going to
still.
war on behalf of Judaism. They have never. I don't believe that that's ever been stated, and I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like.
Thanks, fair.
I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place
Hassan
Jews
is
can
the
go.
Turkey
With that
is
slogan,
part of
we might
American
actually have peace.
imperialism.
You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, we, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, like he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every last Jew on the planet. I don't think Israel has claimed that. They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden, they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list. It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun, and Ethan Klein saw that, and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list them, and we're going to need your help to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't. And also, like, we have tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy's like, can I say it? Is it slurs? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word.
Wait, can we
but
pause
it
this?
is
Is
a
that
cultural
possible?
word amongst Arabic-speaking
If
people
Jack can hear you.
and
Oh.
Muslim people.
Oh,
like,
no.
that is,
I was
that
gonna
is
say,
a word that's
imagine-
used.
have
Habibi.
you ever seen a
It means
black
my
person
love.
do that
Oh,
at,
no,
like,
don't do that,
TwitchCon?
Habibi. Oh, yes,
Have we
Habibi.
ever?
You're my
Hang on.
I can't really hear you, but
Oh no.
Go ahead, go
Have
ahead.
you ever seen like a black person make or like black event make a tier list of like who can and cannot say the N-word? Have we ever seen that? What are we talking about? Is that not
I
crazy?
haven't personally.
Like,
but I do gotta say, we did have the racial draft on the Chappelle Show. Classic. You know, that's kind of the same thing.
I'd have to look it up, but I'm saying like I think that that thing was criticized because of some of the comments they were making during that event. But I'm
Yeah.
just trying to compare, like he's comparing
Mainly
it.
from denims.
This is what's pissing me off about iDubbbz. They keep comparing it to black people. Black people haven't done anything like that. We haven't seen that at Twitch, especially at TwitchCon, especially when there's a heightened issue going on in the world with Jewish people and Palestinians or people who are supporting Palestinians. So it's like, yeah, there is more to this conversation. Also based on shit that like Frogan has said. Denims, Hassan, all these people.
Finally.
So of course it's gonna be like, I don't know.
It would be like putting Nick Fuentes on a stage and he just implies something about cookies and ovens.
Like,
and then they'd be like, he's talking about cookies, guys. We know what the fuck he's doing, bro.
And I don't know. I think they know what
it's
they're
just
doing.
a Roman
They're
salute.
Yeah. they're trying to like backtrack. I think iDubbbz is also trying to explain away some of this shit for Hassan, but he doesn't realize he's doing the same shit that people do all the time, especially when people are patronizing like and I'm gonna compare it again to, like black people when they say, oh well, this really shouldn't bother you or this isn't a big deal. Like he's doing the same thing. I just don't understand. Moon has said she appreciates improvement my team and was also
I do think
Sorry,
that like I love that iDubbbz is like, this is just like that popular black thing that black people do.
Yes! Isn't that so crazy? Every time they compare to black people will never be free because they don't leave alone. How do we get brought up into this? What the fuck? Sorry, you can go ahead.
Habibi. So yes, it's meant to be a fun way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it. Because it's not like they have massive representation on...
Was Denon's
she Arab?
She's Lebanese, yes.
Yeah,
oh.
Yeah, actually, so is Frogan. You'll notice a lot of these people are actually Lebanese.
Interesting.
Yeah. We call it a Shia moment.
What the hell? I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
No, so like, the Sunnis are like super traditional and think anything that the Shias do is like blasphemous and crazy, you know? So like, there's like a video of a Shia festival and it's just people dancing in the street and there's all these fucking Sunni nationalists losing their mind calling it witchcraft.
Okay, I don't fucking know what's going on anymore. I'll look at it.
It's like a huge thing. It's a huge thing in like the like Sunni Arab.
What the fuck is happening?
What do you mean? What?
I'm pretty sure I sent you that video and I'm like,
yeah, Jack sent me that video.
Area that isn't
He's like, why are people upset about them dancing?
I'll look at it later. You guys just send it to me because I have no idea what's happening.
It's so long ago. The point is that like the two denominations, Lebanon has a lot of Shia in it.
Okay.
Right? And Hezbollah is basically the rulers of the Shia movement. Like if you look at our LTech playlist, the person we brought on used to be more involved in like the Hezbollah like information chain when she was younger, and she's like grew up and like realized, and so she's a Shia in Lebanon who like fucking hates Hezbollah because they fucking literally robbed the country. They basically created a backdoor into the country's banking economy and withdrew the money from those accounts and borrowed against it and shit. So they're more of a criminal network. They're more of a mafia than they are like a terrorist group.
Is Hezbollah backed by Iran as well?
What do you call it? Nexus of something?
Hezbollah is back of Iran, but they are very much their own thing. So they like if Iran and the IRGC collapsed, Hezbollah would still exist. A big thing what they do is actually so like if you look at West Africa used car imports.
Yeah.
Right? So they take like beater cars from Europe and traffic them to Africa underneath like no taxes and tariffs and stuff, and then they use that money to then buy the weapons for their like other things and stuff like that. So it's actually like a lot of stuff that they'll push. It's like, you know, this like in Matilda, you know, the guy's gluing bumpers on because he's a shady car dealer who's doing shit illegal and under the table. That's their main MO for like making business is money laundering through car markets, stuff like that.
Hey, I'm learning. Okay. I'm learning something tonight.
The issue is that if you're Shia and Lebanese and you're part of the diaspora from Lebanon, you can be more sympathetic to these types of narratives. And so like you'll notice like people who defend Assad online, oftentimes they have a Lebanese flag in their name.
Oh.
But then there's like a whole nother section of Lebanon that hates all these people.
I don't have a mood for clowning right now.
The more extreme people are louder.
Okay. I mean, that's what usually happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
on the platform.
Making a tier list based on race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's the Jewish panel? Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good. That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is this is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle.
I
He did a
do.
white slurs
I
tier
do
list
like the
with Hassan.
thinks it's a slur
I mean,
tier
you know
on
I
that though. That I think that is funny. But like a white person thinking Habibi is a slur.
That is pretty funny.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face, motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So Hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and Hassan feel as though they're white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
I think I'm more white than you.
I think I'm white. Like I'm.
Yeah,
white.
this is better. This is actual criticism. You know?
This is a hell of an idea. We should do a white slur tier list.
We're not. Yeah, I'll be in charge of it, guys. No, this is more of like the content cop. Like, okay, you're criticizing him, you're comparing that he was a hypocrite here. Now we're getting into it. What was the first 35 minutes?
Hey, what's the time code? That we're now getting into it, huh? What's that time code say?
There's 10 minutes left.
You know, and so you ready? Here's the white slur tier list, okay? S tier, Prat, everything else F tier.
I didn't know the first one was a slur.
Huh? What?
Wasp is pretty good.
Was the first one a slur? I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Yeah, I'm talking about Protestants.
Oh, it absolutely is.
Okay. No, I don't want to know any slurs. Holy slur, hell, imperial. I don't want to know any of them.
Do you have the soundbite for that?
Which one?
We can start killing the Protestants to know.
No, I don't. I don't think it was very made.
Woohoo! Big guys.
You feel comfortable talking about Arab shit on their tier list, Ethan? You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like Cracker.
Well, Ethan is American. Hassan is Turkish. So probably. I don't know.
With a pale patrol.
Seems
So
uncontroversial.
what's with all the racism?
I don't want to know senior.
The Arabs. Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also in Arab.
Yep.
I know Turkish people are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi. And
Like,
then
it's literally obviously a joke. I don't understand what Ethan's problem is here.
Well,
Arab
the sponsors behind them certainly weren't happy about this. Maybe they should have looked into it before it was months later.
My thing is just that, like, we've never seen another group of people do this. You've never, guys, at Twitch, seen black people get up here and say, who can say the N-word at an event with people? Who can say the N-word and who can't? I just don't understand. This is like, and I understand it could be, like, definitely a joke, but I don't know, at a Twitch event? Am I the only one who thinks it's a little odd? I don't know. Maybe I'm old school. I'm just like, it's a little, it's pushing the boundaries a little bit. Maybe that's
the thing is, I think they genuinely believe that it's not a racist thing and it's not about race. And so, like, they're kind of using the, like, I'm a minority, I get to decide what racist is type thing, which is, like, kind of a cop-out in my opinion. You know, it's like the same thing. Okay, so, like,
right?
I told this story earlier. It's so funny. So, back in the day, I was dating a girl, and her roommate was, like, the biggest, like, white lib girl, short hair and everything, you know? And we made her a paper plate award that said, award for whitest person we know. And she looks at it and she goes like, actually like an 8th some Native American tribe. And I'm like, nothing is more white than bringing up your Native American blood quantum, bro. You're so desperate to not have privilege because you want to, like, you literally have white guilt and shame that you're going to bring up blood quantum. Like, come on.
Stuff like that's just more shocking. You just gotta nod and okay.
Give him a thumbs up.
That's kind of what we did.
Thumbs up.
Very funny.
it's like Hassan. Okay, actually he's Arab. We fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that
I had him
Habibi
quiet
in
for
Israel.
like
Again,
30
people
minutes.
underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
We say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist.
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it.
I don't know what that
but
is.
It is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American.
It's a brand of
they go to the
hummus
store and
that's
the only
made in
option they have
Israel.
is fucking sabra, and that.
It's like for the generic store bought. There you go. Look, there you go. 80% market share. So for the generic store bought, they're like the decent one.
60.
Yeah, 60% of the market share of hummus is huge, though.
Yeah, it's heaps. Sure is.
That sucks. That's the only option, right?
Like,
Arab
it's
communities
embarrassing,
and
I know,
distribution
right?
Facilities are not widespread across the U.S. So what are they left with? They're left with a common.
That came from a
relatable,
German,
shitty
too.
hummus, which is
You should have it. You don't get to be one of us.
Able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days. He goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody wants to prefer Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is
Sabra.
fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes.
It's like
and
the
think
you don't
it's
get
not
to
the
have
best.
good bagels, and you know why.
It's only good for the first 2 days. For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. And imagine
So
eating
why-
a whole fucking.
Why does he
batch of
care?
Sabra.
Wait,
That's
why does he
that's
care that he's
crazy.
criticizing
Yeah.
Sabra?
Oh, okay.
Am I missing the plot here? Why does he care if Ethan criticizes Sabra? I'm confused. Sorry.
I don't know. I don't understand. Ethan got real defensive over the hummus thing because he's like trying to say that like Sabra is still better than like most of the hummus on the market.
Like
and like
homemade
even in Israel, people will buy it even though like they obviously know what good hummus is. Like I don't know.
Controversial. I don't even know what hummus
They say
is.
Habibi in Israel.
Oh.
Chickpea.
Yeah.
Oh.
You ever see a chickpea?
I think so, but I prefer. I prefer a
That's
spinach
like
dip.
that's like all in the kitchen because we fucking had garbanzo beans that we'd put in salad. Fucking this old Italian guy who looked like Mario. Every day I hear that joke from him.
God damn it.
You ever see a chickpea? Oh, is it like the Krispy Kreme donut? You did try a Krispy Kreme? Was it crispy?
Actually, it's healthy and made from vegetables. So no, it is not like a Krispy Kreme donut.
You tried Krispy Kreme. Okay. Sorry. I'm gonna get canceled for being a dick. Okay, never mind.
It's just a fucking healthy food that you put on your fucking celery and shit.
Okay.
You
my
fucking
bad.
dip bread in it and shit.
It's a dip.
Okay, hell yeah, hummus. Hell
It's
yeah.
more of a spread, but people use it as a dip for some reason when it's clearly you look at the texture and you said this belongs to be spread, but nope, you just dip shit in it.
That's what I'm
Israel.
learning.
Again, people
I'm learning.
underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
We say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist.
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it
One of my
anti-Semitic,
favorite
you're
things
just-
about having Ace around was someone was finally around to get like 80% of the jokes I was making about the Middle East. Like I would kill him with like the first time I hit him with that Gaddafi soundbite. Here, Jack, I sent you a link. That's just the old one.
We're almost okay. They said the last 6 minutes. That's what I'm getting ready for. They said the last 6 minutes will bring it together.
We're approaching it, yep.
He's gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the
Okay,
good
I missed it again. Hold on, because you started talking.
culture.
I don't get
There's
it. It's
a lot
just
of Arabs
hummus.
who eat sabra. There's a lot of people who's gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just present understand
What do you-
Arab culture at all.
I'm
which
I'm
is a lot
trying
of
to figure out why
Americans.
the fuck he's ranting about hummus.
Yeah, I'm just confused because I think at the end of the tier list it says the people who eat sabra, and I think what Ethan is saying is that a lot of sabra is from Israel.
Yeah,
Sure,
but it
yeah.
also means something.
So is he
Like
trying to say
it's
that?
it's a word to mean like it's something to do with Israel as well. I'm not sure, but the whole point is that like Frogan legitimately has this belief that Jews aren't entitled to hummus. Like you can go look this up.
What a nutbag.
Wait,
Yeah,
they're not
she's
entitled
like, I can't believe that they would appropriate hummus. It like says it all weird, even though she's like American and born in America.
That's funny.
So wait,
Yeah.
she has a thing against the Jews eating hummus?
Yes.
Oh, so she's like actually lost the plot. Like there's no I don't understand.
I mean, what did she not know? Wasn't there like a major party in the conflict that she didn't even know of? What was that?
I'm not sure. The only time I've heard of
Cal
this
will tell
person
us, I bet. Even, for some reason,
when
Cal
you
will
showed
know
me.
about Frogan.
You
and what
you
she
forced
didn't
me
know.
to find out that this person existed.
I ate hummus with tortilla chips. Hell yeah, bro.
This is just more shocking, I think. But I think they're saying it's racist because if they're saying who can't say the word Habibi, and if the list is whoever eats sabra, and it's mainly Jewish people, they're basically saying Jewish people shouldn't be able
Yeah,
to
they
say it.
literally. Well, Ethan's issue is they put him and Ben Shapiro down there. So it's like clear. He's like, it's clearly the Jew category, you know? Like,
Oh.
I think it's. He's exaggerating, but also, I think the people who decided to put that on a stage at TwitchCon are also pretty ignorant and not brand safe people. And that's why the sponsors were mad about them not being brand safe in front of their logos. And all those content creators got banned because Twitch cares more about the brands than the creators. Because they're a capitalist company, and that's how it works.
Well, of course, right? They're there for profit, not to make friends.
Yeah.
So
It's not like Elon Musk who says, like, good, I hope you leave Twitter, advertisers. Did you even say thank you?
Please come back, advertisers. We're drowning in debt. Our site doesn't work. All the Nazis are here. Why are the Nazis here?
It actually is
why.
Twitter now. And
It's
all the
ridiculous. Like, you know what's crazy? And I had this discussion because a few years ago I was going to a gym that ended up shutting down, and there was a few guys from one of the Nazi groups in Melbourne that showed up. And I had a chat
The
to
ones who
people-
don't have hair anywhere on their body
yeah,
for some reason?
massive losers. The base rejects. Those guys, the head of them. I think Blair Cottrell and Thomas Sowell, I think his name was.
Yeah, can't even grow hair on their legs.
Yeah,
And then want to fucking goose step in shorts.
It's very funny. So I had a chat to the gym staff, and I was like, "Hey, you should probably
That guy's
get
a
rid of
Nazi.
those guys because if you allow Nazis to stay here, Nazis will come here.
Yeah.
Like you cannot let them come. They have to be kicked out. They have to be ejected and isolated because if you allow them a safe place, that's where they go.
Yeah.
That's why Twitter is infested with Nazis now.
Yes.
It's because that's where it is. That's the place.
Actually, I
Elon
went
has
to-
allowed them to come.
I mean, he wants them to. Like, if I'm being honest, I think he
Yeah.
thinks.
Yeah.
I don't think he thought it was gonna make him money. I don't know what he thought. Then again, he does come from like South Africa in a time where there was.
I think he has a serious drug addiction.
Oh,
Did
like
you see that
ketamine?
video of him tweaking?
Yeah.
Yeah, where he looks like the Terminator after being damaged.
Yeah.
But like, also he has a severe unhealthy relationship with social media. He needed to delete it from his phone, not buy it.
No, he needs to get off the internet. No, we always tell kids to get off the internet. He actually needs to get off the internet just for like a couple weeks. Get off the internet. Come back when you're feeling a little bit better. But you know what? It probably is drugs.
But
mental
that
health-
didn't work for Kanye. Getting off the internet did not help Kanye.
Okay, well,
No,
he's
but
just
he
fucked.
also had two Nazis there shepherding towards.
He also
Hitler.
is legitimately off
Mentally
his
ill.
meds.
Yeah.
Poof, I agree. I agree, Poof. Yeah, I think the 4chan users are probably going over to Twitter as well now, since everything's so normalized. I think they're like, that's where they're starting to be, because I'm like, oh, this is a different. It's not even like, I shouldn't even call it Twitter. It really is X, because this is not like, this is not 2017 Twitter, you know.
We should be.
Their mama calls them Twitter. I'm gonna call them Twitter.
And Ethan Klein presents you this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic. You're just gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra, and that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with
hang on. No, this is so stupid. This is like sorry to make this about ethnicity. This is like a Mexican complaining about the guac at the store. You know how to make guacamole. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, you're buying cheap shit at the store because you don't want to make it. Do you know how easy this shit is to make? You literally hit beans with a hammer. Done.
But, like, and I'm not trying to be that person, but like it said, I know they have 60%, which is quite a bit, obviously. But there's another 40% that they can also purchase. Like I don't, and that are probably made by Arab communities.
It's worse. It's the Great Value brand, you know. Yeah, Sabra is normally like the best hummus you'll get in like most stores. Like Whole Foods might have something a little bit more out there, but like you're like how many, what percentage of towns, like what percentage, or how many people in this country their only grocery store access is Walmart? Like how many billions of people?
Let me see if that's a Googleable thing.
But I'm wondering, like, okay, you know what? That's fair. But so are you saying that Sabra is like the best tasting one, like regarding? Like,
I really don't think there's much difference. It's literally you literally just hit beans with a hammer.
Billions? Someone said billions? Question mark. It's like Fruit Loops versus Tutti Fruities. What the fuck are Tutti Fruities?
They're just the off-brand Fruit Loops.
Someone said iDubbbz is the destiny of YouTube. Poof, what do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that.
It is difficult to pinpoint the exact number of people who exclusively shop at Walmart. Or data doesn't track this with a level of precision. However, Drive research indicates a significant portion of the population, 55%, shop at mass merchandisers like Walmart. It doesn't... So a lot. Whether by choice or by not.
Okay. So if you X one of these ingredients, because it's a little bit harder to source, it's chickpeas, lemon juice, garlic, cumin and salt, and olive oil. That's all it is.
What?
You mean
cumin and salt? No, cumin.
Cumin. Cumin.
It fucking takes 10 minutes to make. You can make it in a fucking food processor.
10 minutes? That's a long time.
Guess how long it takes to go buy it at the store?
That seems inappropriate.
The thing is, you also have to buy the ingredients and still make it at home. I'm just saying, you know, like if you already have, these are things that you might already have. The garbanzo beans is a stretch because normal people don't buy garbanzo beans.
A duck?
Ooh,
You missed that reference?
What?
He missed that reference. The Urban Rescue Rancher duck.
Oh yeah, his name is garbanzo beans. That is a duck.
The hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his show.
I don't think anybody prefers Sabra over homemade like restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not
I don't think so.
the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat the Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. Imagine eating a whole fucking bat of Sabra. That's crazy.
I've never liked hummus.
a major fucking. Oh, she didn't know what the Druze were.
Oh
And
my
she's
God.
fucking trying to be a fucking political commentator on the Palestine situation, and was like, "What's a Druze?" And then
That's
she
like
has a
talking
video
about the
saying like,
Kurds and not knowing what the what's their name? The Yazidi. It's like talking about the Kurds and not knowing who the Yazidi are. It's ridiculous.
but like especially being Lebanese.
Mm-hmm.
There's Druze in Lebanon. So for people who don't know, Druze, they're kind of like Christian mystic. It's like a fusion of like some Middle Eastern mysticism and Christianity.
Okay.
But they're a very small religious group in the Middle East, and a lot of them actually serve in the IDF. Right? So the Golan Heights
Israel,
region that Israel occupies in Syria, a lot of that is a Druze population. So Israel does a lot to tokenize this population, like they do the Jewish people, to say that we're your protectors and stuff. So they're kind of like an ethnic token between a lot of the factions in the region. And so like if you're going to commentate on Palestine and be like taken serious, you should not be like, "What's a Druze? I've never heard of that." And then you're saying hummus like you're from Lebanon actually, and not like
Where's
born
Aleppo?
in California. Yeah, what is Aleppo? Oh, good.
Well, you hate Jews then.
And Arabs.
Yeah. This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related.
Wait,
to
did you guys get a sub?
Jewish thing
Did you guys
or
get
an
a sub?
I don't know. We don't have our things. I don't know how to
Yeah,
set up the
we
alert.
have tons of sound bites and stuff. We just haven't
Oh,
linked.
no.
We don't. I don't know how to do any of that on Twitch. That's the thing. That's
No.
why I said you got to help us make our channel cute on Twitch.
Okay,
We got the multi-stream thing down, but not making.
Yeah,
Twitch
we
look
got
cute.
the content down. The
Okay, I'll
appearance
work
is
on
not
it.
there.
I'll help you. I'll help you. I promise. No, they sent you. I think they sent you a troll sub to Hassan Abi, so I just was curious.
Oh yeah,
Oh my
no,
They
God,
gifted.
that's funny as fuck.
I hope he clicks on it. Someone said I like these buckos. They're cool, right, guys? They're messing with you guys.
Accept that subscription because I'll go troll Hassan in his.
Well, I only
in his
watch
chat.
Hassan on YouTube, where at least some editing has taken place.
Yes.
What is he gonna be? Poof.
Haley thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know his intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
Nice.
Uh-huh.
The Zionism is leading to not
the other
accepting
hand?
other cultures.
I mean, I was doing it, just
embracing
not the
their
full
own
salute.
culture, and
I was
instead
just saying
thinking
they keep
that
doing the
that
heart
is an
thing
attack
and just
on
gesturing
you.
towards my chest, which lets people know I'm talking about the people doing Nazi salutes when they say my heart goes out to you. It's
Yeah.
real easy. You don't need to do the whole Nazi salutes to talk about this situation at all.
No.
I found a video of Elon doing the same thing, saying my heart goes out to you, and guess what? Hand
Yeah, he
signal
did this.
He did. Yeah, he did this. Like, so he is aware.
Fucking
Interesting.
baby metal.
Very interesting.
That's their shit, bro.
Yes.
There's this incident on the podcast.
Apparently, he rage quit a game stream because people were fucking with him.
Oh, Elon? No. It's
Yeah.
okay. That's so misleading. Okay, it's so much better than that. Now,
Oh my god.
people kept telling him, like, you can just slap, like, you just type in like \ignore and it will filter out all your chats in PoE. Like, it has all these controls. He should know this. He should know that command just by guessing.
He's
right?
a pro gamer.
But the thing is that he didn't rage quit because of chat. He rage quit because he, the top PoE gamer, was playing hardcore and had to keep remaking his character because he was dying to the tutorial boss because he was standing still. The big thing about PoE that
journalism
like
shit.
is different than a lot of action RPGs is your position matters. Like you have to be moving to evade attacks and stuff. And if you're a top player, you would know that. And you wouldn't rage quit on a tutorial boss. You know?
He rage quit? Oh.
On a tutorial boss.
No, come on. Even I finished Black
He was
Myth
playing on
Wukong.
hardcore with permadeath, right? So he had to restart every time. And eventually you're just like, fuck it. That's like, you invested so much time for nothing.
Video
It's so
games.
funny.
I was looking at my chat. They can never say bad at video games. Like, ever.
I'm terrible at them. Just wait till we play Marvel. You're gonna be so mad. I literally can't
They
aim
were reacting.
in that game. I don't know. That's why I'll play Scarlet Witch where I just have to hold down click and be in the general area, and I'll just be killing people because they can't aim either. See, because we're in the same tier. So I pick the character that you don't need to aim, and I start smoking them.
It's okay. I only play Jeff. I only play Jeff the Shark. No problem, Tessie. I only play Jeff. Just the healer.
Acting to Cutie Cinderella, and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call.
Who do you play in Overwatch?
I've never played Overwatch.
Really?
Neither have I.
Insane.
Somebody told me I played Marvel the other day, and they said go back to Overwatch. I was playing a character I literally hadn't played before. I think it was Luna Snow because I was trying to get better with her because people say she's better than Mantis. Bullshit. Mantis Toboggan. And he said go back to Overwatch, and I had already quit, but I was like, I've never played Overwatch.
It's so funny when I play Valorant, people are like, go back to League.
But you've played League.
I have. Too much.
You do poof. I still play League of Legends.
I stopped. It's still installed. It's teasing me. Every
game.
now and again, I'll go back for a center game. I play her in ADC. People hate it.
Yeah, I said it's toxic.
He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella, and it was graded by a professional.
It was
psychologist,
literally
Dr.
rated
Kirk
the
Honda of
best
Psychology in
apology
Seattle,
video
and
that a
Ethan
YouTuber
got
has
an
ever
A+.
done.
Seriously?
Okay?
Really?
Yes. Yes.
So
like to drag this one up is just so stupid.
Was there a sigh at the start?
No, like you look it up, bro.
Rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Ethan won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score.
Hey, there it is.
It's a joke.
10 out of 10?
This is
Literally
called
10 out of 10.
comedy.
Go back.
You
I can
keep
teach you how to make a
keep
good
doing the
apology.
humble
Right.
brag
10 out of
like
10.
you're
I
cool
know what a
about this.
perfect
That's the
apology
point.
is. You fucking don't. Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10. This one is actually best apology, so. Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my god!
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really...
Like
wake
he didn't
Ethan
go
up?
out
And,
seeking to get the best
I don't know if
apology
it's
rating
place
from
or not,
this
but
guy,
I
you
think
know?
the idea
Yeah.
of getting
Like,
Ethan's
what else is he
grade
gonna do
changed
with this
from
moment
an
that
A to
was
a B
genuinely
at
shitty?
least. So I went to visit psychology in Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying, and, you know,
Why?
we
Oh my
might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person now that you've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation?
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology
Oh my
as
God,
I
he
see
told
it
him to go
without
fuck
taking
himself.
any
That's
consideration
amazing.
of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize, and I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately,
Why
Kirk
would
did
he
not
do
change
this?
his grade.
Wait, this is like, you know what? I'm actually pissed off now. iDubbbz accused Ethan of having mental illness. This is mental illness. Like, you tried to get a grade changed on an apology.
A fake grade that existed as an internet joke for
Is
Ethan.
this real? Wait, is iDubbbz like, is this real for him, or is he now memeing?
I mean, if you look at him, it
Oh
kind of looks like he's holding back the laughter here.
I can't tell. Maybe I have to wait for it to finish because this is like insane.
But that's okay, because it's the internet.
Sam
Anyone
Hyde
can
got
have
into
their
him,
own
and now
official
life is a meme,
apology
and
rating
which
system.
translates
So,
to being a Nazi is funny. So if I'm an actual Nazi, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I just want to see the reaction again.
This guy stinks!
Unfortunately, Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay, because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That's just based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like, what are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. I think something that's very important to me in bringing back content is to be fair.
Let's be violent towards somebody who's like
was not illustrated in previous content comps.
reacting to
like
underlying thing, like the underlying issue that this is all built on is there. The anti-Semitic stuff is there. The thing is that the more you pile on, and you put weaker and weaker straws, people will only look at that weakest straw. So this is going to be a really off meta example for you. But in Syria, there was a lot of chemical attacks, right? So if you were trying to disprove the chemical attacks, you would probably go for the one with the least evidence, right? See, they didn't do that. The Assadists are genuinely stupid. They went for the one that got the most publicity to try and discredit it, and it really hurt their whole pro-Assad movement and made people exposed to wow, they really are dropping chemical weapons on children, It totally backfired, and to this day they only focus on one chemical attack that has the most evidence and prevalence. That's stupid. And that's kind of how these people are handling things instead of looking at the weakest straw.
I just think it's funny that he's basically saying that Ethan is over dramatic, he has mental illness, he's done it to himself, but then now and I don't care, he can say it's a joke, but now you're saying, he needs a good ass kicking. So now you're also kind of calling violence to this man, but then Ethan doesn't have a right to be like, okay, people are they're going over the top. I don't know, I think how hypocritical can
he literally be? The Adam McIntyre thing, when Ela said he needs to disappear, Adam McIntyre twisted that saying, she wants me dead.
Yeah.
Right? That was an actual call to violence. That's kind of,
that's fucked.
Not inside content policy on YouTube.
I'm actually shocked he said that.
This kind of makes me think that they...
Remember earlier when I asked you, 50% over, do you think he's a good person?
Yeah, and I said no, because he's not, but this just proves it. You know what? I think he's tried to change. He's pretended to. He's hoped through, I don't know what years or whoever he's met. Maybe it is because he has a girlfriend now. I don't know what's going on. But he hasn't changed. He is just still a piece of shit. He's just trying to rebrand.
And Ethan, also a piece of shit, but he's more lighthearted and funny.
After this last bit, I'm pretty certain that group at the start approached him. And that's why this feels underprepared and petty. Because he's been fed this information, got given specific clips, didn't spend the time going through the content to actually be like, okay, this is what we need to get. Build an actual case.
Yep.
Like that elephant graveyard video about Joe Rogan, right?
You
go through that video and
Ethan's
he's just
content core episodes, which are also funny, and they call out users who deserve to be called out for making bad content and exploitive content. It's crazy. Or a content cop.
So I'm more on. I was a little bit suspicious of it at first, but I'm pretty certain that they approached him on this one, and that's why this ending is the way it is.
Yeah, in the first 30 minutes it didn't make sense. So it would make more sense if they did approach him, and he was already in his feelings about it, and they said, hey, by the way, this was maybe said about you. We don't know those conversations, because obviously they're spending time together. This is really weird.
It's very odd.
And probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think, at the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human. And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings. In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to leave behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
I legitimately want to throw a brick at someone at this point.
When you are being...
the bricks are calling to me like the Green Goblin mask, bro.
What even is this? I don't understand. This is like, I'm gonna be honest. I think these people get off on this shit. These just seem like sick individuals whose like narcissism is...
None of this is like genuine.
No,
they're like, hey, this will be shitty. We'll record this thing about Ethan and you'll say nice things about him at the end. And he never says anything nice about you, so you'll look better. Like, what is going on, bro?
This is so
cringe.
Yeah, this is cringe. Like, what even is this?
Like they
just play Cloak and Dago.
Like
I haven't played him yet.
Like these are literally the people whose fans called CPS.
Yeah.
On Ethan, like,
okay,
it's not all of them, but like, obviously and we've gone over this. They're like, it's the unhinged psychos in the thing, but you can't let that propagate. Same sort of premise as the Nazis at the gym, right? It's the same thing. You can't have that.
Being lighthearted and just having fun with your friends. I think that is when you're...
Unless, of course, it's acceptable in your, well, let's call it Overton window. Like, let's just use that.
Whenever I hear of Overton window, I think of like a little bunny in a window. And I say, hey, look, it's Overton in his little window. Because doesn't that sound like a name that would be like a anthropomorphic rabbit that walked around on two legs and stuff?
Maybe.
Wore overalls.
What color?
It doesn't matter. I'm just fucking around. Just playing the video.
You're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. H3 used to be the sports figure that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content. So
I hate this girl so much. A fucking potato with eyes. I actually hate her.
We can't even hear her.
Frogan is like my arch.
In front of a mic.
She's like my arch nemesis, but she doesn't know she's my arch nemesis. Like I actually like just I never despise.
Yeah. For her, it was Tuesday.
For me, that's my arch nemesis. Broken is the worst.
So one-sided beef.
Yeah.
Look at this low effort video.
I know, right?
And Raw to Buzz cut pretty good. And I think
the car.
He's got a good choice.
Well, it's because he lived with his parents and had to go film a video real quick for this video.
Frivolous lawsuit.
It's like how we make fun of Jonah for whispering. Because we know he's not trying to wake up his parents.
And I thought that was cool because I thought it was like he was fighting for free speech.
You know, I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neil. Like, it's really hard to be
Why is he
a
crying?
couple
What is
online and
happening?
see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense, that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes
This
that makes
guy's a
it worse for them.
narcissist.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse and worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up, a feeling of almost infallibility that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive.
This is about him saying the N-word, by the way.
And not really...
You know, like, it's the Purple Couch era. It's the Filthy Frank era, by the way.
I forgot about that.
Like, that's not even relevant to, like, the current history of things, you know?
So what the fuck did we just watch? I actually don't
All
even know
those
what to say.
creators had to come out of that content when it was all, like, you know, Shane
So-
Dawson racism.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a time to be on the internet, by the way.
Exactly.
Wait, okay, so final thoughts. I want to hear you guys.
We probably wouldn't have finished it if it was just us watching.
Yeah.
You want to see? I can make up for it though. I can literally top that video right now.
No, wait. I'm gonna say something. No terrorism. Nothing like those videos.
Look, okay.
What about piracy?
No piracy. You guys are gonna get me banned. Okay, banned. Stanley. Oh wait. Wait, where'd it go? Wait, does it just hang out in there? It just hangs out in there?
Just fell in the box because it was like the open side of the box, so it thought it could stand on it. But it's like how it pulls him in is just so good.
You know what you should do? If someone comes
I
over,
immediately
keep it in there.
opened the box, but
Oh,
God,
I'm like, you want a Rice Krispie? And then I let them put their hand in. That's funny.
me just geeking out in that video.
If I'm being honest, I actually can't believe we watched that entire thing. What a waste! If I'm not gonna lie, that was like a waste of like a lot of time. Like I actually don't even know what we watched. I don't know what to even take from that video. It wasn't a content cop. We didn't learn anything.
What are you talking about? We learned so much
You
when
learned
we
a lot.
paused the video and stopped watching it for 30-minute intervals. Like our most thing that we criticize Hassan about is that he'll literally forget about videos and go off on something for like an hour.
And I don't even know. I'm just trying to understand if he genuinely believed that that was a content cop video, or if that was just a, I'm gonna get you, Ethan. Like this is my revenge.
Also,
it felt very petty.
What was with
Yeah.
him crying at the end?
Yeah, what was
Yeah, it was very
that?
strange.
Just release that conversation.
Wait, why was he crying though?
Yeah, there's no context to it. Was that
Well,
his
he was
nice
saying
thing?
he was so what you have to understand is that for like years now, iDubbbz has been attacked by everyone who used to worship him because he has a relationship. Right?
With an OnlyFans model.
Who cares?
Specifically. That's
Yeah,
specifically
well, they
why.
do. They care. You're right. They do care about that a lot. That's a big detail that they care
Like,
about.
it's
and focus
specifically
on.
why.
Yeah, and that's why they call him a cuck. Is because his girlfriend.
Oh, I forgot
like,
about that.
I don't even think she does nude though.
I don't think so.
Does she
She
still
might
do
do
it?
topless.
Or is that a different one?
I think she makes a decent amount of money on there. But
Oh, you
like,
think a lot of iDubbbz' fans didn't subscribe?
There you go.
Of course they
well,
fucking
according to them, she looks like a man because she has short hair.
His conscience was speaking
Anyway.
at him. Yeah, conscience. Was
So like, he is identifying with all the hate that he has received just being in a relationship. And if you look at that video, like I was saying, this seems more targeted towards Ethan's wife, right? Like all his criticism of Ethan also was focused around his wife too,
Yeah.
right? And it seems like people are a little like more vicious towards Hila. Maybe because she was actually Israeli or something, or I don't
she
know.
started
Maybe
the
they
IDF.
see her as a woman, so she's a weaker target.
Well, that too.
So
It's definitely
they
a factor,
know-
because
well-
we know that the Hassan types are definitely misogynist.
But don't forget Keemstar. If you remember back in the day, Keemstar used to go after Hila like crazy in order to fuck with Ethan. Like he used to like torture that girl. Right? He used to post like horse pictures online and shit like that just to fuck with Ethan. So it's probably just an easy target for people to go after.
Well,
Because they know
I
it
did say
will
at the
bother him.
start. I did say
what?
Wait,
that it was going to be more about Hila.
I mean, it was more about Ethan, but I think that's why he was legitimately crying, is because he was internalizing how hard it's been for him to constantly be attacked by hundreds of people every day just for having a relationship.
Yeah.
And like that's a lot of the criticism towards Ethan is just because it's IDF wife, not because he's Jewish, but everything they deserve because his wife didn't go to prison.
Sorry, I
Israel.
want to read a comment. Tessie said, "These guys are chill. First non-red flag people you've met." That probably says a lot about. Probably says a lot about
You're
my-
bringing on red flag people.
Oh yeah. I had like my start to stream
Jack
online
was saying he wanted to hear about the date night thing.
Yeah,
Oh,
I want to know more.
You guys want to hear about
it.
that? Okay, wait, Tessie.
But
you're
first,
here?
finish what
Leave
you were
on
just
us.
saying.
wait, about what? We Bob State, Imperial
You
State.
said a lot of times something back in the day or something.
When I started streaming, okay, I was into just politics. I only did politics, but I would do panels. So do you guys know who like Wick TV is and stuff? I did like
Say it again?
Wick TV. You know Wick? Have you heard of Wick? He does like panels.
No, I don't think so.
Oh well, he does like political panels. I did with Prime Kai. He does like it was called All Black Thursdays. So it was
That's the
like,
thing is like I don't know really anything about Twitch other than we're doing slightly better there than YouTube.
Yeah, Twitch. I don't
Like
know.
I don't watch
saw
live
on Twitch.
streams.
No?
Like really? No, I'll watch like I said, like YouTube will be on in the background while I'm working. So a lot of times when I'm waking up, it'll autoplay the H3 stream. So like I happen to watch a lot of that. That's like and even then I'll rewind it even because it will start like 30 minutes in.
I mainly watched like League of Legends. So that was where I first like got into Twitch was like League of Legends streamers, and I was like, oh okay, cool.
Uh-huh.
Then I got into politics. Politics is where you meet all the red flags, all the scary people, everything like that is through those like panels. I'm not joking. So I would like do do content.
Why do you
and
think it's so rare for us? Like the panels we have are really informative and good, but
Yeah.
there's a reason why they take so much effort to get together.
Yeah.
It's not just any fuckhead on the internet.
Oh, it's like it was so toxic, and then people would come on, and it was like the reddest of red flags, and I would like, yeah, it was just ridiculous. But no, Bob, don't go to bed yet, because I have to tell you, hi Rico, I've been doing TikTok streams, which gets me a lot more viewers. Like my average on TikTok is usually like 50 to 60, compared to here
What,
where
like
it's like
repeating the things and doing the actions for the little things.
Oh
That
no,
TikTok
no!
stream.
Ice cream, so good.
Yeah. I did that one time, and I was like, "This is ridiculous." I was like, "This is not my
People
niche."
do it for like 6 hours.
No, I couldn't do it. I tried, and I
It's
was like,
crazy. Anyway, sorry. Continue.
"Okay, are you ready for the date? Story time." I'm such an idiot. Okay, chatters, everybody. Okay, so basically, I'm such an idiot. I met this man. I should preface, I'm 26. I turned 27 this year. He is 42. He's turning 43 this year. That was probably a red flag in itself. But I was like, oh, like older man, like probably like more accomplished, which he is. More accomplished, more sophisticated, more like I just thought it would be interesting. Okay, so anyways, he was like, oh, we should do dinner. Let's get dinner and then go to a baseball game. I was like, okay, that's a cute idea. We talked on the phone. He seemed pretty normal. He did tell me the day before the date, he's like, by the way, like I have a son. And I was like, oh, okay, right? His son is 12. And I'm like, okay, so like elementary school. This is just important for the day. And someone already said, Jesus Christ. Okay, so I go.
Good start.
So I get on the train to go into the city, and I'm like, okay, let's do this. Anyways, I get to Toronto. I meet him. He looked a little bit older than 42, which threw me off. And I'm like, I can't tell if he lied about his age, but he could also be 42. So I was like, okay, maybe whatever. We go to the restaurant. We're talking. He's like telling me about his job, his career. You can tell very much. And then he gets into like the old man babble. I don't even know how to explain it, but like he starts. But like he starts telling me
Back in my day,
yes,
we didn't have these Tim Talk. What is a skibbity toilet?
Put the phone in the,
Dude,
in the middle of the
did you see they
table.
fucking made a whole skibbity toilet toy line? It's like,
Oh my god.
I'm dead serious.
He was literally like, literally saying back in my day, like this is what I did, and these are the things I was used to. And then he starts telling me about
Sounds
how his
like
son, his son plays what's that car soccer game? You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Rocket League. And I'm sitting there like, oh, I still play Rocket League, you know, like in my head, like, okay. And he's like, he looked at me and goes, maybe you could play with my son. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like that's so weird.
Is that a video game? I hear a video game. No video game.
Wild.
He's like, maybe you can play with my son. And I'm like, maybe, man.
I gotta go.
Someone said, what the hell?
Family emergency.
Yeah, literally. So he's like, and then he's telling me, he's like, you should get a drink. So I get one margarita. Okay, cool. And he's like trying to tell me to drink more, but I'm like, no, because I don't know this guy. So I'm like, I'm kind of like one and done. I'm like, one drink is cool. We'll just leave it at that. Anyways, he starts telling me about how his best friend is also dating someone 16 years younger, and I'm like, okay, so like that's cool, but it felt more like a competition. Like I don't know if that's just their preference or do you get what I mean? Like he was just very adamant about that, about my age, and so I was like, okay, that's a little odd, but whatever. Still seemed nice, telling me, and then he's telling me that he's like a Christian man with Christian values. And I'm like, yeah,
Protestant.
that was that was another red flag, and I'm like, okay, that's a little odd. So like we're walking, he's like, oh, we have to go for the game, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So we're walking for the game, and he starts like rubbing my back, and I'm like, oh man, oh man, oh man. At this point I don't know what to say. I should have said something, but I was like,
in the bunker.
what do I even say? Like,
what you assumed it was, I think. Were you trying to play something else there, buddy? That's a deep cut sound, but you can't just play something like that.
No, guys, he keeps rubbing my back as we're walking, and at this point, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna internalize whatever's happening in this environment and ignore it. And then he goes, and I okay, this is also important. It's like a white man, so I'm like, okay, there were some red flags I caught. He starts asking me, like, oh, are you gonna go to Caribana this year? Do you guys know what Caribana is? It's like a Caribbean festival that they have in Toronto every year. So like everyone dresses up in like their Caribbean attire, stuff like that. It's like a big festival for the Caribbean and stuff. So it's like basically a lot of black people, I should say. So I'm like, okay. And then he's like, oh, like, is your hair naturally curly? Like, I really, really want to see your curly hair. Like,
oh my God, like, no,
yeah,
bro, that's like dating a black girl 101.
Yes.
You know, like
so
you're breaking the first rule.
And so then I'm standing there and I'm like, oh yeah, my hair is naturally. I just like to switch it up. He's like, oh, like you like to. He's like, do you do braids? Like, I would love to see you in braids. So I'm like, at this point, I'm like, oh my God, this is probably
like an updo like Grace Kelly.
Oh man, this is a fetish. This is what I'm starting to realize now. I'm like, oh, this guy is probably fetishizing. And then he starts telling me about his last trip to the Dominican Republic. And so then I'm like, oh, the red flags are starting to catch on. I'm starting to understand now, like, what this is. Anyways, we get to the baseball game. We sit down, and he's trying to get me to drink more. And I'm like, no, I don't want to drink. I just want a water. So I get up myself. I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I go get myself a water because I'm like, I just don't want him touching anything that I'm like drinking or eating. I'm like, it's better I just buy it myself. And at this point, the entire game, I'm not joking, guys, he's rubbing my thigh. He's rubbing my thigh, rubbing my back. And I really should have said something, but I just didn't know what to do.
He was probably, if it still worked, rock hard.
And that's what my fear was, because I was like, what are you doing? And so, like, and you can tell I'm kind of like scooting over a little bit. I'm just talking. How would you charge him? That's at least like $200,000. Sorry,
just like the moment you touch us, you're like, "Excuse me, do I know you?" Like no, very loudly, so other people around you turn and look at him.
Guys, he's doing it for like 3 hours because the game is like 3 hours. Okay, it's a fucking. I didn't know baseball was that long. Okay, by the way, didn't even know. That's
yeah, that's why that was probably your mistake when you said baseball game. Okay,
I just cricket.
Bowling.
Cricket longer?
Cricket can last days.
No. I would have gotten up after like hour 4. At this point, I just wanted to go home. And he's sitting there, and I'm just like, okay. He's like rubbing he's like still talking about my hair, still asking me if I'm gonna make it curly soon. Like just weird stuff that I'm like, asking me what I know how to make. Like it was just weird energy. And then kept telling me how I'd be like great to like hang out with his son. And I'm like, I don't even know you. So anyways, he says, oh, do you want to go to the gift shop after? And I'm like, okay, maybe this guy can redeem himself in some way. Let's go to the gift shop. We go to the gift shop. Keep in mind, guys, this man is not poor. I'm going to tell you right now. He's the, I can't say what he does because it's like kind of spooky, but he's like the director of like a fairly large company. So I'm like, okay, he's obviously doing well for himself. He buys his son a hat. He's the one who said, let's go to the gift shop. He's like, oh, we should go find you something. Makes me buy my own hat. Now that's not a problem because I'll buy it myself. But isn't that so crazy? No, but isn't that like insane to be like, oh yeah, like you should get like let's get you something nice, and then take me buy it for myself? I'm just sitting there like, what the fuck? And I'm like, that's fine.
Did you want the hat to begin with?
You know what? I didn't want the hat, so I'm like, whatever. I'll buy it myself. That's fine, okay? But I was kind of like, who does that to somebody? But whatever. So we're both to take the train home, and his train is like a couple stops before mine. Oh man. He sits beside me, and he's once again rubbing my leg, and I'm just like sitting there. I'm like disassociating because I'm like, dude, I just gotta get home. And he's like, oh, I noticed that like you weren't holding my hand. Like, do you not like holding hands? And I'm like, man, I don't even know you.
Dog.
I'm like, it's the first date. This is when I knew enough was enough, okay? Ready for this? He kisses me twice on the cheek.
It took this long?
He kisses me twice on the cheek, and I'm sitting there, and I'm kind of like in awe because I'm like, how do I get out of this situation? But it's just like when someone's on you like that, it's like it's a little more, I don't know how to explain it. It's like I didn't know what to say. So he's getting off the train. He comes in for a kiss, so I dodged, okay? Like, I just moved. I had to at this point. I was like, enough is enough. And I could tell he was pissed because, like, he kissed my cheek again because I was like, no, I'm not kissing you. I don't know you. I don't know this person. So, yeah, that was I think that's my last thing trying to date older men. I think I learned a very valuable lesson.
I think so.
Yeah, they're not married yet for a reason. You know, that's what you should have asked him. You have a kid?
He's divorced. He's divorced.
Yeah, exactly. Why is he divorced? Do you think it's the wife's fault?
Well, he kept saying, he was like, you know, I was the one who
My
initiated
bitch ex-wife.
yeah. That's actually what he was kind of hinting at. And so then I'm sitting there and I'm like, and I was just like, you know what? I think that's my last date I'm going on for a while. If you bought the hat, would you?
I'll be like really direct.
No, we bought.
Like people will be talking about their exes, and I'll be like, "Whoa, you really talk about your ex a lot, don't you?"
Yeah, he like would
Might
bring
be
up
a
his
bit of
ex
projection.
and his child a lot, and it's not bad to bring up your kid, but I was kind of
that's
like,
fine.
I was like, I don't like, I'm not like somebody's stepmom. Does that make sense? Like I
was
don't
getting
know.
more. I want you to be the nanny vibe.
Oh,
Like nanny,
you
I
know
can
what?
fuck type vibe.
Ooh, that's actually, you know what? That's probably closer to what he was hoping for.
He wants you to basically fucking like, because he doesn't care about his kid probably. So he wants
you to
somebody
raise the
who
kid.
will provide the basic commitments, like the like, you know,
Like take care of. I can leave you with
like pack a lunch for his kid. Can you imagine? You know, I actually like my old roommate. She literally would do that. She loved fucking single dads.
Yes.
And she would like use the single dads to get close to the kid because she was like, you know, wanted to be a mom so bad but wasn't about to get knocked up because she's like under 30, you know.
Yeah.
You want to see my kid?
Oh, you have a kid? Or is it the chinchilla? Maybe the one assigned woman he was dating would have a connection with his kid. Rabbit, I'm 26. That man's 42. Like, that's fine to want a connection, but like, it was a first date. I don't know anything about you or your kid. I don't know. Get to know me first, and we'll go from there. I don't know. I think old
The
men
hair
should...
questions are weird too. It's like
Yes.
It's normal for me.
It feels like the fetishization feels like that stereotype of the divorced 60-year-old that goes to the Philippines.
Yes. Yes.
That's the same vibe that I was getting.
That's
off the story.
vibe. That like started.
My hair normally dominates the opening conversation, so.
It's because
Which
it's in
is
like
fine.
a mohawk.
Yeah,
Like
well,
it's
I just
fine
say it's
to
normal for
talk
me.
about it. And
So you
like
wanna see
this
his
is the
kid
thing.
fight. Oh, I told you it's a chinchilla that just jumps around, guys.
Staggering success. During his violent rule, Assyria recovered much of the territory
I don't
that
think
it
your
lost
kid has any
over
brain
the
cells.
period of the Bronze Age
He's
collapse.
just vibing.
He had grown his
So
kingdom
vibes.
into an empire that was all but unmatched in the region. And he must have looked ahead to the dawning of a golden age for Assyria. But the fortunes
the
of
defeat
Assyria
phase,
would soon
accepting
change
defeat.
for good, with the reign of a king named Adad-nirari II.
What the fuck?
A life of staggering success.
This is like one of my favorite videos because he runs away to get distance because he sees this little hole and says, "Can I get in there?"
Collapse. He had grown his kingdom
Like the
into an
comedic
empire
timing
that
on
was
this
all
rat.
but unmatched.
He's cute. Sorry, sorry, I'm just answering some comments. Guys, listen.
Headphones
He was
is
trying to get
decent.
freaky.
Go for it.
He wanted some sugar. I was not gonna give him any sugar. He wanted some weird stuff. Okay, that's what he wanted. He didn't want. I don't think he took it seriously.
He was like,
Show me your genitals.
Well, you know what he said to me? Listen to this. While we're on the train, he goes, "Oh, do you want to come over to my house next weekend?" And I was like, "I'm like, no,
No.
Like, do what? What do you want to do?" And then like he could tell that I was kind of like, he's like, "Okay, so you want to do archery? What the fuck?" No, old man. I don't know, guys. I just think I gotta give up on dating.
Did he like? Did you have that you like? Might have been like Jamaican or into archery in your profile or something.
Well, he kept asking me. He, like, what the first question he asked me while we were at dinner is like what my ethnicity was. He's trying to figure it out, and I was like, he was harping a lot on like what I was, and I was like, okay, this is definitely
sus.
like, yeah, this is just sus. This is.
yeah, you know how you ask those questions? You go, how do you grow up? Or how is your, like, you know, ask a normal fucking question.
Yes. That's like the line of questioning. I was like, oh, maybe this is why he's single and like 42. And I'm not trying to be a dick, but I was like, maybe this is why, because like you're also kind of a weirdo. I don't know, guys. I think I'm just, I think I told you guys, I can't tell you what. I've had a bad thing with men in general. I talked to 2 large streamers who were like nut jobs, absolute nut jobs. I can't say who they were because they will like ruin my life, but like absolute nutty cases. Who like, one of them I should have expected to be a little crazy. However, I realized as I get older, I gotta stop putting myself in these situations.
That's victim blaming.
But also like sometimes I ignore red flags.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like I kind of have to hold myself accountable. For everyone that says no to him, probably one that says yes, he's playing the numbers game. Is it not accountability? Someone said, is it not accountability? I think it's a mix of both. I do think I have to hold myself accountable in the way of like noticing red flags and being like, I should probably avoid these things.
Do you have a bail plan? Like, do you have a friend with a bail plan?
Please
Is that like an actual thing?
Oh wait, a bail plan?
Yeah, like if a date's going bad, need a bailout.
Oh.
Bro, I have literally multiple times. Like, girl comes over, kind of implied that it might be like, you know, and then like they're like super snidey and attitudey, and I'll literally call my friend to come over and hang out. I've done it multiple times.
Yeah, my sister is
Because like I just want to. I think it cuts the tension and it just establishes a hangout vibe. You know.
That's smart, actually. That's smart. I don't think I feel like when you're on a date though, it's different. It's like because
I think if you're a girl, it won't be taken well because guys are fucking crybabies and don't know how to fucking have feelings and shit.
Yeah, that's why I was so careful. And I'm like, okay, let's just kind of get through the evening. And like, I knew I was taking like my own mode of transportation. And you know what I'm so happy about? He was like, oh, do you want me to pick you up and drop you off? And I was like, no, thank you. Like, I'll just like
no, never.
On my
nope,
own way
never.
there and back. That's why I didn't drink a lot because I was like, thank God. Because I'm like, yeah, like people are spooky and you have to be so careful.
Yeah, pushing to drink as well is a massive red flag.
Yeah, that was odd to me.
Like I will actively avoid drinking. I'll be like, I don't really drink. Like you can have some if you want, but I'm probably not going to drink. So
exactly.
It's like,
and I kept telling him
I just
that.
established that I don't really drink. So.
That's what I said. I said I'm not really like a drinker like that, so I'm okay. And I had the one margarita, and I was like, that's it. Like I'll have one drink. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't drink at all.
Honestly, sometimes there's no point to. Like it makes you so sick. I hate getting sick, so I'm like, meh.
I say this, and I'm about to go get fucking annihilated tonight.
Wait, what? Are you going to like a party, or are you just gonna get drunk?
Yeah.
Okay, I was like, hell yeah. Either way, you know, do your thing. It gives Predator vibes. Someone says it gives Predator. It does give Predator vibes. Then again, the age gap is so big that it's like.
Mm-hmm.
But then I said, should I go up in age? You think I should try 50, or you think that's just me? Just me. That's just me.
Go right
Why
to
stop
the
there?
retirement home.
Yeah, pension, baby.
Literally pension. Listen, these things are important. I don't know. I think
Just find a billionaire.
someone said, yeah, Mark Zuckerberg.
No, but like, seriously, imagine, like, that's not a solution because that's how fucking Elon Musk gets in these natalist things.
Wait, what do you mean?
He's like, I'll give you fucking. What did he fucking tell this lady? He was gonna give her like 10 grand a month or something.
Oh, what's
yeah,
her
he
name?
did.
The Ashley girl.
Sinclair. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she's
Hilarious.
like, he just likes impregnating them.
No, it's
Yeah,
artificial
he's weird.
insemination.
He thinks that he's superior. That's why he has to be a pro gamer too. He has to be acknowledged that he's the one sending the rockets to space, not that he fucking acquired a company.
Yes.
Like the bro, you literally have done nothing and you're a fucking idiot. And like where you would say some smart things before, you fucking drilled holes in your brain with all the K-holes. Literal
guys,
K-holes in your brain.
Can I ask you guys questions?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so are you guys dating? Are you in relationships? Tell me what it's like.
I like women.
Okay. Fair enough.
I just got a normal, very accepted, casual,
Someone's amazed. Good
chill,
answer.
like no drama type thing.
So you have like a person that you see. Is it like a situationship?
Mhm.
Everyone's doing
No,
situationship.
it's like I'm not. It gets into a lot. Okay, so like I'm like really big into Buddhism. Okay, and so like there's certain teachings in Buddhism about like personal attachments and desire and stuff like that. So like it's kind of like recognizing that like candy is bad for you.
Yeah.
Type stuff where it's like I know the people that I'm most attracted to are people who will do like damage to my personal life and psychology, and I just don't actively pursue that. And I just like instead of like focusing on desire and stuff, I look at like what is going to build me stably and like what I actually need out of somebody instead of like something that's built around desire or sexual frustration or something like that.
And it's a really mature way to look at it. Damn. I think that's pretty. I never thought of it that way. Maybe that's my problem.
But it's like literally like like a lot of people look at it being like, oh, it's like fucking non-alcoholic beer type stuff. It's like, okay, whatever, dude.
So so I assume you form friendships first and then just kind of go from there, or is it like
the person I'm seeing right now, I literally like the first thing I said to him is if they were a top or a bottom.
Wait, what? Really? That's it? That sounds like my cousin. That's what he asked.
They're pretty. I mean,
He said
but it's not
every time.
But like, we just hang
hell
out
yeah.
and
See if the vibes are nice.
It's just I just seek something that's drama free. That's my priority. It's not like.
I mean, that's
something that's like, cause like you need attachment and stuff. So the last thing I want is something where it's like I genuinely need attachment. I don't want fucking like baggage and shit attached to that. So like I would only stay like I've been seeing this person for a long time at this point, like longer than normal, because normally I cut people out because they're just too chaotic.
Well, but I think that's fair. I think that brings you peace, right? I think drama obviously can be exhausting and it does damage over time.
Mhm.
So I don't think that's a
I
bad
was
way
in
to look
like
at
a
it.
lot of fucked up abusive relationships and stuff, so like I really
same.
prioritize like not doing that and like losing what I've built up and stuff.
Someone said, I would never have guessed he was a Buddhist, judging by his behavior. What do you mean his behavior? Someone said, interesting. Take bits and pieces of dogma and see what works. Is dogma a form of Buddhism? Is that why you said dogma?
Dogma is kind of like, it means religion type
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Dogmatic. It's like beliefs and stuff. But like I think Buddhism is really more of like it's like more like being a vegetarian than it is a religion. You know what I'm saying?
I think so. I've never
Like
heard it.
some
Like,
people get stuff. Some people get a lot out of being vegetarian. Spend a lot of time making sure that they're like doing all the right things for animals and stuff. And then some people just do it because it's like a good diet.
okay, maybe I need to do more research into Buddhism. Who knows? Maybe that's something I would connect with.
It's a very interesting idea.
It's like all of like culture religiously has been focused around Eastern religions and then Abrahamic religions. And so like when you get into places like Thailand and Vietnam and stuff, it's very different how people approach culture and things, you know?
Yeah. Someone told me to ask you about the Noble Eightfold Path. I don't know if that's like a real thing.
Yeah, so no, that's like basically the core tenets of Buddhism.
Doesn't mean
so like it's literally, I'm not fucking around here. Buddhism is literally just cognitive behavioral therapy. It's literally the same thing. So if you literally look up, like you look at the 8 Noble Truths, okay? So they like break this down.
I'll be back and I'll give you an actual answer.
Okay,
into
no
like
problem.
8 categories, right? And it's like literally cognitive behavioral therapy. It's like before you act, you go through, you know, and they're separated by the views and intentions, and then in action, and like, you know, it's literally just cognitive behavioral therapy.
Interesting. You know what? I actually do research into this. I wasn't familiar like with literally any of this, but it seems like something that maybe I would connect with. Religion's never.
Yeah, that's the thing is I don't really view it as a religion. I view it as like it's kind of like it's really, that's why I compare it to vegetarianism. It's really like a diet. Like I know that sticking to certain core values will bring better outcomes for my mental health and things like that. And, you know, like materialism is kind of cringe.
Ooh, you know what? I've been getting over materialism ever since, which this is going to sound dramatic. I do like to shop, I'm not going to lie. However, ever since the Chinese vendors have been releasing their stuff on TikTok, I refuse to buy any more like name brand stuff unless it's through the Chinese vendors. Does that make me less materialistic?
Jack's going to hate this.
Is he?
Jack's going to lose his mind. Oh my God. Jack actually is super racist against China. He hates Chinese people specifically.
No, there's no way.
No, he
Follow the
doesn't.
Ticket
So like I specialize in the Middle East and Syria. He specializes in China, and he fucking hates the Chinese Communist Party and all the slave labor they use to make goods cheap.
Ooh, so he might not like my huge vendor purchasing of Chinese
he'll,
food, huh?
he'll blow a gasket internally.
Oh no! Maybe I'm the red flag.
He's like, he hates Temu. He's like, stop buying Temu, you dumb idiots. He gets real fired up about Temu.
Temu? Oh my God!
It's actually Temu, by the way.
Temu?
Yeah, would you believe it? They told me how to pronounce their name based on the commercial.
It's Temu. Dude, people have been calling it Temu.
I know, right? Because it is. It's like when people's. What's great is there's this part of like internet culture where people say the word meme live on camera for the first time and don't know how to say it, so they'll be like memes.
They didn't say they're Buddhist. They said they connect with. Oh, they're like talking in the chat. I think they're discussing your. Like being a Buddhist, but you're not a Buddhist per se. You just take some of the teachings from Buddhism, correct?
I'm more in like the Tibetan school of things, which is basically so like Buddhism is interesting in the East because it's like a clip-on. So like in Japan, like if you've played video games, you know a shitload about Buddhism already, actually. So like in all these Japanese games, there's Buddhist shit all through it.
Oh, that's true. That is true.
So like a big example, like did you ever play Majora's Mask?
No, but I played Black Myth Wukong. There was a lot of Buddhist statues
Like
in there.
Majora's Mask, people don't realize it, but it's literally
That's a
like
Chinese game. That's interesting.
straight up like Buddhist mythology from Japan. So that's the thing, is they take like folk religion and they incorporate it. So every country and region is kind of different, but it all still revolves around the eight noble truths, and like, you know, there's like 4 pillars and stuff. But when it comes to like the Tibetan side of things with the Dalai Lama, it's like he doesn't personally believe that he'll be reincarnated when he dies. There's a contradiction there because he named his successor, who would be the next Dalai Lama, while he was alive, and China disappeared them. Right? How could he be resurrected and say, "This is my resurrection"? You know, he's shown like it's a tradition that he upholds.
Yeah.
Like that's his. He's not actually a church leader. He's a guardian of more of traditions.
Cultural leader.
And
If you have any books you'd recommend, I'd like to, like, if you could send them to me, I'd actually be interested.
I mean, I don't know how to read.
Okay, come on.
But no, I just fuck with the Dalai Lama and him kissing boys a lot.
I mean, hell yeah. Hell yeah.
No, there is a whole controversy with the Dalai Lama and a young boy.
Oh, please, not to that guy.
No, it's like it was really overblown. There's
completely overblown.
There's a gesture in Tibet where they stick out their tongues. And it was interpreted like he was asking the kid to make out with him, and because China hates him, they amplified it to make it seem like he was trying to get this boy to suck him.
Oh. Night Wee Bob.
Yeah.
By the way, good night, Wee Bob. That is okay. Well, that is something. Are we gonna tell Jack about my purchasing?
Oh yeah, she said she loves Chinese sweatshops.
I heard.
No. I didn't say that. Okay. I said, I'll buy directly from the vendor. That's what I said.
I mean, sure. It's a way.
Oh, because you're against drop shipping.
Yeah, like, and then like, the big brands.
That's different. That's
okay.
Because like,
so
fuck drop shippers.
You need to the thing that I try and get people to understand, and it's the same for Bangladesh. Every garment is touched by a human hand. So if you're paying 50 cents for a shirt, how much is the person sewing that shirt getting paid?
Maybe like 10 cents.
How about 0?
0? But they have to pay
a lot of times, yes. So like in Canada, if you go check if you got Chinese cotton banned, because like I personally worked with people to get it banned here. We kind of exploited the whole anti-China racism thing in the last Trump admin, but because the Uyghur genocide is directly linked to the cotton trade, we were able to fucking push to get Chinese cotton banned. So if you have anything from China in your garment line, it's like much harder to import. But still it happens. Like most of the clothes still come from China. But like
Temu
a few years ago, it was
Shein-
something like 1 in 3 T-shirts were a result of slave labor. And not only that,
Like
genocide, slave labor.
Yeah. So in Australia, we're the largest consumer of fast fashion, and a large part of that is Shein and Temu.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, you see.
There are no policies in their guidelines that stop.
We're like super fast
Xinjiang
fashion.
cotton. Not a single thing. So we are importing essentially slave cotton at the highest rate of anyone in the world.
My concern, okay, so like here was I guess the way I rationalized it, because like I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I'm not aware of like potential slave labor in these other countries, because like that would just be a lie. My concern is that like you have brands, for example, like Lululemon or I don't know, even New Balance or Prada, whatever you want to buy, where it's like they're obviously getting most of their supplies or clothing from China, so they're obviously using that slave labor. So I was
that's the thing is, the issue is the fast fashion industry at the end of the day, nothing else.
Yeah.
It's not about the regular consumer and stuff like that. So like another thing that we like to talk about a lot is the impact it has on Africa. People don't realize this. So you know how there was those coups in Western Africa where a bunch of guys took over? One of those countries just banned secondhand clothing imports from America. There's a reason for that. Because we are literally dumping textile waste that's unusable on Africa. You should see what their beaches look like where these imports happen. In the port cities, you literally can't stop America from dumping these clothes on you. And most of them haven't even been worn and they're already fucking destroyed. And they're just like ruining lives everywhere, every part of the chain.
Hell yeah.
Is the sound working?
Industry,
There we go.
collecting, disposing, repairing, or repurposing a wide range of materials and products. But the cost and consequences of handling waste are borne far more heavily in developing nations. In his previous...
And this is American propaganda, guys. This is PBS.
Yeah, this is American state media.
Oh, sorry. I was going to answer someone in chat. No, I was just saying that... what was I saying? I think I was saying that most companies, they buy from China anyways. So kind of what Imperial said, I wanted to cut out the middleman and basically just direct. Because at this point, I'm like, well, why would I buy directly from the vendor and just get my?
I always just say thrifting is like.
You know what? I'm so bad at thrifting, and like I have this weird. Okay, you guys are gonna think I'm just a dickhead. I have this weird.
You think the clothes are haunted?
That, but like I also have like this weird OCD thing. I have this weird OCD thing where I can't buy, this is going to sound so ignorant, secondhand clothes. I don't know why, but it's like the feeling is different to me. I get really worried about germs. I get like really freaked out. And I know that probably sounds like an excuse, but it's just the truth.
A lot of times it is shitty fast fashion clothing. That's the issue.
That's like another
like the
thing.
good shit in the secondhand store has already been grabbed.
So I'm like, ugh, I don't know.
No, we're largely being facetious.
Oh
no, PBS is state media.
I mean, it is state media, but it's not controlled.
They're independent, but like it's still funded by the
state
American
media.
government.
Imperial, maybe I'll
but
try
it's like,
that.
Like I said, like Al Jazeera is fine too.
Mm-hmm.
And they're funded by a fucking crazy person.
Yeah, but I've heard of that before as well with the whole secondhand thing, like not liking.
Yeah,
it
we've
for
actually
whatever
tried
reason,
super
like,
hard to
whatever.
get like fashion influencers who are like anti-fast fashion on, and they just won't fuck with us because we're like, cis presenting straight males,
Really?
Even though it'd be like one of the best conversations they'd possibly ever have.
like they have no idea like how much we fucking care about the clothing that is on this beach right here.
And like our initial goal was to have 50-50 women men viewership, which declined very quickly. But we were talking about
so like our first
the fifth and sixth
LTech
episode
episodes,
was
we, like,
Ethiopia.
had women it's so front heavy, women heavy, and then it's like then it got really hard to keep booking people.
Yeah,
it's
That's
just
unfortunate.
not
It
a lot
is.
of girls want to give their political opinions, I guess.
I think sometimes it comes with like, well, it can come with like some backlash, right? And you know how you're going to be perceived. And I think it's part of it, right? Sometimes, and also sometimes people can't articulate what they want to say well enough, where they just don't, they're not too sure. So I don't know. I think it's so complicated. Or people just don't really give a fuck, unfortunately. So like you
It
run
could
into
be
all
that.
those issues. Yeah. Some people are very performative as well, and it's unfortunate.
I think it's a lot of the girls that I asked, they're so shy about it.
I mean, I could see that.
It's like somebody cares about my opinions? Oh no.
I love an outspoken woman. It's the best.
Story. Fred
Actually being able to have a conversation, that's amazing.
and Lazaro reported on the impact of used car and electronic waste imports in Ghana. Today, the waste from textiles. Fred's
that's
report
another
is in
thing.
partnership with the Pulitzer Center.
Remember how I was just saying
If you've
used
ever
car
wondered
waste in
where
West
most of
Africa?
the clothes you took to the thrift store go once they've been picked over, this is one likely destination. Kantamanto Market in Ghana's capital, Accra.
Also,
I
like
got
Ghana
here at
is
6
literally
on a
one of like the nicest countries, not in just in Africa, but in the world.
Oh, Ghana? Yeah.
Like,
Ghana's actually
it's
pretty nice.
fucking
I always wanted to
phenomenal.
visit. I've always wanted to visit Ghana. That in Nigeria, actually.
Maybe all right now they're kind of fighting ISIS.
Wait, Nigeria's fighting ISIS?
No, Nigeria's only fighting ISIS in a little spot. Nigeria's
It's right
fine.
up the north, right?
Yeah. You just fucking nobody goes up there. Nobody lives up there. That's why ISIS is there.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Saturday morning and
Half
business
right.
was already in full swing. As she's done for years, Lizzie Nalturi
go
snipped
to
open
Niger.
a
So
bale
this
of
is the
denim
issue too.
jeans.
They have no idea
was
what they're
fresh.
buying. They just have to buy bundles of clothing waste wrapped up in bags, and then they get to their stall and open it and see what they can even sell. So sometimes they just don't even get lucky and get no products they can sell and will lose all their money.
Oh, I
Fresh
see.
off the boat,
You mean
but a
now.
good part of the pile, she said, way beyond well worn.
So like here's a interesting fact, right? You know how we pre-cut holes in jeans, right?
Yeah.
Because it's fashionable. If there's holes in jeans, they won't sell here
Oh.
because people look at it as something that's already damaged and inferior.
That's interesting, but we will like pre-cut holes. That's interesting.
Yeah,
actually.
exactly.
That's a big. I don't know. I guess it's a big culture difference, right? And like, I guess their values, like what they see as appropriate and not appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting. I like ripped jeans.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
My dog's balking. I love a ripped jean as well, to be honest.
Is it torn? Is it faded? What is it?
It's torn. And some are faded. Nobody buys it.
It's pure lottery. Vendors don't know exactly what they'll find in the bundles they buy from importers of used garments.
Are there some good days and some bad days, or
They are all the same.
Joyce Asiama is sorting through her own morning pile.
They are all bad.
all bad?
Yes. Look at the colors. It's too black. It's not good. They like the bright colors like this.
Interesting.
You have to reduce it, the price.
You have to reduce the price.
No, yes. See how this one is also. They don't like it.
You're looking for stretch waist.
Yeah, yes, stress free.
Some days, Nalturi says she discards up to a half of these clothes.
Throw it to the dustbin.
Throw it in the dustbin.
Yes.
Do you know what happens to it from the dustbin?
Sometimes people will go and use it to set fire.
As fuel.
Yeah, it's like fuel, yeah.
And that's all polyester and shit.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So
For
it's
some
like
of
that's
the
the
fine-
thing. This is
toxic
like
is
people,
that smoke?
this is the other end of the product line that nobody looks at. You know,
Well-
like people always talk about the sweatshops and shit, but what about this? You know?
Do you guys see Canada got in trouble one time with the Philippines? Philippines threatened to go to war with us because they were dumping a bunch of like electronic waste onto their beaches, and like just
Jesus
leaving.
Christ.
Yeah, and I don't know why we were doing it. And the Philippines were like, "You come pick this up, or we're going to war."
Well, I mean,
So I
you remember
ended
the
up-
fucking Somali pirates?
Yeah.
Do you know why they happened? They were all fishermen, and then we came and dumped all our fucking waste from the fucking cargo ships going through and killed all their fish.
Oh.
So
I
then
didn't know
these
that.
people had to make a living and started hijacking ships, and we shoot them.
Oh,
right?
I did not know that.
Isn't that fucked?
That is fucked.
It's much better now, but I mean, Somalia is not great, but it's much better than it was back in like 2011 and shit.
I heard
But
Somaliland
this is the new
better.
issue.
There's like
You're,
Somaliland.
oh my
and then there's
god, I
Somalia.
fucking love you.
'Cause I know
That
about
was-
both.
We talk about
Did you
Somaliland
do
so much.
research beforehand? I'm like, you're like, I'm gonna wait just till the end to tactically drop the Somaliland.
But there is. It's a difference.
No,
right?
fucking Somaliland. So like, I'm so glad you know what Somaliland is because like, they have. It's a little bit in decline right now, but I think it's like they've had 5 successful democratic elections and 6 peaceful transitions of power through those
go.
democratic elections. That's fucking like amazing.
Yeah.
Like not even just because it's Africa, but on a global scale, most countries don't even have elections. Like it's like 70% of the not of the world, but countries that exist. There's like 250 countries, and about 70% of that are not democratic.
Yeah, I watched like it was a video on YouTube a long time ago, and it was like the difference between Somalia and Somaliland, and I was like, what the hell is that? And then I like watched this like 3-minute clip basically, and I was like, oh, I didn't even know that was a thing.
It's such a fucking cool country, and like you know what's cool about them? They recognize Taiwan.
Yeah,
Wait,
because
really?
real recognizes real. Yeah, they're one of the few countries that recognize Taiwan. So like they're like super anti-China just in solidarity with Taiwan because they identify with the situation.
I think.
But they actually were doing some heavy shit lately. Is like so like they're Ethiopia. They are landlocked, so they need to negotiate with coastal countries for a port. And Somaliland made a proposal to undercut Djibouti and Somalia, and Somalia lost their shit over it. Like, you're not even a real country. That deal has to go through us. So we're the legitimate people of your land. And America, of course, backs Somalia. And America is also backing Djibouti. So it's like fucking over that port access. And like, Ethiopia is a fucking... Don't even get me started. But, like, the fact that Somaliland swung dick right there and said, fuck you to Somalia was, like, such hardcore shit. And, like, Ethiopia made a declaration to recognize them over it.
Oh. I didn't know that. Wait, I need to do more research on Somaliland. Look, I have so much to learn, guys. Such little time, so much to learn.
It's because this is all I do.
Yeah, that's cool. You're informed. I think it's a good thing.
It's like my personal, what I do for fun is this.
Sorry. Imperial said, America instigating is so us. It is you guys. You guys instigating is definitely at least like you find fun.
Electronic waste is incinerated to recover metals like copper, but much of the textile waste lands up in lagoons and waterways.
Contact the meth heads. You can get all the fucking copper you want.
Copper?
Leading into the Atlantic Ocean.
Bro, like, Detroit, there's like no copper left there.
Why? Is it because like people are using it to smoke meth?
No, it's valuable.
They buy it. They pull it out to sell, to buy the meth.
I was like, they're smoking meth with it. I was so confused.
You go in those derelict buildings with pipe cutters and cut out all the copper.
I did not know that.
Yeah. So actually, electric vehicles, right? Big deal is the lines to charge them are copper lines.
Cables, yes.
So they can only put them in neighborhoods where crime doesn't happen, because when they put them and try to give people who have low income access to electric vehicles, the cables get cut and the copper gets taken.
Oh, they're stealing the copper.
And it's a lot of money to replace them.
They're stealing the copper. That's not good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Dear God.
I mean, the government can do other things to adjust poverty, but, you know.
That's hard work. That's a long-term solution.
Well, then how will we have white supremacy in this country, you know? We got to make sure, you know, it's all about the future of the white children at the end of the day for these people.
Exactly.
Which sends a lot of it right back to shore.
There's more to that sentence. That was only 7 words.
We have this rubbish.
34-year-old fisherman Rahman Bachway told us the nets cast from boats here gather a lot of rubbish alongside fish.
Now we are starting collecting the rubbish, putting one side, then we collect the fish to one side.
It's one more headache for communities already struggling with unpredictable weather conditions and large commercial fleets that leave very little for small operators to catch, and fishmongers like Mariam Abubakari to sell.
This is nothing. I mean, she says sometimes you come here, there's nothing, and you have to go back empty-handed. Yeah. So she's saying that, I mean, with this situation, how can I make money to take care of my family?
It's very obvious to see all the physical and visible pollution along these beaches with all of the textile waste. What's less visible, but equally as consequential, is the sheer volume of microplastics and synthetic fibers that is in all this waste, stuff that will never biodegrade.
Essentially now all of the clothes have high levels of polyester blended into them or are 100% polyester.
Liz
And that's
Ricketts
the thing is,
started
it's
a
like
nonprofit
when it
here
comes
in
to a human
2011,
labor, polyester is better than cotton, but it doesn't break down.
Sorry, somebody said, you ever think about how everything you've ever bought or owned still exists somewhere in a landfill? Or Ghana, I guess. I guess that's true, actually.
Or Ghana.
That's unfortunate, but it's true. I didn't think about. I mean, I guess I always wondered where it went because I'm like, I don't know if you can really just set stuff on fire.
You know,
Obviously not good
that's
for
the thing too. Is like, just like, really starting to realize like, the manufacturing chains.
Yeah.
It starts to get you real angry about
Mhm.
politicians and shit.
I just like,
Especially when Europe and stuff are, reducing and removing tariffs on EVs, which the only way to make the batteries is to mine the minerals with child hands. The mines are all pretty much.
I mean,
owned
there
by
are
China.
other ways to do it. You know, if
it's just
you
labor, it's just
could
costs.
pass. Okay, so there's this. Okay, so there's this big thing I'm passionate about. It's called the Supply Chain Act.
Mhm.
Okay, and so in Bangladesh there was a major textile building collapse that killed hundreds of people because they overloaded the building with heavy textile machines, and the building supports gave out because they weren't supposed to be having those textile machines in there to begin with, right? It was a German company who ran the place, right? So Germany responded by saying, we're going to have this thing called the Supply Chain Act. And basically what it means is that it doesn't mean you have to maintain a wage. You can still have slave wages, but workers' rights have to be the same in Germany than they are any country that Germany manufactures. So that's a big thing that I push for, is that I don't care as much about the wages when we get up to the safety standards and provide security for these people. So basically all it does is that it makes it so the companies would be liable if they kill somebody. That's all.
Yeah.
But that's
I think it's fair.
old. That's too much for any country but Germany.
I guess.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's,
wait, guys, I'm sorry. I don't mean to ditch you. It's 12:30 for me. I'm sorry. I'm so tired.
Jack has to leave
But-
anyway. We normally
Oh, do you?
stream for
Pretty
6
much
hours,
right
so
now
this is when we
anyway.
end.
6 hours? Okay, perfect. I don't want to just ditch you, but I would like to do like another stream night if you guys are interested, or just like
Yeah.
we can pick a topic or video games. I know you said repo.
Yeah, so repo is going to be funny because the mouths flap when we talk.
Oh
Okay.
my gosh. Okay.
So
okay.
then we can be talking about these intense things while monsters are trying to kill us and we're trying to collect the loot. And I figured it'll be chaotic and fun.
I think that will be fun actually. Well, you guys can just DM me. Do you have me on Discord? I answer Discord then more than I do on Twitter.
Jack will use Discord. I won't.
Okay. It's just because like Twitter is like.
I'll send you a
sometimes
message on Twitter.
Okay.
And send me your Discord name, and I'll add you on Discord.
Okay,
And I'll add you
perfect.
to
Yeah,
our
it's just-
Discord as well.
Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's so much easier for me than like anything else because that's usually where I respond. Honestly, is Discord.
And
But
we've
yeah.
we've got a couple people that post news all the time, like constantly. So
Yeah.
if you want to read news, that's where you go.
Yeah, we
I
literally
thought you
have like a
said
high tier
news.
news filter and it's sorted on our Discord.
Okay, nice.
I haven't
thought you-
I haven't set the rules yet, but technically the news section is for like news articles, and then
Yeah.
everything else is in the discussion sections. So I try and keep it ordered, but I need to write the rules.
Okay,
I
no,
just
no
haven't
problem.
sat down and done it.
No, I'll.
But
I'll
yeah,
send you it tonight.
if
You got me.
sorry, yes, go, go.
No, no, don't worry. I'll add you tonight. I'll tell you my name so you guys can
Okay.
add me. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and like watching videos and doing commentary.
Absolutely.
It was fun. It was fun. Okay.
And if any of your viewers want to join the Discord as well, there's a link in the link
you
under
guys
our
have-
video, I believe. So
wait. Is it
you
in
can
here?
just find it there.
Can you send it in the private chat? I'll post it in my thing. I just don't see it on
I
like
can do that.
the thing, so you guys aren't. We'll put it in the private chat, guys. Our new buddies, our new friends.
Invite link.
Canadians. Does someone say Canadian? When did they say that? Canadian French debate is on. They want a Canadian French debate.
Somebody,
Yes, we-
somebody
Yes, we-
posted that on our chat.
Yes,
I don't speak French.
No, not at all.
I'm American.
Private chat.
I barely
Oh
speak English.
shoot! Oh shoot! I
It's
forgot.
so
American
it's so
Australian.
fucked up that they fucking made English the national language in America, let me tell you, forcing
They made
me
it
to
their,
learn
like-
English.
I feel like you guys should have two. We have two official languages. For us, it's French and
No,
English.
we used to have none.
Oh.
They just did this. It's a fucking white nationalist thing.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah,
Trump
so
thing.
we had no recognized official language in America, which is how it should be. Basically, what it means is anything you did with a government document, they had to provide accommodations in your language. Now they don't have to.
So it's also disenfranchising people.
Yes.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah.
I said it in my Discord. Sorry, I got distracted. My mom was telling me something, so I just got distracted there.
Yeah, you're all good.
Okay. I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna leave you guys alone. Have fun. Don't commit any crimes.
Yeah, we'll just
I'll try
end
not
the
to.
stream anyway right here.
Okay, no problem. Hey guys.
Alrighty. Bye.
I bid you good day, sir. I bid you good day.
Thank you, Syria.
Thank you, Syria.
All right. You're not gonna keep streaming?
No. I've been up forever.
Okay, fair enough. All right. Well, guys, thanks for tuning in. Hope it was a good one. That was pretty
I
good.
got up,
I thought it was
like-
pretty good.
When the sun was rising and shit, you know?
And it's like, what?
Yeah, and like I
1
stopped
1
streaming
a.m.?
at like, I think I streamed last night until like 3 a.m.
Okay. Fair enough. Running on 4 hours sleep. Go to bed. It's your bedtime. Alright. Ending stream now. Goodbye.
I bid you good day.